right. Welcome to a Tuesday episode of Rachel's Ghost. There's Sue, a tiny Sue. Tell the kids what's going on there. What's going on, Scoozy?
I'm just hanging out in the producer booth.
Yeah.
If the mic's over there, they won't hear me anyway.
Oh, okay. So sorry. What are you saying?
I'm just hanging out here in the producer's booth.
She's hanging out in the producer's booth. Anyway.
I'm keeping an eye on tabs on
things. We thought, yeah, as long as it was just like whenever I'm up on the screen alone, it'd be more interesting. I think if we had you here, Sue. Every time I move around, it's playing with the camera's focus thing. Hold still, little camera. Okay. Wait, Mazzy is never coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just informed today. I found out today. Absolutely heartbroken. But, Mazzy's, it's not his first rodeo. He's a good lad. I love Mazzy. And wherever he goes, I wish him well. I love the guy. I'm a big Mazzy. I'm Team Mazzy all the way. But no, we're just having fun with the thumbnail on here. Abandoned by liberals. Extreme far-right host goes nuts. Simply loses. Goes insane. Novice Nick, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. So it's really good to have Sue up here. Wyoming Deck. I give it 30 minutes. Wyoming Deck, holy smokes. What? Sue got thrown into the booth. Why? Because she wanted to be. It was her idea.
I like being tiny.
She likes being smaller. She doesn't want to be all splashed up and the big star of the show and all that. She prefers the smaller. So it's like the producer role, right? Because I'm the show's glorious star.
To spell everything out for them.
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? I'm more concerned about that.
They can't hear you. We got to do something with that anyway. I don't want to move the fucking mic. If I do that, now the mic's over there. I don't know what the hell's going on in front of me on TV. And they're probably going to still not hear you great.
All right, fair enough.
Yell your head off. But now I'm like dodging the camera to see what the comments are. This is built just like this. Okay. I definitely get where Sue's coming from. Hey, Rach, let's see, where's that? It's nice to see you. Thank you, Frank. It's nice to see you as well. Nick Tronic, this is my friend Nick Tronic. He's got a new compact disc out. He's a musician. He's shy. I want him up on the show with me so we can promote the hell out of his album. It's electronic. It's, what did he call it? Experimental ambient music. Experimental ambient. The artist is the real Nick Tronic. He's very gifted, he's good. And he's got his first CD release. And I want you punks to buy the damn thing. Okay? It's as simple as that.
Who's the Twin Peaks guy? The producer of Twin Peaks?
David Lynch.
I feel like David Lynch over here. Okay, Tammy. Just put that over there,
my God. Yeah. Vinyl Simon, welcome aboard. Simon, I'm glad you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, we had, I was talking to 4D and I have a political show that I run a couple times a week. Greetings, Rich. Hey, Jim. How you doing? Remember, there's no such thing as a bad boy. Where is Jim? Where's my little guy? As a young man, I've taken him under my wing. He's kind of like my protege, my little protege, Spring-Hill Jim. Anyway, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. Hurt goes, hey, at least you still have Simon and 4D, man. They're willing to put up with diluted fascists. Holy smokes, Hurt. Congratulations, you're the first liberal retard that gets not blocked, put user in timeout. You go think about that while you're putting another tampon up your asshole. Holy smokes, you liberals absolutely make my day. You just keep lining them up, and I keep knocking them down. Welcome to the show, Herc. I know it's going to be a rip snorter. It's going to be a rip snorter. We've got Novice Nick with us today. I'm excited about that. We love Novice Nick. Louisiana, the great state of Louisiana. Sue's David Lynch impersonation is spot on from Delphina, lovely Delphina. Delphina, you come on a very difficult day. I've lost some of my most ardent liberal heroes, no longer following. Harry, out. Beloved Ricks from Toronto, out. Norman Maslow, probably the biggest name in showbiz currently right now in the Nevada community, never to be seen again. He's out. He's gone. And we just love these young liberals. But let's face it, life is hard for them right now. Okay. They are going through a very hard time. We're uncovering voter fraud in Georgia. Very excited about that. And of course, it's going to be very difficult for these youngsters when they have that. Now, of course, Rob said the riots, the Waxed, our beloved Waxed, too, apparently, I'm not sure about this, but I think he's not boycotting the show yet. Ladies and gentlemen, dare I say, Rachel's Ghost is in the midst of cancel culture. Rachel's being canceled left or right by all the liberals, and yet we soldier on as best we can. Rob Walker goes, good riddance as far as I can say. Rob Walker, without the help of Mazzy, this show garnered 1,899 views last week's show with yourself, 4D, and Simon. So I want to thank you, Brits, for coming in. Heavy hitters. The show did exceptionally well. We got a lot of views. And so, and honestly, I mean, we've had a great run with Mazzy and all those guys, and I love them. I wish them the very best of luck on their channels and all the rest of it. But, you know, swear to God, do I watch Mazzy's show? No, because I stay away from all that liberal stuff. And so I get why they stay away from my conservative stuff. I get that. They don't, you know, if you don't like the flag, if you don't like, you know, the beautiful Star-Spangled Banner, you know, if that isn't your groove, I get that. I get that. But I'm just plumb out of commie flags in this house. We just don't have any commie flags to help them. It's bloody bollocks. It's bollocks, right? So bollocks, bleeding bollocks. And by the way, you don't want to have bleeding bollocks. That's no good. Hey, I'm catching the show while I drive and run some errands. Moved into my new place Sunday. So you're in Vancouver, Washington. I think you're Eric, you're in Vancouver, Washington, aren't you? Okay, I thought liberals were all welcoming. What happened to love and peace for all? Donald John Trump happened, and he's made it extremely difficult for liberals to survive in the new media, in a new era. They're having a very difficult time. Oh, here's a motherfucker that told me to fuck off. Add to the block list. Hey, motherfucker, you are blocked by Porsche Pineapple.
Quote, Rachel can get F.
Yeah, Rachel can get fucked. So, hey, Pineapple, go get yourself fucked. I don't think he'll be able to, but we wish him a lot of luck. Okay, so you just keep lining them up. I'll just keep fucking them, knocking them down. Now, one of the greatest disappointments happened today when word reached me that my beloved Jamie Barnes, Jamie, and I love this kid. I gave him his big break in showbiz here in the North American market. He's been, you know, he's a big name in England, admittedly, but here in North America, he wasn't really a kind of a name thing. Nicely done, Rach. Listen, man, it's got to be done, Jim. I thank you for your support. Obviously, this is so great. Soldier on, Rachel. We are soldiering on. That's a very good word. What is that? An adverb? An adverb, soldier on. That's exactly what we're going to do. So anyway, I am glad Mazzy is gone. Now I'm not glad he's gone. I take no joy in that at all. I love Mazzy. Mazzy's always welcome on this program, but he's made his decision and I support that. Okay, no, Rach, I moved out of Vancouver. And now I've gone to North Portland. I'm in a house that's 106 years old. So, Eric, you did not last long in Washington State. What was the reason? You didn't like the climate? You didn't like the environment? You want to be a little closer to California? Let me know in the comments below. But, you know, I think it underscores, really, in all seriousness, I think what it does is it underscores the grand divide that's happened in the vinyl community since Donald Trump became president for the second time. I mean, it created tension the first time he was in. That wasn't easy either. But it's gotten worse, and the tension for the left is almost intolerable for those poor young people. Okay, have you seen the new parody page, Rachel's Roast? I haven't. I expect it to be pretty good. Rachel's Roast. I like the title. It's kind of fun and catchy, so I wish them luck with their endeavors. Is it done by a trans woman? And I hope they do the land acknowledgement. Holy shit, you guys, were anybody unfortunate enough to actually watch a Grammys? I sure the hell didn't. I knew ever since Don Lemon got arrested and charged that the whole thing would be this Grammy is for Don. You know, it'd be all that kind of bullshit. So I didn't even want to see one of those, let alone two or three. But then Billie Eilish came on. What a whore that one is. Anyway, so she comes on with the land claims. And of course, they just mock the fuck out of her on social media, and rightfully so. She did the land claim, the commie land claim thing. This was on stolen land. Turns out she built her mansion on top of stolen Indian land. So some guys in his wisdom has already created a GoFundMe in order for the caring public to get this guy, onto her property. A couple of the Indians from the tribe that owns the property apparently wants it. Sarah, I love you. And, by the way, Sarah, full disclosure, there can never be any secrets between us. Sarah, I've been watching Andrew Wilson. He was on Joe Rogan. He was on Piers Morgan. He was on Paul Bet-David's program. Full shows dealing with Andrew Wilson. So, say what you will about the guy, but he is having some great success.
He's doing the rounds.
Yeah. She's in a mansion. How patriarchal. Correct. Patriarchal mansion. Okay. When we divide and no longer communicate because of feelings, nefarious force can really do damage to human interaction and our tax dollars. And Rob Walker, my buddy, those liberals are absolutely clueless. Yes, they are. But we have to have compassion. We had a beloved dog, Haldane. Now, Haldane was much beloved, but he was a West Highland Terrier. I don't know what Haldane's actual IQ was. Okay.
He had a good IQ.
Okay. Anyway, so it's just kind of crazy.
Why would you bring up the dog?
Well, it's kind of like, our liberal friends. They aren't overly bright, but we love them. They're adorable.
Oh, okay.
They like, you throw them a ball, throw them a little toy, something to play with. They're happy. They can do that for hours. Anyway, Sue's asking, why would you bring up Haldane? So it's an equivocation. Okay. Jim goes, don't politely disagree with them, or they'll call you a fascist. Well, it's one of those words that gets thrown around. And Project Gemini's in. Now, he's no conservative viewer, but he is a self-described liberal, and yet he finds himself amongst us today. And Mark, I'm glad you're here. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark's got a new album out. You want to get a hold of that. It's available currently on compact disc. The vinyl's underway, though. That is going to be happening. So anyway, Sarah, did you see the Rogan? Did you see him on Rogan? Did you watch Andrew Wilson on Rogan? Or is he so anathema to you, you can't even, you don't want to express or see it or deal with it? But, I don't agree with him on everything, but he's got some good stuff. Marcus, is this the fucker that was another asshole to me on the Rob show? Hey, motherfucker, you're about to get kicked to Pluto. Add to block list. Bye, fucker. And yeah, you're gone. So anytime these liberals kind of talk shit about me, I don't need them here. Please unsubscribe, fuck off, and go away. I don't need subscribers. I need money. Okay. And that's why Sue looks at me. She goes, "What?" That's why I have my Patreon. For $5 a month, you can watch me to kick the living tar, figuratively speaking, out of the liberal heroes that plague my world. But yeah, I just, people talk shit about me. I just have no time for you. Fuck off. And I don't need you. So anyway, there's another one. Any other motherfuckers want to step up and play around? What is it? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. So I got a lot of stupid prizes for you motherfuckers. Line them up. Line them up. Okay. Sarah goes, I skipped through a little bit of Andrew's appearance. Wasn't really captured enough to keep watching. All right, I know that. All right, hey, brother Brian, you know these retards. You've had to deal with them. And, but by gum, you know how to handle them. And Brian, you got to give you a lot of respect. You know how to handle these, these ass wipes. I love the honesty, Rach. You know, Jim, there are many things, many things. But one of my, would be my honesty level. Bex he's a liberal guy. I love Bex. He's a good boy. And you play the stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I'm just going to kick these fucking liberals right the fuck out. They're going to be satelliting. They're going to be up there finding if there was an actual moon landing. Oh my God, there's some mirrors they set up. Okay, the name is Fuck Around and Find Out next on Fox TV. Yeah, you know what? Fox is controlled opposition. I'm not a fan of Fox News. So, watch out for that. And, these retards, that belongs on a shirt. Sarah, you're a marketing genius. I just love you so much. I'm such a fan. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. God, and where am I at, like, in terms of music and the vinyl community and everything? Basically nowhere. I mean, there's nothing really exciting me. Now, it is February. I got to admit, though, Park Life is coming up. For the first time reissued in a long time, vinyl, I'm going to buy it. And it's not definitely not our first rodeo, and it's certainly not going to be our last, unless I cardiac arrest my ass out of here during today's broadcast. But barring that, yeah, I should be back, Brian. Should be back bigger and better than ever. Anyway, last week's show did exceptionally well. It really did. And, because it is a flux, and I'm aware of it, because I know our liberals are having a hard time. And so I just try and entertain. That's what this show is all about. For me to be my charming, entertaining, and delightful self. Okay, you provide all the material, Rachel. All I got to do is call it when I line them up. I line them up. You knock them out of the park. I could make a fortune in T-shirt sales just listening to you to talk for an hour. I know there's little pithyisms. I have a number of pithyisms. All right, that's what we do. God, it feels good to clear the air, clear the show a little bit, and we do what we do. But this show has always excelled with my banter and the interaction with the audience, right? And I really, honest to God, I don't care what your political orientation is, whether you like Donald Trump, whether you hate him. But by God, you poor suckers have got to be rubbing your sore cornfield rumps because of the Epstein drop. 3 million pages, and you got nothing. You absolutely got sweet fuck all. Okay. I choose to be a part of the peanut gallery to witness the drama, not necessarily get in the middle of it all. I'm entertained, and that's good. Well, that's what we're here for. That's why I'm glad. I love that comment. That should be pinned. Sue, I wish you had the ability to pin the comments. Let me see if I can get the hell out there and pin that thing. Because, whoa, that's me doing my TV show.
I can't do enough, Tammy.
All right, baby. There we go. Hang on, Michael. Okay, I choose to be a part of Peanut Gallery. I'm pinning this freaking message. There we go. You are pinned, sir. Because, Michael, that's really what it's all about, to have a laugh, be entertained. There's a lot of channels out there, great channels like Steve Westman, who interviews engineers and mastering engineering producers and things like this. Okay, let's take a look at this comment, see if this guy's going to last more than a minute around here. Following any government has always seemed like a sheep mentality, right or left. Just looks like those people love being told what to do, can't think for themselves. Well, see, Ferg, I think for myself, I hate the Conservative Party of Canada, for an example. I don't like them. I don't like Pierre Poilievre. Don't trust him as far as I can throw him. Pandering to the same crowd the Liberals are doing. It is, in effect, the two wings of the same bird. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, great recommendation for a watch. Joe Rogan had Mike, God, now who the hell was it? Mike Benz. Mike Benz, former State Department worker. He's done some cybersecurity stuff.
He wasn't CIA, Tammy?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think he's CIA, but he knows a hell of a lot about him. And he talked about governments, how corrupt they are, and both traditionally, both the Republicans, the Democrats, and up here in Canada as well. Is that a new hat, Rach? It's my old cowgal hat there, Matthew Petty. Last week proved nobody is interested in the Liberals and the VC. Yeah, it was kind of a record show. We had a lot of views on that one, Rob. We really did. And there was no drama about the show in particular. There was nothing overt about it. As a matter of fact, Massey was obviously absent, but there was no big deal to it. And I'm good with it. The show has always changed. The show has constantly evolved, revolved over the years, right? And so it continues to do so. And what format? The only constant is me and Sue. That's your constant. Okay. Andy goes, Rach, I made that exact face in your thumbnail last night when I had really bad constipation. Andy, I love you. Thank you for that. Holy smokes. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of time for the Are You Not Entertained? Gladiator. Good movie. I own a copy of it. And we love Alberta, but Alberta, boy, they're letting the world know. They're letting the world know. Okay, Spring Hill Gym. The trio Walker, Simon, 40 on Sunday was top notch. Top notch. More of this. I love those guys. They're welcome back anytime they want. I've talked to each and every one of them individually, and they are excellent. They're good guys. And then Trish goes, let me do this. Please, wait, okay, please tune into my Politics Free channel. You know who has Politics Free channels, Trish? 99.9% of the channels in the vinyl community are non-political, overtly so. So your channel, you should fuck off with my non-political. I hate that fucking language, okay, Trish? Even you. I love you. I hate that kind of, I don't get my shit don't stink. Even though I had a bunch of quiche before bed. Okay. So, and this is the thing. I get mad at podcasts for the same thing. Oh, Rachel, over on my program, we had a wonderful show. We talked about, fill in the blank, old cartoons, whatever. I like old cartoons, but, in terms of comparing, our show's not political. I just can't stand that. It's sanctimonious. Okay. Sanctimonious. I can't handle it. So don't do it. Not on my watch. Not here on my channel. Okay, Herc, let's see how long you last before I block your motherfucking ass. We're living through unbridled corruption due to the complacency of the dipshit. Okay, there you go. Okay, add to block list. Bye, liberal fucktard. Boom! Woo, out you go. Another liberal shot off the side of the good ship Rachel's ghost. So anyway, Herc, you're blocked, okay? Fuck off. Yeah, he's blocked. Oh, he's blocked. I blocked this fucking ass. Yeah, I don't want it. I just don't. All of this crap ass. Oh, Trump's bad. He's a criminal. You guys are the ones that are on the pedo island. Trevor Noah's going to get his ass sued, by the way. Trevor Noah's another one that's going to get sued. Trump's going to win. So it's a beautiful thing. Holy shit. The stuff I put up with. We should all keep counting the kill count on the liberals. That's right. We're boxing them out. We're just popping them out. We don't need them. This is why I'm here. Laugh, 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 laugh. Entertainment. This is the entertainment factor. So yeah, watch yourselves, liberals. You're all on thin fucking ice. That's a thumbnail. Now that's a thumbnail. Bring out the catapult. Anyway.
But I can still see Herc's comments. So
yeah, well, I mean, he's gone. So, whatever. Okay. I don't see him. That's all I care about. Anyway, yeah, he's gone. Herc is insufferable. We're better off without him, Rach. Take out the trash. Well, that's what we're doing a little bit today. We're housekeeping. Here's the thing with a lot of channels that care about the subs. Oh, I gotta get my subs. I don't give a fuck. Brother Brian, how come you aren't giving me $5 a month to be part of my exciting Patreon family? Rachel's on fire. I'm not on fire. I'm lighting a fire under all these liberals as I launch them into space. But that's the way we go. I better get my ice skates. You're doing fine, Scotty. You're a good man. Because you don't go into silly rhetoric. Scotty, you don't play the silly games, and therefore you don't win the stupid prizes. And that's a good thing. Wait, I'm a liberal, but I love Rachel. Well, you might be able to last two around here then. We're fairly equitable around here. I'm willing to do, the show has always been about, hey, kids, here's my thing. Here's what I'm into right now. This is my latest kind of hobby or thing I'm interested in. Now, I'm not a fan, a left or a right. Elliot Cruz tried to play that game. We find out once we press him a little bit that he's a no good goddamn commie. So anyway, I'm not left or right, but I do my best to be a decent human being. That and 50 cents will get you a coffee if you're in some poor country where coffee costs a buck. You're not going to launch me today, Governor. I might. Not you, Eddie. You're a good boy too. You're smart. You played smart. But the thing is, I've always done that. So if something goes on in the world that troubles me or upsets me, I talk about it. The same way Mazzy does. Really, it's very much the same mechanism. Like Maz will get triggered or gaslit by something out there. There's Scotty's word, gaslight or gaslighting, and Mazzy will get gaslit, and then he'll speak to it, which is fine. I get that. But, I do the same thing. If I watch something on the news, I find it disturbing, I'm going to talk about it, right? We lost another, they're dropping like flies. The people that we grew up with in the 60s, we lost the cute guy, the guy I liked, my favorite, the most distinctive guy in Three Dog Night passed away. Remember he had the big long mustache? He passed away, that guy. I never knew his name because that band, there were just the three guys, and I didn't care enough about them to know their names, but they did Jeremiah as a bullfrog, and one is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. They were good. And I was saddened to hear that the guys passed on. Yeah, I'm not left or right. That's right. You're a commie. And that's kind of how you answer that one, Sarah, But it does remind me a bit of Andrew Wilson. I was watching him, and he's very interesting because he's got his whole ideology worked out, and so I enjoy watching him discuss, and I find him interesting where he comes from, his background. And thanks to you, Sarah, it was through your auspices that I was able to meet and have a brief chit chat with him. I mean, I would have liked to engage him more, and he's fairly open, like he's accessible. It's not like he's the Pope where you have to, beg an audience with the guy. He is accessible. The thing is too, is I'm not I'm not a debater because I don't care. I don't care enough. And so I'm more like, I like to entertain, and that's kind of what I want to do, entertain and have some fun with y'all. Harry Nilsson wrote the song One. Yeah, what a talent that guy was. What a disaster he was through his own demons, alcoholism, taking him out. Massey tells a great story about meeting him. Who is Elliot Cruz? He's one of our greatest bluegrass guys ever, expert. He's a nice guy. Okay. Okay. David Connor's consumption issues. Great voice, though. Oh, okay. His name was Chuck Nigrin. Is this the guy from Three Dog Night? He did have a history of health problems. Rome loves Danny. Yeah, it's true. He did have a history of health issues. He slept with so many groupies, his penis split open like a hot dog in the microwave too long. That's very descriptive. Holy smokes. Must have horrified the doctors. Yes. He's accessible with conditions. Yeah. Sarah, any chance of you guys reconciling anywhere down the road? Because I think you're a huge talent. And, it would be so great. And I think you're just fantastic. I would love to see that. Okay, and Jim goes, Rach, sorry if I went too far yesterday. I hope you're doing well. I'm going to get back to my stereo system. Rearrange the setup for better imaging of soundstage. God bless you. What did you do yesterday? What did I meet you yesterday? What the hell? This is Chris. Chris, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I think you were fine during Sunday's show. I don't see there was any trouble. I'm so traumatized by split penis comment. Yeah.
That traumatized me as well.
Yeah. He was just interviewed on the Professor Rock. Could have been what killed him. Just kidding, Professor Rock. I love you. Professor Rock's one of these big channels. I like the guy, but him and Rick Beato and the chick that Massey likes, the one in England, they're so dramatic. They're always going, this is the final show ever. It's all nuts. Rich, I'm going to talk to you privately. Definitely no chance. Damn it. Okay. That's too bad. Maybe it's too bad. Maybe it's not. But anyway, I just want your star to rise and glory to glory to glory. Great stuff for you. Okay. I think Rach should reach new heights if she cuts ties with. Who the hell is that? Who the hell is that? Cut ties with him. Anyway, Jim is a righteous dude. Wax is a righteous dude. Yeah, I love Wax. Wax is a good boy. And Wax keeps his head above water, and he's true to his own self. He just does what he does. It is kind of funny though, because he does say, I don't do politics. And I guess he got into a political trap today.
Yeah, about Easy Street Records.
Yeah, no. So something happened with Easy Street.
He threw it. He was smart though, because he threw it out in the last 10 minutes of the show.
Yes.
He didn't bring it up during the show, really.
Yeah.
Brought it up near the end.
We pray for that daily. Sunday's show was great. Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was very interesting. Again, this show is me engaging and talking and being with you people. That's why it works. And with my beloved Susie Q, right? It's nice to have Sue up. Okay. I thought of Paul Stanley. He bet a lot. Did he have Dave Wyoming? Dave, did Paul Stanley, did his penis split open like a fried wiener? Let me know in the comments below.
I'll never eat a sausage again.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. But, this, what are you going to do? Rock and roll, man. Rock and roll. So, I'd love a White House press pass. Can you imagine? I'd absolutely love that. It was more like a liberal sweat lodge for seniors. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. Mess around with Wax. You'll find out, Jim, says DJ Trish. She's some muscle for Rob right now, putting in some muscle. Absolutely. Okay. This is kind of crazy. My good friend Stephen Schnee, another liberal, but we love him. For the record, wherever the Wax goes, they have to disinfect the place immediately after. He has a lifestyle. Speaking of liberals, here we go. Marty's in the house. Good evening, Marty. We love you. Holy smokes. You've already missed a bit of a barn burner here as we address vinyl community concerns. But really, on a serious note, the vinyl community has changed. Trump's responsible for the change. He came in, and it's not just Trump, but it's the media's response to him. So it became such a thing. My good friend Pat, who I love dearly, you gave Wax too much credit. Kudos for your loyalty, but he ain't my cup of tea. I know, Pat. I know that. That's all right. That's all right. Not everybody's going to be getting along, right? I mean, we're a diverse, big community. There's your diversity. I don't think it's our strength, mind you, but we got diversity. Sue needs a microphone, Rach. We're going to do that. We're going to work on that with her in this role as the sidekick. We're going to do that. Hi, Sue. The kids are waving and sending hello.
Link for Rob.
Okay, link coming in for like for Buster Waxed. Well, like for Buster Waxed. Okay, Rob, hang on, buddy. All these men. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to your little self when Rob comes in because the screen will change, Sue. But we'll see how we get on with him. Anybody else want to come up here is welcome to as well. Now, Rob hosts the most political show. I've never been shat on so badly by somebody's chat than this Rob the Wax guy. I've had to fucking block a bunch of his people today. Here he is. He's going to help me guide and navigate this very difficult water. But by God, he's political. Here we go. All right. What the hell, Rob?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I got 10 minutes because I'm doing a live stream with Grant.
Okay.
So, but I came up here to address all the fucking morons. Okay.
There's more than one.
Well, of course.
There's more than one, Rob.
Yeah, Rachel, it's like you're a magnet for them.
All right. There are friends.
First of all, Jim.
Okay, gifted child.
Jim is the king of the fucking idiots.
Okay.
The dude makes troll accounts and trolls me.
Yes.
It's very blatantly obvious.
Yes.
Here, Jim, I can prove how much of an idiot you are.
Okay.
You made a comment. You should get rid of the wax. I wasn't even here. I wasn't even planning to come up.
Yeah.
So your dream was
Rob's
happening.
busy.
Yeah, your dream was happening. And you're fucking such a moron. You made the comment.
You're firing Rob up, you little moron.
Okay, and let's be honest about Pat.
All right. I love Pat.
Pat used to message me all the time. And I'm being real about this, Pat.
Okay.
He so desperately wanted to be my friend.
Okay.
And I would respond. And then when I didn't respond the way he liked it, he gave me shit about it.
Pat.
And then he went to other live streams where I wasn't at, or was I a topic? And then he would comment about me.
Yes.
So, Pat, fuck off, dude. It's your
Rob,
you
there is so much love coming your way right now. It's the Sad Bums, one of my new friends that's following me quite religiously. Waxed is my hero. Rachel, and DJ Trish says, "Don't worry, I'm on your side, Rob."
Okay, Trish, can you beat up some people for me? Hey, Sad Bums is really Billiam. You can just
what?
Ban that account.
Come on, man.
It's William. It's the same AI picture he has of Rojas.
Oh, for the love of God. Is he still on the outs with Rojas? Is that happening as well?
Rachel, let's be honest. Who the fuck cares? You don't care.
Rob, we're here to entertain. So what's the topic on Grant's show? I love Grant. Great show.
Well, Rachel, you're such a fan of me.
Yeah.
This is like our 8th. We do this no skips where we show albums that we don't think there's a dud in a bad song.
Okay.
But go watch them. They're good.
Yeah, it's crazy you chose the Cars. I almost agree with that. Okay.
No,
the world according to Wax, you miss your calling us a fiction writer. Pat is kicking back.
Luckily, hey, Pat, luckily I don't delete anything. So I have receipts.
He's got receipts.
And I don't delete things out of habit and laziness. It's just so lucky for me that I have proof of what I say. So, and here's another thing you benefit from. If I say shit behind your back, I've said it to your face. So,
Rob, earlier in the program, we had very disturbing news. Remember the guy in Three Dog Night? Apparently, he's passed away, but he had a mustache, and I loved him. But he had a penis that apparently split open like a wiener on a microwave.
What what sticks in my head about that dude?
Yeah.
I think in the 80s sometime he wrote a tell-all book about his life.
Yes.
And the thing that sticks in my head, he did so much cocaine.
Yes. He blew out his septum.
Yeah, he had no cartilage left in his nose.
Yeah. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. James, what's his name? Rick James.
I've never tried it knowingly. I've never.
Yeah. I wouldn't do it because Stevie Nicks was taking up her rump. It got so bad, Rob, she was rumping her high. You
Well,
gotta be bad.
I had a bad example or a good example of a brother who it ruined everything.
Yes, it's horrible when that
Yeah.
happens.
I don't, other than a gummy or some marijuana. That's
Gummy's a friend of
I
ours.
don't even drink.
And the gummies come in such a cute little shape that could never hurt us.
Yeah,
They're little
you
bears.
could put it in kits packaging. They would eat it and get all high.
Okay, Rob, please feel sure to. Is this you are being called out? You're going to have to share your private emails with Pat, where the rejection happened. Okay,
Rachel.
This is a rejection.
Okay, let's forget about you, Rachel. Sue.
Yes.
Would you say I don't lie? I have no reason to lie. But when Pat, when you're on a there, here's why, Pat, you have no.
She was a boofer.
It looks it's like Sue's ready to get angry. Listen, Pat, you have no personality in the chat or in the VC as you are. Your only personality is when I'm around being angry about me. That's it. Why don't you just go about your life and I'll go about mine?
I think Pat was trying to make friends with you, and you didn't make friends back.
Well, but Pat, Rob explained that. Yeah. Pat became needy. When people get around Rob, he's an alpha male. And people get needy around Rob.
I thought I was fine with Pat, but then he didn't like one of my replies to him.
Yes.
And he made some weird demand on me. Then, Sue, he went everywhere he could.
Yes.
At least twice that I saw, to say how bad of a guy I am.
Okay, hold on. Okay, in his defense, I talked to Pat about this. Don't you realize what happened, Rob? I'm going to make myself big on this, Rob, because you need to hear this. Pat fell in with bad companions. It was with Rojas constantly. And Jason was not your fan and it would hurt you. And then Pat got influenced and he started to say he got hurt feelings. Okay, go ahead, Rob. See how you can handle that.
Rachel, you've changed my point of view. Thank you.
Right, good. Finally.
Hey, Pat, give me a ring.
Don't forget to call. Holy smokes. I'm so happy. We got Sarah Raging Tomato. Obviously, Rob, you're a big fan. But also we got Joe, Mr. Mayo. I love Joe. This is my Beatle guy. Number one, if I had one Beatle channel to watch, Joe's my guy. And that's the way it is. No apologies offered to anybody. He's my boy. I love this guy.
Okay.
See, Pat said this is great.
Oh.
Sorry. Pat said this is great.
Yeah, no one could hear it. Sue was saying, Pat, this is great. This is great. This is you guys are starting to bond.
No.
Oh, Rob, this is incredible. It's happening on what otherwise was a very difficult show. Rob, you had a barn burner. Your gallery is lighting up with fire. People were going, fuck Rachel. I had to ban that guy. And another retard come in and go, yeah, it's way better that you left Rachel. And then bang, I banged his ass. Well, I didn't bang his. Sorry, hold on. Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking. I am a tranny after all. Go ahead, Rob.
If anyone was really saying that in my chat, I paid it no mind.
Of course not. I don't blame you.
It was not, hold on. But I dictate the way the show goes, right?
Yeah. Well, but you had a moment of weakness. It got political with Easy Street.
But only the last 10 minutes.
The last 10 minutes, it was probably burning in your sweet soul all show. Go, you should see what Easy Street Records did. They're neo-fascists.
Hold on. Go ahead. I showed with Easy Street Records a story about Easy Street. They
became fascists or something, right? That's how I'm hearing it being reported.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Long before I've ever met you, I had friends that lived in West Seattle.
Yes.
And I would hang out with them. I would go up there a bunch, and we would eat breakfast at Easy Street. I had been there easily over the last 10 years.
Yes.
Even when I wasn't a heavy vinyl collector. And I liked the place. Didn't know who owned it. Didn't care. This article came up today, and Mazzy knows the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why first of all, I've been to Easy Street. Didn't look like they employ anyone who would be.
They're more like commie. Maybe that's what the
Well,
hurt was,
no, I
because they
did
got
hear-
the bins,
so-
because they stopped being commies and they started to love their country and support ICE. Praise
Well,
God. Yeah,
Rachel,
go ahead, bro.
I'm not gonna make any assertion or
Yeah.
that someone's either liberal or conservative. I
Far
don't
be
care.
it for me to do that either, Rob.
Well, that's what you do.
What?
But
Rob.
you do. Now, like, so,
Wow.
and that's what a lot of the morons do. They'll assume
Yes.
that I'm some sort of tree hugging liberal, which I don't think I am. I believe if you want to do something, you should be able to do it. That's what I believe.
Yes.
So getting back to it, is I was just bringing it up to clarify with Mazzy, is this, why would this guy need to say something one way or the other about the situation? That's what I was trying to find out.
Yeah, it's a legitimate question.
Inserted himself.
But I think he inserted, the guy at Easy Street inserted himself.
And
as
then
Susan.
now it's known that he is a person of
Color.
the person of, we're all colors, Rachel. We're all
Yes,
colors of the
Yeah,
rainbow.
he's become a person of interest.
No, he is, put it out there now, he's conservative, which seems odd to
Praise
me.
God.
What? Listen, there are plenty of closeted liberal and conservative people,
Yeah.
but he is in a town that's a notable kind
It's
of
a
liberal.
left-wing shithole. It's a notable, what you're trying to say, it's a very high-profile shithole of a liberal convention.
I spent time with you and Sue there.
Yes.
We didn't see a lot of shithole in this.
Hold on. We did. Okay, hold on, Mr. Smarty Pants. Did we or did we not end up walking into a very, dare I say, rapey area? You were the one that had, you warned me and said, look how Rachel.
Wait, what's the name of that town?
You particularly are vulnerable.
Wait, what's the name? When you had that fake little kid who lived there? What was that town?
What was his name?
You wisely said we're not going to meet him.
Because he's not real.
I said, let's get Massey to meet him.
That fake
Oh
little
my
kid.
God.
It was in Seattle. We were in the town where High Voltage Records was.
Yeah. Tacoma. We were in Tacoma.
Yeah. So, yes.
Okay. Wolfie goes, a funny comment made today on Rob's show was, hey, Maz, can you explain why you always have to explain yourself?
No.
That's pretty good.
Hold on.
Hold on, Wolfie.
I'm glad you made this comment, Wolfie,
Okay,
because
let's get to the bottom of it.
It's not political, but this just goes to show how off you are on things. I said to Mazzy, I don't understand why you feel the need to explain yourself. That's what I said to him, Wolfie. But you like Wolfie, you're skewed off.
Holy, so ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, I'm wearing the Mikey Arugula for today's show, the bright yellow. Isn't it cheerful? I love this shirt. I love it. And Frank, I've got to be wearing Frank, because Frank's Mr. Stickermania. We love him. Frank's here today. And I got my beautiful all whites, and I got my DJ Trish in white. I got so many uniforms I can wear to help the children promote their channels on Rachel's Coast, a very non-political channel, but one where we just have to kick people to the curb constantly. Okay, Rob, what year are you doing for records that never had a problem? Take your time.
Rachel,
records that never had a problem.
Is Wolfie writing your script today?
Wolfie's got a couple of singers in there. Okay, what's the time? You're going to show records that don't have a single bad song.
Right, that's the shtick.
That's the premise.
Hey, I picked up this album today up.
Okay, let's make you big.
Do you know this one?
Heads Together First Round. It looks like almost like the guys from Blood, Sweat, and Tears or something.
No, it's a Vertical UK comp.
Oh.
So I guess these are all bands that were on Vertical.
Oh, so the Vertigo Hit Squad.
Well, I don't know. Do you know
Big Warrior Summer, Little Jimmy Campbell. Love him. Nirvana. Legend. Tudor Lodge, Clear Blue Sky. So it's like a lot of grunge alt stuff.
No, this is from 71.
Oh,
Nirvana
it's British.
before
It's psych. It's psych
yeah.
Nirvana.
Yeah.
It's psych Nirvana.
But I've never had a true vertical swirl.
Yes.
So it's a true vertical swirl.
Rachel, you going to do another Beatles episode? Of course. Anytime you guys want me to be with you to do a show with you, Frank. Obviously, Frank, I love you. I will be there. All you need to do, Frank, is go, Rachel, and you've been so kind and so good. I owe the world to you. So, Frank, anytime you want me, I'm there. Come on, buddy. You know that. I'll be there. We love you. The home of the Louisville Slugger. I mean, come on, Kentucky. Rob, have you ever been to Kentucky? Have you ever been watch the bluegrass and watch a horse run and stuff like that?
Okay. Yeah. I've talked about this before. I've been to Cincinnati, which a part of the metro area, like a good chunk of the Cincinnati metro is in Kentucky.
Are you kidding me? I think of that's Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio.
I understand, but a border state to Ohio.
Right. Kentucky. It's kind of like the Tri-City corner.
Northern Kentucky.
Yes.
That area, a huge suburb of Cincinnati. So
I think I'm getting a tear in my eye over this conversation. Hey, okay, vertical is better than vertigo. Vertical is better than vertigo. I agree. I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, and Chuck likes to vertically insert, right?
Holy smokes. Nothing worse than having a split penis. Gentlemen, if your penis splits on you, see a doctor.
I don't know. How could you...
Look, it's rock and roll stories. This is a science story.
I understand that, Rachel, but how could you operate? How could it operate?
Well, because when it splits, it's broken. That's when you tie it together with string and you stitch it and fix it. Because if your penis is split like that, it means it's broken. And that's
I like to think I'm an avid shopper online.
Yes.
I've never seen penis rubber bands as something you could buy.
I wonder, have you ever heard of the wire wang holder, Rob?
No.
Wire wang holder. Wire wang holder is when your penis is so small, when you wear a prophylactic, you need to get a wire wang holder in order to secure the condom for your flaccid penis.
That can't actually find one that fits them.
That's correct. It's called a wire wang holder.
Mm.
They're very similar to pipe cleaners. A lot of guys need them. Sorry, Cabra, I'm moving it out. I shouldn't do that. Okay, let's say pull the string. Pull the string.
Well, Rachel, when you're a member of like a fraternity, and part of hazing is they have you tie a string to an area of your body.
Yes. With
a piece of paper that says pull this.
Really?
You're supposed to walk up to people
and do that.
Do that.
Ooh, Scotty's thinking of putting it into a soup. Split penis soup. That sounds horrible.
I think that sounds horrible. Is going in a direction that you probably would not like with that.
Yeah, watch out, Scotty.
Even Sarah is uncomfortable.
Even Sarah, she's seen everything. This woman's seen everything. She knows it all on her program. She's got every kind of guest you can ever imagine.
Yeah.
But Rob, it's so great to see you.
If you want to lose IQ points, go to that stream.
Wire Wang sounds like a good band name, boys and girls. Well, we got a lot of shit to crawl through here, Rob, with dealing with the aftermath of your program today.
What's the aftermath of my program?
Oh, Rob, the fallout is still being felt by me today. I'm absolutely devastated.
Well, explain to me specific fallout.
Well, just one example. Massey very boldly, publicly proclaiming on your platform, "Oh, I'm never going to see Rachel."
Okay, can I help you?
Holy shit, Rob!
Do you want to hear my take?
Beat my little fist.
Do you want to hear my take on that, Rachel?
It's Massey.
Do you want to hear my take on that?
Yeah, I want to hear it.
He said that before, and you know what's happened, Rachel?
What happened?
He came back to your shame. Him and Harry. Yeah. I don't take their word.
Harry walked out. They just walked. It was so hurtful. And
Rachel, before you,
yeah,
Harry walked out at least 3 times from my stream.
He walked out on your show too, Rob.
Right. You know what he did?
Passionate.
You know what he did? He came back.
Harry, please come back to my show just like you came back to Rob's show, Harry. What
Rachel,
happened, Rachel?
let's
It was
be honest.
horrible, Simon, and it was Rob. He started getting political. Then everybody went nuts over EC Street because it turned out he's a neo-fascist Nazi. And
Yeah.
now people are thinking of blowing up his record store because he's in Seattle and Antifa's all over the street. They're going to firebomb his record store. Rob,
Hey, hold on, Rachel.
that?
What you just described
Yes.
is controversial,
Admittedly.
but it's entertaining, unlike any of the UKVC shit.
Holy smokes, Rob. Harsh, harsh, harsh. Hope all is well, Sue.
Are you sure you can't make me small tiny?
Because Sue wants to be tiny again. Well, it's unfortunate, Sue. You came on penis splitting day. And so that is unfortunate.
Rachel, I have to leave, but who shared that information about?
That came, from one of our most trustworthy, beloved penis. It was Andy, Star Trekker.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know Star Trekker would
Andy,
never do that.
Andy, who's always serious, 100%.
Holy smokes. Okay. The only thing to do now would be to find Massey's papa and find, we got to find papas. Find out that they were brothers, and then they would bring healing. Thank you so much, Scotty. I'm working so hard. Rob, I'm going to miss you right away. I just love you. Anyway, I'm so glad you had a little time to come up and hang out with us before you head over to the big show. Wax has got to do a good show. Grant's Rock Warehouse, they're doing like albums that there's not a bad song you've ever heard on. Okay, that's the topic. Yeah. Now, you can either watch that or you can watch me rip Massey a new one as I go out in all hard. Rob, it's sweeps week. I've got to go all out on Massey and Harry. Look out.
Rachel, I have a bit.
Anyone standing when I'm done. Yeah, Rob.
I have a bit of psychic ability.
Okay. Whoa.
Mazzy and Harry will be back on here.
Holy, so you might need 5 minutes just to, after the power comes over you, you need to kind of recuperate from something like,
you'll feel drained.
Yeah, it's like, what is it? Chris Walken, Christopher Walken. When he goes, you're going to get a pain. You're going to have an ice cream cone. You're going to feel an extreme cold pain right here. And you go, oh my God. Okay. Sue is a saint. Abso-freaking-lutely. How do you put up with this nonsense, Sue? She is a saint. She's great. So anyway, Rob, thank you so much for being here. Let's open the thing up. We'll see if we can get some other kids. It's hard. Nobody can quite fill your shoes. You're the best we got. But we soldier on as best we can in difficult times.
I only came up to disprove bringing staple face Jim's nonsense.
That's young Jim. He's a good boy. And I see him as a bit of a protege, Rob.
He's a piece of shit.
Wow.
But that's my opinion.
Wow. That's the kind of thing could hurt a little boy like that. Got to put him down the wrong path.
I have to admit, last time they all showed up in the chat was not the best.
Okay, yeah. Now you told me Sue sang the last time, Jim and Jimmy, Martin McGrath and Chame, but there's a lot of heat between those boys.
It was not good.
So try and be good. And Sue, you just remind me what to do, and I'll police them a little bit better. Okay, Game Day Sports. Rob says nothing's happened. They'll be back. Don't worry. Just relax. Nothing to get excited about. Okay, well, Sue, this is fantastic. You're full size. You want to go back being a little peanut? Yeah. Oh, I'm a peanut. Okay, hold on. There we go. I know you want me to be the peanut and Sue to be big, but this is what you get. I'm the star of the program. Daddy Bug, we love you, Daddy Bug. Hey, Daddy Bug, how come you're not up here? We haven't talked to you for a while. That would be good. Holy smokes. So Massey and Harry are mad at me, and they just can't. There's too much Trumpy bearness and all that. It's too much. It's gone too far. Okay. Oddly enough, I watched Harry's latest video just before you came on, not knowing that he had left your chat. He's gone. Dead Quiet Vinyl goes, I wonder what the hell called me tonight. Dead Quiet, you need a thing. Okay, even a peanut Sue is greater than full. So listen, PB Tell, you son of a bitch. And what the hell's going on with you? I don't see near enough of you. Are you all upset too? Are you all having a little cry? God. The babysitting I have to do with you people. Now I got to go give Dead Quiet Vinyl a wrench. I guess they're shields now. Hang on, youngster. Good God. Where's the thing? Hang on. I got to watch my own TV show. Good Lord. Hang on there, Dead Quiet. All right, Dead Quiet Vinyl. Anyway, PB Tell, come on up here. Hang out with me and Susie. Let's see. Add as mod. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a very pleasant Tuesday evening and that we can add to your enjoyment of the overall thing. Upset about what? Well, it's up for you to tell me, okay? Plus, I got budgie problems, big budgie problems.
Please, no budgie.
Not budget, not budget, but budgie.
No budgie.
You're very welcome, Dead Quiet Vinyl. Very welcome. I stay out of the political stuff. Well, Rob didn't. You saw what happened. Why is everyone upset? Because Donald John Trump became president. Things are happening. Good things are happening. And the world is in turmoil as Trump rights it upright. Liberal tears, Patrick. Liberal tears. There's a lot of bunched up panties around here. The panties are so bunched. I just prayed that there's nobody with a split penis suffering a bunched up panty because you're going to be in a little bit of a pickle. Going to be in a little bit of a pickle. Trubby Bear seems to upset everybody. Trubby Bear does because the media gets upset and then they amplify the message. Then everybody gets crazy. We forgive you anyway. Okay. That's attaboy. Attaboy.
Oh, who is this?
Yes.
Rafael Chicas.
What?
Rafael Chicas.
Raphael's been around forever. Raphael's a good boy.
Is that well, he needs a wrench.
Rafael Chicas is a real boy or something. It's good. Raphael's old friend. What is PB Thel got his wrench?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me look here. Rafael Chicas. That is moderator. Yeah, so there's just, a lot of gaslighting comes from the legacy media. And then our guys and gals, they get so upset by it. They're all fired up. Then they come in here because it's free for all. We're just talking about stuff. And it just goes goofy. I'm happy in the gallery of your panel because, well, don't want to set off someone in the UK. Oh, Simon. Simon and PB Thel are arch enemies. Yeah, they became enemies in series 2 or 3, somewhere back then in one of our early episodes. PB Thel playing the role of a wizened old ripper of the vinyls. Simon, angered and fired up with youthful British energy, and it was just a Texas ire, and it just didn't work out. That's right, Raphael. Okay.
No, it's not Simon. He's fine with Simon.
No, not Simon. I'm okay with Simon. Well, that's why I need you to come up here so I know what the hell. Oh, it's a 4D? Are you at? Oh, right. They had the 4D fight. Oh, my God.
That was actually fairly recent.
4D is the stupidest guy to ever have a fight with.
I know that was.
4D's a lamb. He's the sweetest little guy. I don't know what set him off. He got all mad at you, PB Thel.
That went beyond my.
It was like that right over our heads.
Because I couldn't understand it.
Well, yes, exactly right, Beetle Babe. There's so much history here. It just goes back for frickin' ever.
Oh, because Patrick didn't like Melody.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, it's domino effect. So we had Melody. Patrick had a negative reaction to Melody. As do a lot of people. And then then Patrick said, I can't do the PB Thal. Then 4D goes, I love him. Patrick, I love that guy. And then there was an outing.
He took umbrage with Patrick's comment.
He took umbrage. Okay, got to go be kind to the penis. No splitting. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's our whole policy here. Our whole policy. Okay. Roma loves, always like it when people put an immigration report or quote and immediately go into Trump derangement syndrome mode. Only learn it was Obama. They do that all the time. Like I've seen a number like that where they go read up. What do you think about these laws that were enacted? They read a bunch of Obama era stuff and they go, hey, hate that. Then they'll show a bunch that they like, and it's Trump and they go, oh, that seems reasonable. It just goes like that. So we in the vinyl community, us content creators, especially the live stream brigade, we have to deal with the fallout of it all. Okay. It's up to us, myself, Rob, even Mazzy now, because he's a streamer, live streamer guy now. So, and Sarah, obviously.
It's gone up a level.
Oh yeah. He's becoming big in this whole streaming existence thing. Okay. What's not to like about Patrick? I love him. It's more than like, it's gotten to love. And then the whataboutism, who did a lot of whataboutism? Jesus of Nazareth. If you read the Bible, there's whataboutisms all there. Jesus did whataboutisms all the time. I had a little talk about whataboutism philosophy with artificial intelligence. It was an interesting posit that I put to it because it's used as a rhetorical argumentative tool, debate tool, and it doesn't necessarily do everything that's needed. Sarah, you got to go, or are you just doing the thing? Scotty, maybe she's just waving to Scotty. There are a few personality conflicts in VC. There are. No getting around that. Sarah, you're allowed to come up in your avatar form, but you got to just wave at me behind scene, before we do. We'll see how you're doing, what's going on. Maybe we'll talk Andrew. I watched so much Andrew Wilson the last 24 hours. Oh, yeah, we don't have to talk about him publicly. We can talk about other stuff. Anyway, also my friend Barry out in, where is Barry? He is out in Newcastle. And he took some beautiful astronomical photos, and they were so good. But, I looked at the camera. It's only like about $500 US. You can get it. And it's and you put your phone to it. The technology and the ability of these modern telescopes to get real detailed, beautiful photography. I give Barry full credit. He took some absolutely beautiful photos, and he actually took them from the comfort of his own backyard. Unbelievable. So I didn't even have to go to the, off to the moors, beware the moon, stay off the moors. Excuse me. Okay. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Sarah's gonna come up.
Yeah, dead quiet. Jesus, he was missing from the fascist topics. I miss this so much, and I didn't know. I'm glad I have my insomnia diet tonight. All right, well, I'm glad you're here, dead quiet. What part of the world are you in? Let me know in the comments below. Holy smokes. So what are we doing? We want to promote this show. We want to really promote the Patreon, folks. I really need your support there. Loki is really let me down. Loki Teo used to be, is another liberal. One of the first casualties. Lovely guy, deeply liberal, but just get over there. For the love of God. Sue, could you do a plaintiff plea? Yell it out from your corner. They won't be able to hear you. Listen to Sue if you hear about how badly it can be.
What?
Just go and say we need money.
No, I will not. I don't agree with you on that.
We really need money.
No.
I'm blurring out. I need money so much to get a better camera so I don't go out of the focus. I need to be in focus for this. All right. $5. Oh, we're not asking the moon, Sue. What's that like we're asking for the moon, vital community? For the love of God. Anyway, I'm still sorry for the loss of him. It's not your fault, Jen. Jen, it's not your fault at all. Okay, here's a commercial. Looks like we're going to be having the classical show tomorrow, 5 o'clock Pacific. Drop by, jump on, be there, make it happen. Okay, was Loki the fake tough guy Latino youngin? Latino? No, he's not a tough Latino. He's like Slavic. I think he's Slavic. Yeah, I'm on insomnia treatment. Started a year ago, I think. Well, I'm so sorry, Dead Quiet Vinyl. And where are you in this world? Are you in America, Canada, Europe? Let me know in the comments below. Boy, oh boy. Sue, what's exciting you? Where's your vision coming from? What's your excitement? You know, I'm big on flight sims right now. I'm all in love with my flight sims. What's your thing?
I'm painting, Tammy.
Sue's painting a picture, and it's early days. I don't think she wants to show it yet, but it looks good. I'm happy. It's got a lot of promise. And you're going to.
I'm in the love-hate point.
But you're gifting it to Junior.
I am.
To our son. He's going to get a nice picture. Europe, I am still safe. Safe in Europe. What part of Europe? It's a big continent. All right. Are you in Liechtenstein, the tiny nation of Liechtenstein? Let me know. Holy smoke, now I got volume. I thought Loki Teal was Thor, not that Thor. No, he's not our Thor. Massey just posted a members only video. You seniors know what he wants. Holy smokes. Yeah, Massey's cutting into my market, my Patreon market. He's in Bucharest in Romania. Wow, very cool. Romania, of course, the home of Vlad the Impaler. And Romania is like the language that's closest to Italian, because the Italians, so that's why they call it Romania, right? Because the Romans, the Italians went in there. Okay. Mazzy will shortly behind a paywall for anything that he says or does. Holy smoke. Mazzy works, right? Mazzy's a busy worker. Okay, Sue, this is for you. Curtis is sending his love to you. Curtis the cat. He's a little cat. Anyway, okay, so we may get Sarah up here in a little bit. Let's see what else is happening here. Let me take a look. It's her and me. Okay, well, let's get somebody else up here to entertain. You know, the show works. Folks, the show works with me talking to you. We rap, you know, we talk, we rap, we have some fun. God, what part of communication aren't you kids picking up on? Holy smokes. Okay, so you're doing your painting. What medium are you doing it in, Sue? Sue's working in the exciting world of acrylics. What is acrylics exactly, Sue? How does it stand apart from something like, oh, I don't know, charcoal or water paints and or oils?
Well, it's a water-based paint.
Yes.
Water-based.
Yeah.
So, and it dries very quickly.
Yeah.
But you can put mediums in it to keep it
yeah.
moist for longer.
Yes.
You know, so it's kind of a difference.
Yeah.
It's not like oils. Oils stay wet for a long time. So.
Holy smokes. Latin language, yes. Fringe Latin, I guess, with Putin influencers around, of course. That's the Slavic. So you got a little bit of a Slavic punch in there, right? Like I can say the word Bog. Bog is God. Bogu of God. Bogu. Bog. Nebesny, in the sky. Nebo. Sky. Nebo. Oh, it's so good. I can just do the Latin. Well, it's Slavic, but I can do it. Hey, anybody seen Melania? Anybody gone to see the movie Melania, the documentary? Apparently, it's the top grossing documentary in the last 10 years. Fantastic.
Don't talk to Rob about that.
Oh, Rob the Wax?
Yeah.
He's against the Melania documentary? Okay.
He'll tell you why they have high ticket
Yeah.
sales.
Okay, I found out yesterday Romanians are also considered Latin, those under Roman control. No wonder Romanian Palamine picked up Spanish so easily.
I know I used the M word. I apologize.
Paint me like one of your Canadian girls, says Joe. Holy smokes, Joe. Okay. Okay. Whoa. I got it. Do your sobbing routine saying, I have sinned against you, VC. Oh, forgive me. I sure the hell didn't sin against the vinyl community. Boy, oh boy. I'm the best thing ever happened to it. No, we pronounce straight phonetical words as they're written. We have Russian words here and there, but we'll get them out too. Like krish, do you use krish? That's word for cross. Cerkva for church. Renee Kermit, legend. And with the new branding, Renee back to the Renee Kermit. Rob worked hard with Renee on getting the name straight. That is a fantastic name, Renee. You did so fantastic with that. I'm really proud of your new name, which it's recognition, right? Fan recognition. Sean goes, I'm late. I just got here. Holy smokes. Okay. Okay, here we go. Patrick, are you going to be able to go on screen? I'm staying out of the way for you to pop up. Okay, so there's a promise, a commitment from 4D. Patrick, we'd love to have you up. Get Patrick up. Knee pads and all. You can bring your knee pads and everything. Oh, I see. That'll bring in the bucks if I groveling apologize. No, never apologize, Trish. Love means never having to say you're sorry. Okay, that's a big 60s saying. Okay. Okay. Where? Oh, dead quiet guy. I want to go to Transylvania. I want to go to a shop in Transylvania for records. Get the Monster Mash. But anyway, yeah, I'm just a big fan of Bucks. I don't know where it started, where it came from. You know, I woke up the other day. I realized I think I'm a bit of a money grubber, Sue. I said, I think I might be a bit of a money grubber. Nobody wants to be a money grubber, but you got to deal with it. Yeah, love means never having to say you're sorry is from the incredible love story movie. Isn't it, Jen? That's right. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see how long Dead Quiet's able to survive here. You may not survive, Dead Quiet. We'll see how you do. Guys, any of you realize already some fun facts? Europe says Russia is fascist. Europe says a lot of shit. Same about us today. Russia and U.S. says about Europeans they're fascist. I don't know if anybody says that. All right, here she is. Yeah, okay, you can go. Okay, here we go. We're gonna bring her up because she's a real girl, but she's a real girl in disguise. Okay, so now we'll go 3. All right. Now what's going? You're absolutely gorgeous, Sarah. I really do. I mean, I think you're just lovely. But yeah, which I think helps when you're going to do a presentation, be a presenter, a host, a guest, doing multimedia visuals. It doesn't hurt to have a little bit in the, what do you call it, Sue? In the L'Oreal,
Maybelline
department. Yes. Cover girl, all the rest of it. How you doing, Sarah? We can't talk about Wilson because there's a non-disclosure agreement. But I'm just throwing that out there.
Oh.
But I'm just talking shit. So, but tell me what else is. Tell me what's fun. What is exciting you? Sue's into her painting. I'm running around playing with joysticks and throttles and flight simming.
I like playing with joysticks too.
It's done just a girl. I just felt something about him. Go ahead.
Gosh, we just got that big snowstorm here out in Maryland, so that was obviously a lot.
That is nuts. This winter snow.
Yeah, the kids were off for a whole week, and that snow is probably going to be sitting out front for a very long time. There's just this like tiny little space to walk down the sidewalk, and just enough space to get into my car. But yeah, it's probably gonna be there a while. But yeah, the channel is just kind of doing its thing, and then there's also Sleepy Tomato. I'm still kind of re-guiding that one, figuring out where I belong on that one. So
Well, it's a more
um,
laid back affair, right?
it's more laid back. I like doing the commentary. I like reviewing stuff. Kind of like the place where I can talk smack. Because that's what I kept hearing after this whole debacle was like, well, you're supposed to be neutral. You're not allowed to respond to any of this. And I'm like, that's stupid. Like, why would I not be allowed to respond to attacks? That's
Well,
retarded.
that's goofy. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, well, because you're supposed to be a moderator, you're supposed to be neutral. It's like, all right, well, then I'll just
Oh,
start a
shush.
separate. I
Yeah.
know. So I just started a second channel, and I was like, here, I'll talk all the smack I want here. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to really divide the raging tomato and sleepy tomato, and keep it, where sleepy is just me, and then raging tomato is,
Yeah, because
open
it's
panels.
nuts, right? You got so many different people, so many different, there's egos, so many different personalities there that it becomes like such a deal. Like you go, oh my God. And you wonder sometimes why you even do it, I'm sure.
Oh my
But
God. My dad came on last night, and he hosted my show for like an hour and a half.
yeah, what did he think of it, of the
Oh
experience?
God. By the time the panel started paneling, I could tell he was starting to lose his patience with the
Yeah.
douchebags and the Spicoli. I don't know if you remember Spicoli.
I know Spicoli. He's
You're
an alcoholic
gone.
or something.
He's the fine weed
Oh,
kind of
okay.
guy.
Yeah.
But he, of course, tried to sexualize me to my father, which, of course,
Oh,
my
what an
father was
idiot.
having none of that. He's like, "You're
Yeah, of
talking about
course
my
not.
daughter." But yeah, I mean, at first it was fine. Like my dad was having fun, and then the panel started filling up with the douchebags,
Yeah, it's
and
tough.
he, of course, yeah. But it was really fun though. I was so proud of my dad. I was excited to like share him with the world,
Yeah.
and at first he was just supposed to kind of like introduce the night for the open panel, and then it kind of turned into an hour and a half of him talking, and I just sat down to the side and pulled up comments. So
Uh,
yeah.
yeah. And now, is there a couple of guests who are the names that come on and you go, I know we got a winner. Every time the person comes up, you got a good guest. They're polite, they're intelligent, they're nuanced, they have a good view. Who do you like that way?
Ah, oh, that's a good question. They're polite. I'd say there's a lot of ladies, like Mrs. Balderson, Christine Balderson. She definitely has a way with her words and a way with putting the men in their place very kindly.
Yeah.
And so we kind of popped her cherry on panel hopping. Her husband, Benjamin Balderson, is normally on my show, but we did a ladies' night and got her on, and now she's hooked. So I'm excited for that. Let's see who else. It's usually all the ladies. Like Iotin popped on for her first time. We've been getting a lot of new people.
Good,
I don't know.
good.
Yeah, so I'm excited. I think, as far as debates are concerned, it's kind of like I just I don't know. I kind of lost a lot of steam on trying to find debates, and I lost a lot of debaters who have blacklisted me. So
Yeah, that sucks. I'm dealing
yeah,
with, in my world, it's liberals, right? Those are
I
people
got
that,
plenty of those.
yeah, I know you got a lot of liberals. It's kind of weird, but it's a real balanced crowd you've got. You've got conservative people, MAGA people, but you also have a really good, healthy dose of liberals in your world, which is kind of well.
Yeah, yeah, and
What
they have
I
their
wrenched him.
fun.
Oh, I know, but say hi.
Oh, okay. I got to say hi. We got a new viewer, Be Wild 2.0. You're
Born to
twice as
be
better. Do you know Be
wild.
Wild? Do you know Be
Nope,
Wild?
nope.
Anyway, from Ontario, you're from Ontario, are you? Center of the universe. Holy smokes. Warm welcome from Ontario. Well, I'm out in Nanaimo. This is my wife, Sue. This is my daughter, Sarah. Oh, she's shy.
Believable, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm still trying to like, slowly working back into the debates, but I just my hopes for debates are kind of like, I'm not motivated for it anymore. I'm kind of like really down and out on that one internally. and just not really like excited to be like, oh, let me go find some more debates, just because the idea of collaborating with someone and then they turn and do something like that is a scary thought.
Yeah.
So if anybody latches on the way he did onto my show, like that's a big fear factor, and I just want to avoid it.
So going forward, then what's the best way to keep that from happening? Just the format, just keep rotating everything all the time.
I mean, uh, well, I had that kind of like strategy going on right there towards the end of that whole breakup thing, where I was actually trying to filter out the Crucible people and try to expand a little more in the lefty liberal side of things so that we could bring the balance back again.
Yeah.
And that was just particular strategy, you know what I mean, in terms of who I was bringing on, who I was getting, into, and so on and so forth. But obviously he kind of blew that one out of the water. Um but it wasn't if you're if you try to maintain a balance between all sorts of communities, you have to keep bringing in new communities. You have to keep kind of like scavenging for them. And that's where I'm just kind of losing motivation. So I did expand out to TikTok, and I'm like slowly uploading videos to that, like little clips to try to get people over from there, because I hear the TikTok debaters are pretty fun. And maneuvering in like a lot of other directions with the clips and things like that, just to try to get more outreach for people who like to do panels, because there are people out there who like to jump on panels. You just got to find them, or they got to find you. So
Yeah. Well, I
mhm.
mean, well, it's really interesting. I mean, just I was watching Andrew, like it was amazing. Like he's on Rogan, then he's on Paul Bet Day. I mean, he's on the biggest of the biggest shows that are kind of floating around out there.
Mhm.
I don't know if he's been on Tucker Carlson, but that would be another Dan Bongino or anything like that. But
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, more power to him. I'll never be the one to hold
yeah,
anybody back or shit on anybody for doing well. That's just not my style. It really wouldn't affect me in any direction, right? Because like I'm not a person that goes on to other people's shows for interviews quite often. It's not like, who wants to ask the moderator, right?
yeah.
Now Sleepy Tomato will hopefully expand in that direction, as a commentary reviewer type of show.
But
But
you're high profile. People know you. That's the thing about you.
well,
You know,
yes, but also, because of everything Andrew's done, saying that I was an online prostitute and a whore, and like saying I had naked photos of myself. That's a big tarnishment to my name.
yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah, and so I can't go any. I wake up every morning to like 5 or 6 new comments telling me I'm a whore or a piece of shit or a
It's nuts out
prostitute,
there. It's
or
very difficult for women
yeah, well,
because
or even people asking for my nudes that don't exist.
yeah.
So it's kind of been a long few months, like miserable few months, having to deal with that every day and trying to find motivation to move forward at the same time. So it's
No,
kind
it's
of it's
horrible.
not
It
been
shouldn't
fun.
happen. Yeah.
It's not been fun at all.
So these are the what do you call them? The Wilson followers, I
The
guess.
Crucible crew is what we like. That's what they call them. But there's a good solid, large group that does that, and they all love to just bully. I mean, if you even go to my Twitter feed, constant. I mean, they just can't stop. I can't comment on
Yeah.
anything. I can comment on a cute cat video, and they'll come in being like, "You're a whore," and I'm like, "What the hell?" So it's just it, it makes it tough. It makes it really tough to be able to try to maneuver, away from it when they won't stop following me,
Yeah.
around. Oop.
I'm in so Be Wild wants to know where we're all from. Sue or Be Wild, right? Be Wild, yeah. So Sue and I are in Nanaimo, British Columbia, Canada, Vancouver Island, West Coast. Sarah's East Coast of the US. She's in Northeast US. Is
Yep,
where
I'm
she
over
is.
here in Maryland,
Maryland, yeah.
Maryland. But
Uh, And I love this, James Farley. I will always support Sarah. That's wonderful, wonderful.
Hi, James. James is always so sweet. James
James
is
is a good
always
boy. He's
on.
controversial.
Yeah.
He can be fine. He can smack talk like
Yeah,
anybody,
but
but
he
he's a good
doesn't.
boy. He's a
He
good boy.
doesn't smack talk me, and that's what I
No.
like. He'll smack talk my panelists, but he won't smack
Yeah.
talk
He
me.
likes, well, he loves it. If he loves you, you know, you got a good one in your corner.
No.
But yeah, that's the thing with you know, with the whole, but it's like you can break it down like Piers Morgan, Dan Bongino, Joe Rogan. These guys are the A-list kind of program guys. And then a B-lister is somebody like Andrew Wilson to me. Do you think he'd be would you rate him as a B-list guy?
Yeah, hold on, let me turn it on. I'm
As
trying to
high
like
as
shift
that?
rooms around the kids. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely put him up. Like
I
he's
think he's a
sitting
good
around
solid B-list.
300. Yeah, sitting around 300,000 subs. Like that's nothing to blink at for sure. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
And I think he's
It's
going to
in.
get more because he just did Rogan. More people are going to find and learn about him there. And Paul Bet David's got a big following. Bet David's another A-list guy. I mean, he gets Tulsi Gabbard on his show, for the love of God.
I don't know who that is.
Tulsi Gabbard is the what is she? Department of National Intelligence. And as well, yeah, I think she's a National Security Agency. I think she's the head of of everything. She's the director of national intelligence, is what she. Anyway, so she a bigwig, and she's a former Democrat, but now part of the Trump administration. And she's a looker. She's really cute. Okay. And then, yeah, there's the deal here. Rome Loves Dan goes, bastards, all those people that say stuff like that and apply things like that. Why would the commentators feel threatened? Debate the topics if there's a problem, but don't go to the lowest common denominator. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jen, you get it too. You're a pretty lady, and you're going to get a lot of comments as well, Jen.
Yeah, it never. I'm fully aware that I'm in a man's space. I'm no spring chicken to that concept. But that is the thing you have to battle is when in doubt, they call you a whore. Like there's just no other way around it. So.
Oh, there's no Marty in Oregon, a bona fide liberal. I'm sorry you've had to deal with Wilson. He's an independent liberal.
Oh,
no, he's a good boy. Anyway,
bastards.
I'm sorry you've had to deal with him. He's not a good dude. Good Lord, Marty.
Well, if you guys actually, if we could take a moment to shout out the Sleepy Tomato.
Yes.
The Sleepy Tomato, if you don't like all the dudes, all right, if you guys enjoyed watching me and hanging out, then go over to the Sleepy Tomato. It's at the Sleepy Tomato Sarah, and it's just me. And sometimes we sit and we I'll ask trivia questions, or we'll just hang out, or I'll review some stuff and we'll talk about it. It can be slightly controversial, but it's me, my opinion, and I just don't give a fuck about anybody else. Nobody comes on panel, nobody can come talk to me. It's just me and my chat, and we're chilling. And I need like 80 more subscribers over there, I think, for monetization.
Yeah, Sue just dropped a sub your way. Yay! Okay, here we go. This is Sarah's other channel, Sleepy Tomato.
It was a separate channel.
Yeah.
Yes, I was originally dual streaming. Oh my goodness, I think the puppy. Did you hear we got a puppy, by the way?
What kind of puppy did you get? We love puppies.
She is a yellow lab.
Oh,
that's her talking.
They're loyal.
I don't know
they
why.
Will love you.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Her name is Ophelia. Of course, my daughter named her after the Taylor Swift song. Let me go switch rooms here because she's just gonna make a bunch of noise. I'm trying to run away from everyone. But her name's Ophelia. We call her Opie.
Yeah.
And she's a hoot and a holler. It was like an impulse decision.
Yeah.
Yeah. A friend said, hey, my son has all of these puppies. They got to go. Like, cause they were moving and all this stuff. And they finally reached that age where they were able to leave. And I don't know what hit me, but we went up there and we got the puppy. I don't know.
Well, they are the greatest thing. We're dog lovers over here, so we're all happy about that. Let's take this one on Dead Quiet Vinyl. Hey, to be honest, I'm just waiting to see when Nick Fuentes' name pops up. I'm not a fan of Nick Fuentes. Sue is not a fan of Nick Fuentes in any way, shape, or form. We think he's kind of a CIA asset more than anything else. We don't like him. So that's my take on Nick Fuentes. I don't know what Sarah's opinion is of the guy.
Nick Fuentes, here's the thing about Nick Fuentes. He could have some great talking points, but he mixes it in with all of that other crazy mumbo jumbo, schnazzy, racism kind of rhetoric that all of his good points are lost. And he just looks like a douchebag with a microphone.
Yeah, it's just, I think he's another one of these controlled opposition types. And he's not MAGA either. That's important to recognize.
Yeah, he's crazy. And did you see his thing with Piers Morgan?
I didn't, but I heard about it.
Oh my goodness, it was a hot mess.
I don't watch him. Like, I watch people I'm kind of interested in. Like, Wilson's an interesting guy. And Paul David Bettman, his comment on Wilson when he came in there, he says, "I watched you come in." Goes Paul David. He goes, "You got a lot of anger in you, man. You got such an intense look." And
yeah.
And so he went in on him, on Andrew, and really wanted to know psychologically, where it's all coming from. I thought it was a fascinating and a perceptive and a discerning comment on David's part. I thought that's a great question to ask the guy. And because I find him interesting. Wilson's an interesting guy, but also because from the theological angle. And it's interesting because, he's the Orthodox religion, Christian Orthodox. And, and I studied history, religion and stuff. So it's something I know a little bit about. Probably enough just to make me dangerous to myself, but nonetheless, I know a little bit about it. And so I find him interesting, from that perspective. But I do respect the idea that he was taught by his father to think logically. And even though I clown around, I joke and do the thing, I don't take these people seriously. Like the debate we had over on your channel, a lot of it, is there a blue wave coming? My thesis at the end of the day when I was there on that topic was you just got to wait. It's too early to tell. You got one thing that you won, one election. It's no indication of anything. You're going to have to wait. And then I said, you can come back and I'm happy to re-engage you a year from now once we get the midterms over, and then we can talk about your blue wave.
Right. No,
because I said there's a whole lot going on. Wilson is mean. I don't have a problem with opposing views, but he defaults to ad hominem all the time. He explained the ad hominem. He talked to a trans man who had detransitioned, so a biological female. Charlie is her name.
And she's been on my show.
Oh, has Charlie been on?
Yeah, her and him actually debated on my show a few months right before that whatever podcast.
Okay, twice. Interesting. So anyway, I love the fact that she was on there with you too. I mean, this is what I'm saying, Sarah. I mean, I have it's early days for you. Early days. There's still so much to be accomplished for you. I think you're really good. I think you got charisma. I think you got a lot that people find attractive and draws them in to watch and to be engaged with. I think it's incredible. But anyway, going to this, she attacked him on his wife. What about your wife sleeping with 4 guys or 3 guys before you came across, blah, 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 trying to make a point about, his highfalutin concepts of fidelity and the rest of it.
Well, her point was
he interpreted that as an ad hominem. And just in context, I'm addressing not 4D. I'm addressing Marty, who's saying, well, he does the ad hominem. He only went on the ad hominem when the person went ad hominem on him, and then he hits back.
he didn't actually let her finish, because she, if you listen to it, she was trying to explain to him that her worldview would actually accept and embrace his wife's prior behavior more than his worldview. And that's what she was trying to get to. She wasn't actually going for the insult. And that's not Charlie's behavior, at least my interactions with her. She's not
Right.
an ad hom type of attacker. She's not like, you're a douchebag type of person. She sticks to the actual talking points and arguments. So I already knew that when I watched the clip. I was like, oh, wait a minute. And if you actually stop and listen to it, you'll see where she's trying to go with it, but he cut her off. He cut her
Yeah.
off so hard. And but you see the buildup when she said, your worldview is X, Y, and Z. My worldview, let's talk about, like, your wife has 3 baby daddies, X, and then he just went right for
Then
the
he,
you
yeah,
look
that's why
schniz
he
thing.
lost it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, had he just waited like a half a second, he would have, and that's part of,
I see that. I get that.
yeah, and that's again, like, I've known Charlie for a little bit. Of course, I don't know all of her work. I just know what she's done here, and she's pretty standard across the board with just doing the arguments. Even when we go into like open panel dumpster fire, she sticks around for a little bit, and then she's like, "Okay, it's a little too much. I'm getting out of here now." Because
Yeah,
that's
interesting.
when it starts mudslinging and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's always been a sweet girl. I was surprised and not only that, she was stating a fact. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's
Oh,
not,
yeah, you can say the fact about somebody or whatever, but it can be, I get the context of it, and I even get the
mhm,
point she's saying. It's just that for a guy like Wilson, once you hit on the wife, the gloves are all off. You can't use she's outbound, even though you can make a point using her as your example of our people would embrace, your whorish wife.
mhm.
We our side would embrace the whore. Even doing that would be problematic. Sorry, Susie's got to go over there. All right, there we go. Anyway, I just found it interesting, and I found Charlie is an interesting person. Detrans man, she's a trans man, the
Mhm.
detransition, and I think she does really good at being a girl. Like, I think she's good at it.
Mhm.
Thoughts?
But she was originally a girl.
She's
Yeah.
originally a girl, but she's really
Yeah.
good at being a girl, I thought. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I
I don't know how
think
good a guy she was.
she offered a while back for me to pull that topic in on her behalf. I think I'd had too much of the trans conversations, because every panel led to that road every time. So I was like,
That's
yeah,
funny.
let's hold off on that for a little
Yeah.
bit.
Can we not do
um,
trannies for once, for the love of God?
yeah, yeah. Well, once I banned Mel, the Cosmic Fox, once I banned her, like, that conversation rarely gets brought up now. And I realized, looking back, it was usually her that brought that into the picture. But yeah, she's very open into talking about it, and she's like very against it and all of these things, and here's why, and yada yada yada. So it's an interesting perspective to, if to I should just tap in on that and pull in the conversation, because I would be interested in learning, like, why go one way and then the other.
Yeah,
Um
it'd be interesting just on her personal story, where it's coming from, what it's all about. So,
mhm.
I guess, is she a commie, or what's her thing?
She's I would say she's liberal lefty, maybe center left ish. She's not full left embracing on everything, but on certain points she is. So I wouldn't say she's a righty by any means, but center left. She sits in that wheelhouse for sure. But she's very open to listen. Like,
Yeah,
when I brought her and Andrew on for their second, like, debate, it was deemed as an open discussion, not a full on debate. And she was very open to listening and taking everything in that he was saying. And she asked questions, she prompted, she poked, everything in order to try to understand what he was talking about.
yeah.
So, mhm.
Yeah, no, I mean, credit to her. But I like it, and I mean that's my favorite people to debate. You just everybody like when I I like the guy that I was talking with. He's a sweet guy,
Oh,
but I
Wick,
got them
he
laughing. So I
is.
got those guys laughing, and I go, "That's all
Yeah.
I'm there for."
Yeah, Wick's a
I
sweetheart.
won the comedy fight.
Yes, you did. You 100% did. Wick's a sweetheart. I don't know what I would do without him sometimes because he has all the lefty Rolodex, and I
Yeah,
had
and
at the time I had
he's got a good following there.
yeah I had all the righty Rolodex. So we swap names every so often, and it was very helpful. But now I don't know who to offer him anymore. I'm like
Yeah,
I don't even know. I don't even know, dude. But yeah, he's good. Have you picked up on Ryan Mullally yet?
Ryan Mullally, teach me.
He came in for a Throwdown Thursday. I think it was
Ryan
last
Mullally.
week. Ryan Mullally, he's a lawyer up in I think New York.
Oh,
And he actually did the word war debate. Have you picked up on word war debate yet?
no, I'm way behind you. Teach me.
Okay.
Teach me
Well,
about it all.
well, word war debate was part of Andrew's whole like defamation of Sarah piece, but I was supposed to be working for Word War Debate until he did everything he did. But
Yeah.
in any event,
Yeah, I'm sorry. The
uh,
whole thing is such a mess. And
oh, is a huge
listen,
mess.
I'm Team Sarah. That's the way it goes. And it's just I'm watching this guy. He's gaining some notoriety. He's gaining some
Mhm.
more
As he
profile.
should, as
His
he should.
profile's raising. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a lot of work for it. So more
He's
power
a
to him.
charismatic guy, is what he is. He's
Mhm.
charismatic.
But Ryan
Anyway,
Mullally, he's been on to debate on my show a couple times, and he just did a Throwdown Thursday with me. But he was on Word War Debate. And you want to talk about a new upcoming debater. He still has the entertainment factor, but he's not throwing around ad hom, mudslinging. He's not like a total douchebag. He's really nice to talk to and work with. Debaters are happy to talk, like operate with him
yeah.
on all the sides. Really easygoing dude, but he did the birth rate or not birth rate, birthright citizenship debacle.
Right.
And
I
yeah,
saw that being advertised
Mhm.
when that topic came up. So was he the pro birthright? Was he anti birthright? Where did he sit?
He is anti birthright citizenship, but it's of course conditional, right? Like we're not just going to strip
No,
everything
it's
away.
nuanced. Yeah.
Yeah. But with what he explained that the Supreme Court is currently reviewing is actually makes a lot of sense. It just prevents people from doing flyby, give birth. Here's your official citizenship. Oh, you just had your baby, and 3 weeks later, you're heading back home to your country. You're going to let your kid live there until whenever. And then when they're 18, they come back looking for their citizenship. So the measures that are currently under review would prevent that ability. He was telling us too. There's like actual like almost like tours that they offer in China, where if you're towards the end of your pregnancy, they'll get you your passport and everything and fly you out to America or like the not America, but like our little what is it like? Is Puerto Rico part of ours
Oh,
yet?
yeah, yeah, it is. And like
Yeah, they'll
Guam. Yeah, these
yes,
are US
yes.
protectorates. Like Guam would
Yes.
be involved too.
Yes. So anything that's still considered a US territory, and they'll fly them to
Correct.
those places because it's easier to get away with it. And then they'll have their babies there. And then they, of course, fly them and the baby back to China. And then in 18 years, they can come back and that child is now
Yeah.
a US citizen. But these are like pop-up tour things that they offer and everything. And it's a whole system. And he said, like, stuff like that has to stop because that's not what
It
the
was not what it
intention
was. It
was.
was never intended to be that way.
Right. The idea was like if you're born here, essentially your parents are living here, and you're automatically,
Yeah,
want
that's
to.
what happened. Like everything changed. Like the whole idea, they talk about the blue slip rule. So if you get a couple of Democrat senators, if Trump has an appointee, say he wants an AG to go in, the idea was it was a good rule, a good idea initially. It was
Right.
to stop parachuting politicians or appointees in, parachuting him in into a state where the people, it wasn't in the interest of the people to have a certain figure come in there. But then it's become weaponized. Now it's just used as a tool to say, we're rejecting this candidate because it's, quote, your candidate.
Right. Yeah, no, makes sense to me. But anywho, I've been watching Stranger Things with my son. We've been
Oh, yeah.
marathoning it because neither of us have watched it, and he heard about
Sarah,
it.
I'm just glad you came out to talk to you. It's nice to talk to you. I'm a big
Yeah.
fan. Ladies and gentlemen, Sleepy Tomato. Let's get some more subs over for Sleepy Tomato. It's a laid back environment. Check it out. She's just lovely. And you could go see her out of her little shell here. She's in her little S Supergirl form. But when she's over there, she's Super Sarah and she's wonderful. So
Aw.
support
Well,
her.
I love you guys. Thank you for always being so
Yeah.
supportive.
Thank
And
you.
we'll,
Sarah,
talk, Rachel, for sure.
yeah,
Offline.
I'm just curious because Wilson's been all over my YouTube, and I go, oh, fuck, he's on more. Oh, here he is. All right, love. Thank you so much, Sarah.
All right, love you guys. Bye-bye. Have a
Love
good
you.
one. Bye, Sue.
All right, let's get another child up here. Who's going to be our next guest on the TV show? Gosh, I kind of like it like this when we just get different people. We had Rob up for a little bit, then we get to end up getting a kind of a different clientele. The thing I want to do too is we should try and work out some microphone thing for you, Scoozy. That'll work. I don't mind putting headphones on myself if that's what it's going to take to de-squelch you or however we're going to do it. But that might be a good thing. Anyway, let's see what else is happening. So Richard Dolan's in. A couple of weeks ago, we had Richard on. Was it? I think just last week. Richard did a good job. We don't watch the same news starting last year. Wow, I don't even know where that's coming from. I don't know what the hell the kids are watching in Romania. I don't know what they're watching in Romania, but it is what that is. So yeah, it's interesting, this vinyl community and this channel. Again, so we got a rotation of the guard. So Mazzy out, Harry out temporarily at any rate for the foreseeable future, and we'll just see how we do. I'll be very curious to watch the numbers on this video. Like I say, the one last week we didn't have Harry, we didn't have Mazzy, and we kicked in at I think it was close to 1,900 views. So that's tremendous. I'm very happy with that kind of number. For the show. Hey, Satan, how are you? My favorite little demon, Satan Rojas official. We love you, little devil kid. Chuck T with eyes on. Eyes on. Okay. The lavalier microphone I have was only like $20. Yeah, we do have a second microphone here too. Okay, let's see what this is, what kind of dribble this is. Pretty much all that is happening every day in the U.S. Have no fear, we're all up to date here. The U.S. is doing just fine. The U.S. is mankind's great hope in terms of political solution. Rachel, I'll come up an AG and act. No, Richard, we had you last week. We're not getting into a routine, lad. If I lived in Romania, I might have insomnia too. Vlad the Impaler. Good God. Starker, your ignorance saves you, man, says DQ. But, I think there's so much coming to light that people don't know about. This is why I say the Mike Bex, is that what the name? Michael Benz. Michael Benz. He was so good today, Michael Benz. He was just excellent. And he talking about Iran-Contra. That was a Republican game that was corrupt. And then he was talking about the Fast and Furious, that operation that went nuts. The Contras and Sandinistas, the government, the CIA running around causing trouble. Okay, rolling on, laughing out loud. Yeah, and Putin. Okay, we get it. You don't like Putin. You don't like Russia. We get it. Okay. Okay, Mike Tomlin, USA is about 35th nation state rankings. It was around 15th in 2016, doing fine. Yeah, the US is at war right now. Like Trump said, he could balance the budget if you didn't have so much corruption like we're seeing in Minnesota, Los Angeles, all of California, so much corruption, but they're going after it. They're going after it. And the whole thing you got to understand, Mike, is the world order is changing. Your old world is rapidly fading, Bob Dylan would say. And the reason why is Europe is losing its power, and you're getting into the old tripartite nation power, empire building. And the big empires, Russia, China, and the United States of America. And the world is getting divided that way, tripartite. I'll come up and argue with about politics if you want. I could probably live without that. I got my hands full with talking about these kids here, and also the whole thing about rankings. Like, I want to know who's the ranking, what's the index on. I mean, you can get these studies say Canada's the happiest place on earth to live. You got to be fucking kidding me. But anyway, corruption should be added to the table of elements. Well, I tell you, man, it is a thing. They're eating dogs and cats out there. Some are. You know, the thing is that you can take a couple of instances, and it is true, and then it gets conflated and blown out of proportion. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. Trump is the poster boy of corruption, has been since the 70s. USA is war with the first free world. Disagree entirely with your take on that. Trump's here to clean it up. You know, I just watched one of your Democrats she stole $5 million in FEMA money. These are from people that have been hit by flooding, a hurricane, tornado, what have you. And some bitch is taking $5 million from that class of people. Pretty outrageous, pretty horrible. And then, of course, you've got all the daycare centers running in Minnesota. That's pretty cruddy. Then you got Tim Walz handing out driver's license, which in turn, these non-Americans run around. Then they show up at a polling station with that driver's license, and then they have access to voting who's going to be president of the United States of America. That's a problem. That needs to go. Show your ID, get the SAFE Act passed. That needs to happen. It's entertaining to watch the world's division in real time. The inability to have a healthy debate without people viewing it as a personal attack is immature at best and completely ignorant at least. All right, Seaford. I'm not a Democrat, far from it. Well, what the hell are you? What the hell are you, commie? Health, wealth, crime, democracy, freedom, community, etc., etc. Okay. Romulan Stan, 35, ranking to jealousy. Best place to live. And all I say is you just got to understand the source. There's a lot of things going out. You can make a poll. You can do all this, that, and the other thing. Bottom line, a lot of good stuff is happening. Hey, Rach, do you think Trump derangement syndrome is going to be considered a real mental illness? Well, you know, I mean, again, reigns of power. So who owns the hospitals? Who owns the psychiatric industry? And whoever owns psychiatry and whoever can access the halls of power with their definition of a mental illness based on, quote, Trump derangement syndrome, then yeah, you could legitimize it, you could institutionalize it, you could institute it, and then it becomes a thing. In the USA, most people think Democrats are left-wing, did not study political science. Well, these terms, as you know, Mike, are weak at best. I mean, when you think about Trump's party, he's got, Kennedy Jr., he's got Bobby Kennedy on his staff. So the Secretary of Health, he's a former Democrat. You got Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat. You got Donald Trump himself, former Democrat. There are a lot of Democrats, living within the walls of the Trump administration. So, are those people left? No, I don't think so. So, but people try and do what they can do. I think it's actually a tautology, in so much that if you go too far to the left, you're going to end up on the right. Go too far to the right, you're going to end up on the left. There is no point having a debate. Lunatics won elections with algorithm manipulations and lack of education. Well, that's correct too. This was planned. Some idiots discovered in 2012 more and more idiots got smartphones and never installed Windows XP or a driver. Well, that's interesting. Okay. We had a Somali family daycare in the house next door. We greatly admired their ability to successfully run a daycare with seemingly no attendees. Well, what do you know? Oh, yeah, what do you know? So a lot of that's under investigation. You got that. Then there was another politician that was also up. She's under investigation, another Democrat, as this case says. I'm not saying Republicans aren't corrupt either. They are. But there was one. Her problem was she was $12,500 in the hole 5 years ago. And then since entering Congress, she is now $8 million in assets. So from $12,500 in the hole on her salary, she is now $8 million to the good. Whatever the hell she's doing, that's some marketing. My better half is signing off.
Thanks,
all right. All right.
I gotta go do stuff.
Yeah, I'm still having fun here talking with the kids, so we'll keep it going.
Me and love.
Yeah, love you, Sue. Okay, Sue, my better half kids. We're going to try and get her a mic. Okay, let's see. What else we got? Okay, they've moved to a new, more expensive daycare up the road currently. Wow. Hey, Rach, would you make a better president than Trump? At least you're educated and have the ability to pronounce basic English language. World would be better off with you in power. Oh, flattery will get you nowhere. Come on, Seifert. Trump's doing a great job. The economy is doing exceptionally well. Gas prices are down. And keep in mind that Trump's fighting the Fed. The Fed hasn't moved on interest rates. Those interest rates got to come down. We got to, this is why it's so important. There's so many things. Keep in mind, Trump's running around with an elephant on his back, the Republican Party elephant that's slowing him down at every turn. Yeah, he's a New Yorker. He's a real estate guy, and diction is not his strong point. But in terms of policy and what he's doing and his foreign policy, it's absolutely astounding. He's doing great work.
Yeah, I just found something up.
Yeah, it's 1974. This is a Marty album. We love it.
If I watch YouTube on your channel, I can do all your mod stuff, pin messages.
Yeah, you could do it as me and just play around. And I just let it be and then go with your cue.
Yeah.
So that's powering your thing. So, oh yeah, just do it. Have fun with that. Rome loves Dan. Hey, Sue, have a great evening. Have a great evening. But I think the most interesting thing about tonight's show is just the thing with our liberals and trying to work myself as the host. 'Cause everybody knows I'm a known commodity. We all know what you're dealing with when you deal with me. But as we go through different changes in the program, because we lose Harry, Mazzy, different people. Rob's pretty confident we're going to get him back. I hope so. I'd like to see that. And of course, they're always welcome here. But no, all this bullshit, you're in here, Trump's a pedophile, all that crap. That'll probably get you blocked at this point. I just don't feel like putting up with it. The Epstein files are out. You can do with it what you will, and we'll see what happens. Life is very interesting. You can't fight your bank. He is the president, isn't he? He should defend his institutions. Well, he's defending the institution, the Republic of the United States of America. And that's against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And that includes foreigners that have come in and co-opting the system. That needs to be controlled. And he won the election on that. People wanted control of the illegals that were pouring in under the Biden administration. That's well-founded. That's well-founded. And even CNN was putting out in their stats today, 76% of the Black population supported voter identification. 82% Latinos supported voter registration ID, and 85% of the white folks wanted photo ID because it just makes sense for everything. You need photo ID for a lot of stuff. And so there's nothing wrong with showing it. Certainly not racist to use it to control and protect your elections. And no one should fear that. The only one fearing is Democrats, because maybe, just maybe, they've been taking advantage of the system. Maybe they're a little concerned that Tulsi Gabbard was down in Georgia and that they grabbed 700 boxes full of documentation, ballots, receipts, etc. And the FBI got a tip, and it was enough of a tip that a federal judge okayed the FISA search warrant on to collect those, because Georgia State tried to fight against them getting released. So they've moved in there. That is utter crap. He killed U.S. citizens. That is utter crap. You know who killed U.S. citizens? Well, Obama killed a whole bunch. Obama killed a hell of a lot more than Trump. Name the citizen that Trump killed. Okay. Obama ordered the drone strikes. Let's not forget that. But that kind of comment is so it's so gaslit in its origins. You got professional agitators that fucked around and they found out. Both these people, Good and Petty, were part of the Signals Communications Network, well organized, corrupt, criminal. And then, of course, the footage came out of Mr. Smarty Pants with a gun. You don't carry a gun. In fact, if you've got a gun, the carry laws in the United States, there are restrictions on doing so. One of them is you don't get into altercations. If you're carrying, if you're packing, don't get into an altercation. Especially don't get into an altercation with the police. You're not allowed to go to a protest with an armed weapon. Okay, that's a no-no. That's breaking the law. That's the Handmaid's Tale one-on-one. Yeah, the Handmaid's Tale. That's Margaret Atwood, a well-known commie leftist bullshitter from Canada. Yeah, you can take your gun. You can't engage in getting into trouble. What does professional agitator mean? Professional means paid. You get paid. Money is, you make a transaction, and so you do it. You do it for the coin. Speaking of coin, we do have our Patreon going, ladies and gentlemen. If you can't get enough of Rachel's Ghost, having fun talking to you liberals here, there's more to be found, and you can pay me for it. Make me a professional YouTuber through joining the Patreon. We'd love to have you, Romania. Okay. Obama killed over ICE. Yeah, Obama's ICE killed 55 people. Not a word said. Well, that by definition is gaslighting. When one guy has 55, one guy has, and the fact that the world's attention is drawn in on the one thing because it's politicized, because the media gets a hold of it, it's a bonfire, it's gaslighting, and then everybody focuses out and the outrage is real. This is why I said a week ago, the police in New York City, they chased the boy right through the park. In a case of mistaken identity, they put a bullet through his heart. Heartbreakers with your 44s, you're going to tear my world apart. So a lot of people died. A lot of things have happened. You know, but this one became a thing because it's a political thing. It's a gaslit. It's a gaslight central point. Okay, Pibithal, are you going to pop up so you have a clear run? It's not a trap. I know you and Rach go way back. I don't even know if Pibithal's still here. If he is, I'd love to have him up. Okay. We know in Europe what fascism and communism actually look and feel like. Well, Trump was elected for one thing. He has a Congress that he's responsible to. All his government appointees had to go through Senate approval. Trump has to answer to two houses, and he answers to the American people. If he was a real fascist, you fuckers wouldn't even be on this platform. you'd have been booted off, and probably a lot of you would be rounded up and thrown in jail. You Americans, not the foreigners that are going to be shipped out of the country. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard has logic and seemingly cannot be bought. Correct. She could have been a strong Dem candidate. She was, but they excised her out. Okay. Okay. We enjoy the Jesus nuts like hell. Well, I'm a Christian too. I love Jesus Christ. I call him Lord and Savior. I call him God manifest in the flesh. So that's who I think Jesus is. Yeah, I mean, that's Ghost Head Soup, man. It's a great album. Angie. But anyway, but this whole thing, right, in terms of, of gaslighting. And that's what this whole thing was. You can't buy a Russian asset. Everyone knows. You just jail it. Well, Trump wasn't a Russian asset. Even though the Dems tried to paint him one, they used 51 phony, corrupt, former intelligence officers to claim he was one, but they lied. And it was proven that they lied. And people, there needs to be recompense. There needs to be a facing of justice for those devastating criminal lies. What's this about Mazzy and Harry getting it? They didn't get into a scrap, Bobby. They got offended because they were gaslit over the death of Petty, the Signals operative, the paid professional operative, him and Sandra Good and all that, whoever she was. And then the nurses have gone a little wacky. Anyway, what's it about? So they just got mad and they left the screen last week, never to return. Rob figures will be back. Most people I know in Nanaimo live an incredible quality of life in comparison to most of the world. It certainly looks like you have quite a pleasant lifestyle. I do all right, but the problem is that I have a government that's restrictive. I could be extremely wealthy here in Canada. The government is taking a huge portion of what we have in taxes. So we could be beyond wealthy here, but we have so much corruption. We got the Chinese government in. Do you know, we had people that had their bank accounts frozen by this government, Canada, the Liberal government. The other problem we have is that China is spending a lot of influence here. Even our version of the NSA, CIA, CSIS, they call it, said that 11 of our politicians have been compromised by the Chinese government, 11 of them. And now we just learned today that the COVID vaccine harms that were done by people that occurred to victims of the COVID treatment, the vaccine treatment back 4 years ago, that report that was put together has now been sealed for 15 years. 15. So in 15 years' time, people will be able to find out why they got so sick after having that jab. Not everyone, a minority, and yet it was sufficient enough for the Canadian government. If it was so safe, effective, and beautiful, then why the fuck are you sealing that evidence for 15 years? So yeah, I got it good. I got it way better than a lot of parts of the world. But at the end of the day, it could be so much better. And here's the deal. Also, we got our natives in British Columbia stolen land issue. And keep in mind, I once lived in a house in Oak Bay. That's a very ritzy, wealthy area of Vancouver Island, probably the ritziest, most wealthy per capita. And then from Oak Bay, then I had to move out of that little house and I moved to Sydney because the house there was a lot less expensive. The taxes were less. But then those taxes started getting up, and then I moved into a mobile home. And the mobile home I live in, I own the structure, but I don't own the land. And that's different from the two previous accommodations I was at. So yeah, it could be better. But Rachel, moving back to the U.S. is always an option. Do you know what? DQV, Dead Quiet Vinyl. I would love nothing more. I'm a retiree. I'm 68. All right. I don't have a job. I'm not, this is my job. This is where I make my money. So that's why it's important. Support me. So this is where I make my money. If I could afford to move to the United States, I'd be in a red state like tomorrow. I'd be packing up and moving. I would definitely would move. I would love to move. Politics, huh? Yeah, Bobby, that's what done I'm in. Okay. Just search the 14 points to identify fascism from Umberto Eco. Umberto Eco, the novelist. Are you the same guy, Umberto Eco? The one that did The Rose? Let me know in the comments below. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Holy smokes, I've got a lot of comments. Hard to keep up. Okay, let's do this one. Lutnick said, clearly he knew Jeffrey Epstein's behavior, and yet almost 10 years later, he was on the island with kids. According to his words in email, probably was. If it's his words and his email and he said it, he was on there. What's your monthly lot fee? Well, that's personal, Tim. I don't want to talk about how much I pay, per month to rent this place. But, it costs, right? And it goes up every year, of course, right? And of course, the limited value on the structure, it does not go up. Yeah, he had 50,000 books. I just posted on Instagram today. Go check. Yeah, I know who he is. I know more of him, But keep in mind also, if I win the lotto, I will move both of you to Texas. Eddie, nothing would be finer than to be in Texas. I would love that. I would love it. But, no, I love America. And keep in mind, I've got a lot. My sister lives in Colorado. She's an American citizen. My grandfather was born in Spokane. I got relatives, cousins all over the States. And I'm also part Native American. So I got Indian cousins on reservations, second cousins and third cousins on reservations all over the northern part of the U.S. and genetic relatives down in Oklahoma, because the Kiowa people, that I'm part Kiowayan. Kiowa, my people are from the Kiowa tribe, and they got moved out of the northern plains down into Oklahoma. He had 50,000 books, so there you go. That's a good one. Anyway, Eddie, that's very thoughtful of you. Okay, 40 goes, I'm trying to make space, but if Patrick doesn't feel, and Marty probably said, we might even get spiritual. Listen, I'm having fun. I'm here. I'm hanging out. You kids are welcome. You can come up. 40, I always enjoy talking to you. Here, 40, come on. Patrick's obviously not coming up, so hang on. Let me get the link. Come on up, 40. We'll talk. And we'll talk about anything. It doesn't have to be politics. Just talk about politics because of the situation with the channel and Harry and the way we're divided, unfortunately, right? Okay. Okay, this is interesting. The day people delete apps, I guess off the phone, stop using user pass-based social, the earth will be free of this insanity. Well, that's a high, that's a highfalutin thought. You're welcome to come up here too, Dead Quiet. We can talk. If people like people on the screen to talk and chat, you're always welcome. Eddie, it's too damn hot in Texas. Not enough rain either for someone living in a rainforest like Rach and Sue do. I've been to Dallas-Fort Worth, and it was 115 degrees in the shade, 115 in the shade. Okay, James Chavez. Good Lord. Crazy stuff. Okay, sad. We've always supported Americans, basically been brothers in arms. Trump came along, shit all over it. What a shame. Do you watch the Promethean Action program? Are you familiar, Seafrig, with Promethean Action? Let me entertain you. Let me get Promethean Action. They are a couple of old broads that have been at this game for a very long time. Okay. Let's go. Okay. They do a lot on kind of China, what's happening. And they've been around a long time. Let's go search their channel for UK or Canada. Let's go Canada. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to play a little bit, and then people that don't know these ladies should definitely follow them. Okay. And I won't play all of this, but it'll give you a sense of what's going on. And I believe these ladies have really sussed it out and figured it out. Okay, so it goes here. While you watch Venezuela, Trump quietly put Canada on notice. Let's go.
While the entire world is focused on Venezuela and Mexico and Cuba and Colombia, Donald Trump just quietly put Canada in the hot seat. Why? Because the operation in Caracas isn't just about Maduro. It's an opening salvo against the British Empire. Here's what the president said.
So we have to do something because we lost. The real number is 300,000 people, in my opinion. You know, they like to say 100,000. 100,000 is a lot of people, but the real number is 300,000 people. And we lost it to drugs, and they come in through the southern border, mostly the southern border. Plenty come in through Canada, too, by the way, in case you don't know.
But you're not supposed to notice that. The headlines covering that same press conference are focused on the usual targets, like this one in the New York Post. But while the empire's American propaganda arms want you focused on those usual suspects, by Sunday, the Canadians had figured out what I just told you. The editorial board of the Toronto Globe and Mail announced in their Sunday editorial that Venezuela's fate is a warning to Canada. Meanwhile, the rest of the narrative is being played out by the press, like the New York Times, which says that this is another regime change operation out of the Bush playbook and that it's going to split the MAGA movement. And of course, the New York Times' favorite new political figure, Marjorie Taylor Greene, played her part in feeding into the MAGA split narrative. Meanwhile, the Democratic Party is playing its assigned role in the narrative, shrieking about Trump's actions, and some are already calling for his impeachment. But here's where it gets interesting. Some of Trump's opponents, like the former head of Britain's MI6 and walrus man John Bolton, immediately recognized that what the U.S. did in Venezuela was not a regime change operation. They're actually onto something. It isn't regime change. It's a surgical strike against the British Empire's irregular warfare, and a key component of that, which we have long called Dope Inc., the nexus of narcotics trafficking, terrorism, and the City of London's centered banking system. And today we're going to break that down. I'm Susan.
All right. So, yeah, she's just excellent. I watch them a lot. They're called Promethean Action. Highly encourage you to watch them. Anyway, let's do a change of topic. We got a new individual up on screen. Variety of spice of life. Let's do a spice of life very quickly before we go on. I'm no expert on the subs. I know the 4 we bought from the UK many years ago was an absolute disaster, but I think there's a lot of backroom dealings that goes on with these kind of bargains, these kind of purchases. But just on the surface, pardon the pun, I'd go with German technology over Korean technology in a heartbeat. All right, especially when it comes to military gear.
Rob Walker is the submarine expert.
Yeah, Rob Walker would be our guy. Anyway, 40, always a pleasure to have you. You know, you like to tease me on the numbers game, but seriously, you and I and Rob Walker, who's incredible, and Simon, us four, we managed to pull in, and it wasn't just, us four. I mean, everybody else up here, Rob earlier in the show, but we got 1,900 views on a live stream for an account that has 600 some odd subscribers. That's just stupid. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. It shows we're engaging people, and it shows people are interested in what we're having to say and what we're having to do. And we have a darn good time doing it. You're always a pleasure to have on for me, 4D.
So is my microphone okay?
Your microphone is fine.
Okay. I really liked Rob the Waxed appearance today when he came on. Even though he kind of pretended that he came on to take on the chat naysayers, he was actually a very calming, long view influence. I really like what Rob the Wax said. He can be quite a canny fellow when he wants to be. He can Rob the Wax.
Rob is brilliant. I love him. This comment by Bobby about drugs, my ass. Well, it wasn't about drugs. This is what Promethean Action is saying. What Trump did is he's destabilizing the old world order and the way things work. And there's a new sheriff in town. All the rules are changed. So I love the British skit. I forget the guy's name, David Summer, where he goes, "Are we the baddies?" He's got, Fritz, we've got the skulls on our helmets. Are we the baddies? And I just love the humor and the truth that lies behind that comment. Yeah, sometimes, we've seen the enemy, and the enemy is us. Sometimes you have to recognize that. 4D, cheers. I like the new poster in your background, Shadow of the Guy. Is that Boris Karloff? Boris Karloff?
No, it's a British actress called Barbara Shelley that I used to correspond with.
Okay.
She was in Dracula, Prince of Darkness, and quite a few Hammer films.
I own a copy of Dracula, Prince of Darkness.
Okay.
Christopher Lee.
Yeah, well, she's the leading lady, and she was the leading lady in Rasputin, the Mad Monk, which was Christopher Lee. And Hammer used to make films back to back to make it cheaper, so they use the same sets dressed up different. So she was the leading lady in both of those. This one's 1957, and I'm just showing this for Beetle Babe because she's a big Dudley Moore fan.
Yeah, Bedazzled.
Yeah, it can't possibly be. It's still in the shrink. It can't possibly be original.
Yeah.
So Dudley Moore did the soundtrack for this. So it's obviously quite jazzy, piano based, 1967. And I had to get it from the United States. So Beetle Babe will be able to get this easier than I did.
She get it easier than you were able to get it.
Yeah.
All right. Seaford goes, bottom line is that chit-chatting on a stream, either by you or 4D or Rob Walker, regarding politics accomplishes absolutely nothing. Well, what do you think we're trying to do? Which of you have actually acted upon your beliefs? What do you think my beliefs are, Seaford? You tell me what my beliefs are, and then I'll be able to tell you whether I've acted on them or not. Because what do you expect me to do in a democracy where the only thing I can do is vote and voice my objection? So I went down to the Parliament buildings when the trucker convoy was there, and I opposed the lockdowns of the COVID vaccine, that same vaccine that the government has now shut down any investigation on for 15 years. Lots of fun. So you tell me what our beliefs are, and then we'll tell you if we've acted on them or not.
To one degree or another, everybody acts on their beliefs, but Rob Walker made a serious point on the other episode, which is, even if you act on your beliefs purely on speaking out, that can be a risk depending on what your beliefs are in opposition to the government. So acting on your beliefs is a personal decision where somebody should decide what they want to put on the line. And it shouldn't be something that somebody else prompts somebody else to do if they're not taking a risk themselves.
So, no risk, right? It's the chips are pretty low when there's no risk. One thing where I act on my beliefs, I'll tell you, Steve Ferg, here's a very tangible one, where I say I like Trump in the vinyl community. Just saying that is going to cost me how many in the numbers game, 40, would you reckon?
Yeah. Yes.
Epic Putin talking points. And you got Putin derangement syndrome. I can tell you, living in Romania, your problem, you got a boogeyman your boogeyman, your bogeyman is Vladimir Putin. You know, you think, oh, he's going to come and take Romania away. Oh my God. He wants to make the Soviet Union again. Oh, oh, it's horrible.
So what I'm going to do, Rachel,
yeah,
is I'm going to sit fairly quietly while you bat a few balls out of the ballpark regarding chat and politics, and when you sort of wind down a bit, depending on how much energy you've got left, I'll go into one soundtrack anecdote, but it might take me a bit of time to do. So I'm happy to step back and see how you field it.
Okay, let's. You mean in terms of what you've got a quote here?
A quote plus quite a few showings to back up the quote, and I haven't really planned it very well. So I'm happy for you to carry on with that. And I think you should, while you've got the politics in you, which I still feel it's still buzzing there.
Because they're still engaged with it, right?
Yeah. So I'm happy to let you carry on doing that, and I'll just follow along, and then when you've
throw in Kurt. Let's do the change. You're here. I want to have some fun.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm really sure. Absolutely. Right. I'll give you my undivided attention. All
right. Well, this was sparked by the audiophile fellow who was in chat, because he just bought this book that I showed.
Anthony just bought it, right?
Yeah. So
do the setup for those that nobody should have missed last week's show, but if you missed it, remind them again the relationship between Herman and Hitchcock.
Okay.
Tell me the story.
Yeah, so this is a new book that's come out by Stephen Smith, who's a Bernard Herrmann scholar, and the book is about the relationship between the director Alfred Hitchcock and the composer Bernard Herrmann. So I was just showing that, and I gave one or two anecdotes from it, but not the one I'm talking about today. And so the audiophile fellow, what's his name, Rachel?
That is Anthony. Anthony.
Okay, so Anthony was interested enough that he went out and bought the book that just arrived today for him.
Yeah.
So that triggered off a chat between he and I and Joel and James Farley about soundtracks in the chat. So that triggered me to think, okay, this anecdote is worth telling. But then in order to illustrate the anecdote, I thought I'm going to have to show quite a few soundtracks, otherwise people won't relate. So I've not really planned this out, but let's give it a go if you like.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so Alfred Hitchcock really became the most famous, recognized director in the world once he started his television series, because he would introduce every episode. He didn't direct that many of Alfred Hitchcock Presents and the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, but he did introduce in this dry, black, humorous way every episode, and he was quite happy about sending himself up. He didn't have much of a big ego about it. So one episode, his head might be on a chopping block with an executioner with an axe hovering, and he would do the talk from there, introducing the episode.
Yeah, famously so.
Yeah, so that was his style. Okay, so that was for Alfred Hitchcock Presents, which spinned into the Alfred Hitchcock Hour when it got very big. So bear that in mind, and also bear in mind the Twilight Zone. These series were filmed and edited on Universal's studios, and Alfred Hitchcock had a big base there once he quit from Paramount and went to Universal. So
just one quick aside, folks. I noticed my camera's focusing in and out. What we're going to do for next week, I'm just going to lock it in because I don't move around. We're just going to leave and do a manual focus rather than auto. It's just struggling a bit, probably because I'm in yellow or something. Yeah. Anyway, 40, continue on. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, you could change back to the other camera. If you get Tucky O'Brien's permission, you might be able to change back to the other camera.
I love that. Okay, that's all blurry. Okay, go ahead, buddy.
Okay, so Bernard Herrmann's doing all these amazing Hitchcock soundtracks, but he's also helping him out on the Universal lot. So he's doing a lot of scores, television scores for the Alfred Hitchcock Hour. but what's interesting about this anecdote I'm going to tell you is that Bernard Herrmann isn't the only one. And bear in mind that there's a lot of snobbishness about television in those days, working for television. Actors felt like it was a step down, directors felt like it was a step down, and composers felt like it was a step down. So bear that in mind, and see if I can find. So this is an anecdote by John Williams, the composer John Williams. So John Williams was around in the early 1960s.
He'd be very young.
Yeah, very young, but working as a composer. And he was in the Universal backlot. And this is his anecdote about the music department there, where he worked to write scores for the Alfred Hitchcock Hour and the Twilight Zone. He talks about there were 5 or 6 little rooms with no windows. Each room had a little piano. And on any given day, I would be in one room, Jerry Goldsmith in the next one, Lalo Schifrin in the next one, Quincy Jones in the next one, and Bernard Herrmann, who made it his home for a couple of years, wrote some great music and drove everyone crazy. So, because he's a very tempestuous character, you know. Your end of town, in fact, Rachel, Bernard Herrmann was like that, very stormy and as if he was conducting. Okay, so just think about that. So television's seen as the lower order, a step down, and yet in these tiny little apartments in the music studio, you've got John Williams, Jerry Goldsmith, Lalo Schifrin, Quincy Jones, and Bernard Herrmann all working on television scores. So if people are saying, well, who the fuck are they? Because you know, some of the chat might not be familiar with the track record of what these composers went on to achieve. Okay, so just those composers I've made, I'm just going to go through these as fast as I can, unless somebody stops me. So John Williams started becoming prominent in 1970. This is a score called the Reavers, and on the liner notes at the back, the guy says it's so fresh. The orchestra sounds so fresh and distinctive. It's as if John Williams was conducting with a fishing rod. So that was his first real soundtrack of note that really caught people's attention. And he also did, people might not see this. This is a soundtrack.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of Paul Williams tracks on there that are really great. There's a fabulous harmonica lead by that harmonica player, Larry somebody who I can't quite remember who he is. Beautiful bluesy score from 1973. And for a short while, he was king of the disaster movies. So John Williams would be coming up with scores like The Towering Inferno.
Yeah.
And the year after that, in 1974, Earthquake. This is all John Williams, who was in that tiny little apartment with the piano. And of course, that's the famous one that John Williams did that really
put him on the map.
Yeah, and raised his salary quite a lot.
Well, because it was just so huge. It was a phenomena, right?
And if people get really ambitious, that's the expensive one that you can get at the moment, the double album on a 45 RPM remaster.
Yeah.
So that's Jaws. And this is a really lovely score that he did for Clint Eastwood's The Eiger Sanction.
Good movie. I like that movie.
Yeah, and it's quite fun as well. There's a lot of fun in the score. And a complete change without an orchestra, but with a lot of guitar work and a fantastic album cover. The Missouri Breaks with Marlon Brando and Jack Nicholson, 1977.
Yeah.
So that's guitar-led soundtrack, which shows his versatility. And I haven't got Star Wars anymore because I sold all my soundtrack collection in 1990. But I still have got Superman. It's one of those triumphal brass-led scores with a full orchestra.
Yeah. Beautiful collection. I'm sorry you lost your Star Wars. Do you miss them at all? Or, as
yeah, I was a fool. I sold them all to keep a Ford Capri on the road, which didn't stay on the road for very long anyway. So by this time he'd established quite a rapport with Steven Spielberg. So he was his go-to guy. And just to drift off a minute with an anecdote that I've just been reminded by myself is that Bernard Herrmann's final score when he was getting very ill was Taxi Driver. And on his last day of composing, because sometimes he wasn't well enough to stand up at the podium and compose the orchestra, but on the final day he was, like he gave it his last effort, Bernard Herrmann, and he was well known as being a grouchy old bastard. And he felt like, after he fell out with Hitchcock, he felt like Hollywood had rejected him. So he was a bit upset, carrying a grudge about that. Martin
felt that he had been blacklisted, perhaps.
Yeah. So Martin Scorsese is in the control room and he's watching. And Martin Scorsese is also quite a film historian. He understands, the legacy of Bernard Herrmann. So Scorsese gets on the phone to his friend Steven Spielberg and says, "Listen, if you ever want to meet Bernard Herrmann, this is his last day. Now's your chance." And you could see he was ill. He's not going to last that much longer. Steven Spielberg drops everything. Comes down to the studio. Martin Scorsese introduces Steven Spielberg to Bernard Herrmann. Bernard Herrmann said, Spielberg said, "I'm such a great fan. I love your work. It's so good to meet you." And Bernard Herrmann said, "Oh yeah? Well, how the fuck come it's always Johnny Williams you hire for your scores then?" So
feisty,
So he took no prisoners, Bernard Herrmann. That's just how he was. So back to John Williams. He did the Spielberg.
Okay, hold on. I love that movie. I own a copy of it on Blu-ray. But before I do that, I just want to draw your attention to this comment. Guys, try watching Yellow Tie, movie with John Malkovich. It's the first audio file. Sergei, and I'll butcher this, Celibidache, and it's a very emotional movie. Highly recommend it. Have you seen Yellow Tie?
No. So when he says it's the first audio file, does he mean this? Is he talking about the soundtrack there?
Or it is about the first audio file. And I think the film is Yellow Tie, starring an individual by the name of Sergei Celibidache, a very emotional movie.
Right. I haven't heard of that before.
It sounds like a good film.
So, but if it's a modern film, no wonder I've never heard of it, because I'm so...
Yeah, 1941. People lambast it a little bit. We had Eddie Deason, who's in that film, on our program.
Oh, cool.
A couple of months ago. Pretty funny. But anyway, yeah, Eddie Deason's the kid. Have you seen the movie? Do you know the movie at all?
Not at all, no.
Yeah, well, 1941, it's a comedy, and it's got Belushi in it, Dan Aykroyd. And Eddie Deason plays this funny little bit part in it, and he gets stuck for most of the film up on top of a Ferris wheel, watching guard for any surprise attacks from the Japanese off the Pacific coast. But anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I thought you were still talking about the other film. You mean 1941?
Yeah, 1941. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got that on Blu-ray. Yeah.
Okay. Attaboy.
Okay. So it occurs to me that some people might not know who Bernard Herrmann was and what he achieved when he was taking one of those little rooms that John Williams was talking about on the Universal backlot. So,
the kind of stuff that he put his signature on, what we may know him as.
He did a lot of scores for the Ray Harryhausen sort of monster Greek mythology movies. So
that's seen that film.
That's one of them. That's 1957, and he did this one. I haven't got them all, but he did this one, which is
seen that.
So, and I think that's still quite cheap to get if people were interested in buying it.
Wow.
And this one, if Harry's music room is watching on the quiet, which I hope he is, Harry's just shown this one because Harry has just bought this.
Okay.
So let me give you a little bit of a history. You'll be able to see that. I'll give you a little bit of a history of this. It's early 1970s. And what happened was that Bernard Herrmann, when he wasn't getting much commissions, went back into the recording studio in London, and he re-recorded some of his scores which weren't available at the time in the 1970s with a full orchestra, put them out on albums like this. So what you've got on this particular album is Journey to the Center of the Earth,
great,
and The Day the Earth Stood Still, and Fahrenheit 451.
So all three of those are Herrmann films that he did the soundtracks on, or the music on.
Yes, he is. And this particular label, which is the Decca Phase 4 label,
Yeah.
has a very, very good audiophile reputation. So Harry, on his music video earlier today, was somebody had told him it was a US pressing. So I don't know if he's read my comment yet, but what I said to Harry is there's two ways you can check that label. If it's a Decaphase 4, it's UK. And if you look at the spelling of Journey to the Center of the Earth, if it's CENTRE, it's UK. If it's CENTER, it's US. I think he's got a UK pressing, and he got it for a bargain as well. So
Wow, nice.
That's a little message for Harry. This is also Bernard Herrmann, one of his great scores for Hitchcock.
And now we're in Hitchcock, yeah.
Yeah, and there are a lot of different Vertigo soundtrack discs out there, and the 60th anniversary one, according to the audiophiles, this is the one to get. It's a little bit dearer, and there's a shot for Maz in case he's watching on the quiet of San Francisco, right underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. There you go, Maz. That's one of his most famous scores for Hitchcock.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
And an example of when Hitchcock went back into the recording studio to re-record a score. So that's what this one is. It's from the 1970s, from the 1960 score. He just went back in and composed the score conducted the score anew. And if you were looking for the original soundtrack as opposed to the re-recording, I did a bit of research, and although this cover is awful and it looks like a bootleg because that's not the actress, and the blood red is kind of misleading as well. It's kind of sensationalist, but this is supposed to be the best edition of the original recording that you can get if you're into Psycho. And we spoke about Psycho a bit last time, about how George Martin was influenced by the score section where Janet Leigh is driving, and Bernard Herrmann syncopated the rhythm of the driving strings to the windscreen wipers in the rain.
Yeah.
So that was it. So we spoke about that. So that's that. And there are several re-recordings that you can buy, which are compilations of Herrmann's soundtracks for Hitchcock. And somebody, I think it was the same audiophile guy that we've been talking about. He mentioned Marnie last time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. That's Anthony, and he sure the heck did.
Okay, this is the most expensive record I've ever bought, and it cost me 180 quid. I'm never going to spend that kind of fucking money on anything ever again. But I suppose I got a bit completist this time, and so this is a 45 RPM half-speed remaster double album of Hitchcock, of Herrmann's score for Marnie. And the strange thing is, I showed this on Simon's before. This is the same thing. This is part of the package. Is you get an alternative album jacket, so you get this as well. It's the same edition. They throw this in,
yeah, and
there's quite a bit more they throw in this edition. I've been told that there is only 300 copies in this edition of Marnie that I'm holding up. But if I can show you what some of the extras are.
Yeah, it's a good film. Sean Connery read at the height of his Bond period, and he does this Hitchcock vehicle.
I won't be able to show this in full, but this is a replica quad film poster of Marnie. I haven't got enough distance to
you're doing pretty good with it. Yeah.
So can you see that okay?
We see the actors there: Marnie, Technicolor, Tippi Hedren, Sean Connery.
Okay, so that's and it's thankfully it's not gloss paper. It's on the authentic. It's an authentic matte printing. So that's part of what you get with it. Put that to one side, and the other thing that's part of this same edition is you also get the CD with it. So it's a CD of the same soundtrack.
Yeah, nice when they do that. Different formats.
Yeah, and so you can just about see Hitchcock there with his head in his hands, sat on the chair there, and over on this side you see Sean Connery and Tippi Hedren sat on the couch there. So there's that's part of the issue, and on top of that, part of the edition is 245 RPMs. So you get that 45 RPM of Psycho main theme, and you also get the Marnie Love theme sung by Nat King Cole, because he released it as a single, Nat King Cole, back in the day in '64. So you get a reissue of that single. So you get all of that with the. I still think it's too dear.
It's quite a package.
Yeah, but it's, as you say, it's quite a package. So that's, and as far as I know, that might be the only available Marnie that you can get. Another great score from Bernard Herrmann.
Great movie. Hang on, we'll make you big for this. There we go. North by Northwest.
Yeah, this is also a limited edition. This cost me £100 second hand.
Wow.
And this was one of those things that I showed on Simon's, because I wanted to show him these really fancy labels. You see, can you see that label with the bike playing on it, and then on that, and this too is a 45 RPM remaster. So it's 2 discs, which means you can just about see Cary Grant at the wheel there, drunk driving, and Mount Rushmore on that side. So that's North by Northwest. But if people find that too expensive, which it is, you can get this quite cheap. The story behind this, it's the score, but not the original soundtrack. So this was released after Bernard Herrmann died, and the conductor is a guy called Laurie Johnson, who was a film composer in the UK who did television series themes like The Avengers. So, and he was a real good friend of Bernard Herrmann, and he took the manuscript of Herrmann's score, went into the studios and re-recorded it. So you can buy that for about £10 if you look around. So that's and this was Herrmann's first score. That's the first.
Really? So he did the music for Citizen Kane.
Yes, he did. And the reason he did the reason he did the music for Citizen Kane is because he'd done some radio work in New York with Orson Welles, and Orson Welles was quite a loyal guy. He appreciated loyalty, and he was loyal himself. So he took all the Mercury Playhouse Theatre with him when he got a contract in Hollywood, including his composer Bernard Herrmann. So bear in mind the original anecdote. We were talking about Universal and all those tiny little rooms with a piano in each one, and these composers. So I've shown you John Williams, who was the guy who told the anecdote, and I've shown you Bernard Herrmann. Those are 2 people. This one, I haven't got many by Quincy Jones, but I can show you a few.
Wow.
So this is from the 1960s, and Quincy Jones was one of the people. This is called the Lost Man. So he's one of the people who brought who turned jazz into funk in film soundtracks. He was one of the first people to do that. There were other people who were doing jazz for film soundtracks, but Quincy Jones pushed it gradually, bit by bit, through the 1960s, closer and closer to funk and blues. So that's him, and that's he came to England and did a few spy spoofs and things. So that's Mirage from about maybe 1966. Gregory Peck.
Yeah, it looks early.
And this was a famous one he did, The Italian Job, where he came and did the score for the Michael Caine film.
And they redid that film a few years back. It got a lot of press.
Yes, they did. So with this one, when he was in England, he made good friends with Michael Caine, and Michael Caine was talking to him about Cockney lingo, which works on rhyming slang. So he incorporated rhyming slang, London East End rhyming slang, into the lyrics of one of the songs on this soundtrack.
Okay.
And this is the more funky end of town that you can get from Quincy Jones, where he really pushed jazz into funk by, with blaxploitation by the early 70s. Funk was full on film soundtracks with people like Quincy Jones. And the last one, which is my favorite, which is the hot rock that he did. That's a beautiful, funky score, and you can still get that pretty cheap. So that's well worth looking for. So bear in mind that is my sound still okay?
Yeah, you're coming through loud.
Okay, so
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We hear you, Bobby. Yeah, we hear you too.
So bear in mind that those composers I've shown you are all in those little rooms.
I can't hear nothing. Hang on.
Okay, Bobby's trying to get his sound going for himself. Yeah, we hear you good, Bobby, but I guess you're not hearing us. Look at that.
Let's see if I can.
Bobby, are you getting your hair cut? It looks like you're wearing a little apron, a little thing over you so when they trim, the hair goes on.
How about now? Can you hear me?
We hear you, Bobby.
Okay, I can hear you guys now finally. Eh?
All right, here we go.
I've got 3 different microphones and a bunch of video things. I don't know which button to push half the time.
Hey, folks, apologies on my end. My camera is really struggling finding the
I've been
focal
watching
point.
you focus in and out and everything like that, and I don't know.
Well, what we're going to do is put it on manual rather than auto, and that'll fix it for next week. We'll just get it set, and it'll be good.
You can't push a button right now and hit manual?
I'd have to look at it, and I don't want to push the wrong thing and bugger it up totally.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so I've got one more composer out of that lot to show you. So
one more of these guys are all in little cubby holes. Okay, here's our 6, number 5, cubbyhole man, number 4.
Okay, so you can get albums like this. I think there are 4 volumes, and on these albums of the soundtrack to the television series, you'll get all those composers that I just showed you if you get all the volumes. And the composer we're talking about now. So we've had Quincy Jones, we've had John Williams, we've had Lalo Schifrin, all next door to each other in the same room, and Bernard Herrmann, and this guy who is Jerry Goldsmith, who in my opinion, he's the best film composer that ever lived.
Yeah, I own a copy of that film too. Great film, fun film, silly film.
Yeah, and it's a fun soundtrack and quite an electronic soundtrack for its day in 1966. Quite poppy. And this one, which I recommended to Rachel for when Rachel's playing those fighter pilot stuff, the Blue Max.
Yeah, you got to have the Blue Max going.
It's just such a beautiful score. Like I said to you last time, Rachel, you can, in the string section, it's like you can hear the winds whistling through the wires of that biplane.
The biplanes, yeah. Yeah, great film. I don't own a copy of that, but I've seen it. It's a very good film. George Peppard in the lead role.
That was a slow movie.
Hey, what about this one, Planet of the Apes? I saw this at the Outdoor Theater when it debuted in 1968. I was 10 years old, yeah.
What did you make of it, Rachel, at the time?
I loved it, but it scared me, but I loved it. It was a great movie, but it was scary to me as a kid.
I took my old man to see that movie in 1968, and he didn't think much of it at all.
Well, did he get scared, though? Did the monkeys scare him?
No, he was in the war.
Okay, so...
Well, I saw it in 1973, and it was the very first time I became aware of music on a film soundtrack. And if people get really enthusiastic about Planet of the Apes, this is another half-speed remaster. It's a bit expensive, but they can get this double album of Planet of the Apes. It's the same score.
Hi, babe.
It's just got a few more tracks on it, and it's better sounding.
Yeah.
And it had a reputation for a while as being an electronic score, but it wasn't. It was all acoustic. But what he would do, he would take the mouthpiece off a tuba, turn it the other way around, blow into it, and just record the sound of him blowing through an empty mouthpiece and add reverberation to it. So that's the sound you hear when the astronauts are walking across the Forbidden Zone, and you get that shoosh as part of the music. So that's the way he did, and everyone thought it was an electronic score because of effects like that. But he also did just the year after Planet of the Apes. So he's done a few westerns. He did quite a few westerns. So that's Bandolero that he did, and he did a very famous score for Patton. That's 1969.
Patton was a big story. Yeah, that show got a lot of press when it first came out.
Yeah, with a screenplay written by Francis Coppola, and this was quite a famous score that he did as well.
Yeah, I've got a copy of that film in my collection.
Right, and this is the film where Dustin Hoffman met Paul McCartney, and Paul McCartney wrote a song on the spot about Picasso. That people like Beatley Tone will know a lot about that anecdote. They were on location, and Paul McCartney happened to be staying in the same place, and he got his guitar out, and Dustin Hoffman showed him a Newsweek article about Picasso's last words, and right on the spot, McCartney just wrote a song about it.
Yeah, Ben on the Run, Picasso's last words.
Yeah, and this one's quite a famous one from 1970.
That's another film in my collection. I got this film.
Okay, so this was 1974, and this is the genius of Jerry Goldsmith. He wasn't contracted to do this score, and Roman Polanski is very finicky about composers. He pays a lot of attention to it, and he didn't like the score that the composer who was commissioned did, and so he got on the phone to Jerry Goldsmith. And Jerry Goldsmith had 10 days to compose and record, which means also syncing it into the actual film. 10 days to do all of that, and he came up with this score out of the blue, which is a trumpet-led, atmospheric 1930s
It's very
style.
atmospheric. It's good music. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just astonishing that he could do all of that in 10 days. It's just amazing to me. And then later on, a bit past my date, but he did the score for Alien, which is 79?
Yeah.
So this is a half-speed remaster that you can get, double album, 45.
Alien, I saw at the theater, and everybody was freaked out.
Scariest goddamn movie I ever saw, Alien.
Yeah, that was pretty creepy.
Yeah,
LA Confidential is a good movie.
You wouldn't want to go for me after
72,
Alien.
attaboy, Bobby.
Yeah, and LA Confidential has got quite a film-last sound to it that's reminiscent of Chinatown. And the last one I'll show you is another half-speed remaster. He did Basic Instinct, which is kind of noirish, sort of future modern noir in 1989.
Yeah, Kim Basinger, I think.
Right. So what I'm
is it Kim Basinger in that?
I think so. No, Sharon Stone.
Sharon Stone. That's the one where she crosses her leg, the famous chair, and it's got Newman from Seinfeld in there, kind of looking a little sweaty.
So what I'm drawing your attention to is I've just shown you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 composers there.
Hold it. Did you do Schifrin? Did you show Schifrin?
Oh no, I didn't I? Oh, sorry, I didn't. Okay, so this is the last one. All right.
Okay, we got to do Schifrin.
We were talking about jazz before, so if you put a Latin American,
great movie.
yeah, it's a fantastic movie, and this is 1965. So he's very young when he's doing this, but he's already had quite a lot of work with Dizzy Gillespie, so he knows his jazz stuff. But this isn't just jazz. There's a Ray Charles main title on it, but this soundtrack goes all over the place. It's a fantastic New Orleans flavored soundtrack that he did for the Steve McQueen movie in 1965. So he did that. This is a fantastic bluesy soundtrack that he did for
great movie.
Yeah, an amazing film. So there's a lot of sort of like blues piano on there, and he also did the original theme for Mission Impossible in the 1960s.
Yeah, that's his song, right? Yeah, dun, 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 dun. That's Schifrin.
Yeah, and there are 2 albums you can get. This is the original album, but the better album, if you were just going to buy one, is called More Mission, because the jazz is just better on that one. And he also did another Steve McQueen movie, Bullet.
I got that movie in my collection too.
Right, so that's quite funky. And like I was saying to Simon, the interesting thing about this is everybody remembers the score for the car chase in that film.
I do.
Right, okay, but if you think about it, if you think back to that car chase, it doesn't start as a chase. It starts when Steve McQueen notices in his rearview mirror that there's these villains following him down the streets of San Francisco. If you're still watching, Maz, down the streets of San Francisco. So, and then Steve McQueen manages to double back, and now he's tailing the villains, and they look in their rearview mirror, and there's Steve McQueen's car behind them. His Mustang is behind them. But up until that point, it hasn't been a chase. It's been like a slow tailing one to the other. And all of that is scored. So there's a score which is very tense and slow. But the minute the villains try to escape, there's a screech of car tires and they cross a red light and they're out of there. That's when the chase begins. And the genius of Lalo Schifrin is he lets it go. He doesn't score it. So he stops the score and lets the car chase speak for itself as soon as you get that screech of tires, which I thought was a genius choice. And the last one I'll show you is a Japanese pressing of
Cool Hand Luke.
Yeah, which is a beautiful, poignant score. There's a lot of poignancy to that one. So that's all I've got for Schifrin. But if you think about the amazing range of those guys, all that trip I've just taken you through for those 5 composers. So now go back to John Williams' original anecdote on the Universal Backlot, 1960. All of those composers next door to each other in these tiny rooms with a piano in each room, so that they could do scores for the television series, at the Alfred Hitchcock Hour and the Twilight Zone. So Rachel was saying a week or two ago what a renaissance period the 1960s was. So even in that little encapsulation, you can see the talent that was flourishing out of that period. It's just, you have to call it a renaissance every which way.
Yeah, we got one message here. You forgot the soundtrack to Poltergeist. Probably didn't forget, but I'm wondering if that's one you ever bought or picked up, and who did Poltergeist.
I haven't got the soundtrack to Poltergeist, James, and there's quite a few that I mean, you could elaborate even further and say I've just shown you a smattering of all those composers, but they were all so prolific that.
How about Lawrence of Arabia, Pordy? Have you got Lawrence of Arabia?
No, that was by Maurice Jarre, and I'm not keen on Maurice Jarre because I felt like his scores, I felt like he was lazy, like he just came up with one theme, put it on a loop, and then went out for a beer, and then came back when the score was done. It felt a bit like that with all his scores. So
you know what I like? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Bobby.
I always thought that Lawrence of Arabia was probably the best musical score. I'm a music guy myself, and I like the scores in movies. I don't collect them though. I had a bunch of James Bond ones, but I always thought that that score for Lawrence of Arabia is the best one I ever heard. Right?
Right, it's worth getting then if you feel that way about it, Bobby.
Oh, I do. That's how I feel about it. I wouldn't say it otherwise.
Well, it's a famous score. It's a famous score.
The one of course, Lalo Schifrin in my collection, I got him for Enter the Dragon. Bruce Lee, great music, and Enter the Dragon, very dramatic, and the human fly scene where he doom 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 da 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 da. Very, it's jazzy, it's funky, it's great stuff. Very much of its time. And the other one, speaking of Maurice Jarre, my favorite World War II movie is called Is Paris Burning? And it's a story about the French liberation. And within the context of that, there are 3 main scores that run throughout. The American music, the German music, which is very militant, as you might expect, very military, and then the British.
Right.
Oh, the French, the music for the French. So it's that beautiful lilting accordion. Da, 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 da. It's like a waltz. And then, but when the German music, whenever they come in, it's rum bum bum rum bum bum. It's very martial to represent. And then the Americans very heroic. It's absolutely masterful the way they do it. Maurice Jarre, so exceptional there. Maybe not your cup of tea in every instance, but like Bobby says, Lawrence Arabia, he likes his music there. And for me, Is Paris Burning? The music's so stirring, so patriotic, and it stirs those kind of emotions. 4D does not have a channel. You get them in small doses wherever you're lucky enough to encounter them.
And
but
with Lalo,
unfortunately, he doesn't.
With Lalo Schifrin, I could have showed Kelly's Heroes. I could have showed 2 Dirty Harry movies that he scored as well. And the point I'm making about the Renaissance is when I think about that, when I think about the talent that was around, even just on that Universal backlot. So we're not even talking about the Beatles and the Stones and all that was going on in pop. We're just talking about those 5 guys. if I think about it for long enough, I can feel the same sense of wonder that we were talking about the other week when we were talking about a starscape and a telescope.
Yeah.
It's like that talent can be that prolific and just blossom like that is astonishing to me.
All right, we're waiting for the missus to go by. Okay. Keep moving, Scousy. Say hi to everybody.
Hi.
All right, there she
Hi,
goes.
Sue.
She's busy. You're watching. Are you watching an English mystery series now?
Yeah, like
What's it called? Okay, I don't even know if she's lost in her world. Agatha something. Or
Well. Sue knows the political storm has passed, so she can sort of take a back seat.
I think she was relaxed. She knew going into tonight because of the Harry and Mazzy situation that
I got a question to ask there. Why did they leave?
they're mad because the kid got shot, the nurse got shot, and we
Yeah, but what's that got to do with you?
I don't fucking know.
Let me ask you a serious question now.
Yeah.
Did you insult them? Were you
No.
insulting?
No.
Is the video still up on your channel?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go check it out.
Yeah, I don't even know what we called it that week. It was a Tuesday night thing. Oh, it's the one where Richard Dolan, to watch the Richard Dolan episode.
Oh, geez, I've seen a little bit of that, I think.
Yeah, it's before Richard comes on.
Oh, God. All right.
My main takeaway from all of that is that people in chat sometimes bait Rachel politically in order to get a rise out of her. But
yeah, she's got buttons to push politically, no question about it.
Exactly, but then when she fires it back, the people in chat, it escalates because the people in chat who started it all get very offended and it all blows up from there. Whereas if they hadn't mentioned it in the first place, there was a kind of a rule that Rachel would keep the politics on the politics channel. But you can't do that if people in the chat are taking pot shots because Rachel's the type that will always rise to the pot shots.
Well, yeah. I'm polar. My political aspirations and thoughts are polar compared to Rachel. But that's the way she thinks. That's the way she thinks. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
I'm
but
not going to try to convince her either. I can't.
But Bobby, did you see Rob the Wax on today on this show when he came in a little earlier? Were you there for that?
No, I didn't see it. I was.
I think.
Yeah, you're doing something else.
I think Rob the Wax made a really good appearance because he took the long view and he said that in the end, Maz will be back. And Harry will be back when it's all cooled off and things have moved on a bit.
I watched Wax show part of it this morning, and that's why I asked Rach about it because all of a sudden when I turned it on, I heard Mazzy saying, "Well, I might be back," but Harry was saying, "No, I'm not going back." Now, what the fuck is this all about? And then I seen in the comments that they were talking about Rach, and I went, "Holy fuck!" Rach killed a couple more.
And I took care of them tonight anyway. When they showed up here, I just bombed them.
You got a lot of notches on that 6-gun of yours, kid.
We know how to run it. I wish I knew how to run my camera. I tell you what a sad story that is tonight, but that's all right. We'll get her all fixed up. 4D, what a great collection you have. I love
you know what? I don't know why you're afraid of doing a button. That's the only way you're going to tell whether fix it or not. If you're live, push the button.
No, I'll do it like I can set it up in advance before the show next week. So there's a manual focus on it, but you'd have to play with it. And I don't want to disable the camera, and then you're not going to have anything.
I'm pretty much on all these streams. I get into the and I turn off the automatic shit. Right, that's what I do with it.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it off and go all manual. It'll be a lot easier to do.
That's what I do.
A lot of soundtrack. I got a few soundtracks in my own collection. I've got.
How many do you have, 4D? How many soundtracks of movies do you have? Do you figure? You showed a couple of dozen right there.
I'm not sure, Bobby. I used to have hundreds and hundreds up until the 1990s. I started collecting them in about 1974. But then I sold them all to keep a car on the road in 1990. So it's only in the last year when I bought a turntable again that I've started to recoup my losses and buy them back again. which cost me a lot more now. In the 70s, you could buy this stuff. You could buy this stuff dead cheap. A lot of this stuff now.
Yeah. Believe me, I know. I had to sell my records to make the move. I just moved. I had to sell my albums. I kept all my 45s, and now I'm rebuying albums again, and I'm paying 5, 6, 7 times the amount of money I was.
How often are you buying these days, Bobby? You're not buying a lot now, though, are you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a couple of boxes waiting for me. Darren's supposed to bring them out to me from auctions at Patrick's Auctions, right?
Yeah.
And anytime I go to a store, which isn't often, if I see a record that I have to bring back into the collection, I grab it. I don't care what it's going to cost.
Yeah.
Right?
And you buy a lot of 45s as well, don't you, Bobby? Though
I got about 4,000 45s.
well, there you go.
I've got the very first 45 that was ever sold to the public, March the 21st, 1949.
Yeah, that's an interesting story about the 45, because it was a war between platforms, or like, were we going to go LPs or were we going to go 45s? And they both kind of debut at the same time.
Well, it was RCA Victor that started it all, right? I mean, there was another company that tried putting some out first, but it was RCA Victor that, they had the money to get the ball rolling and everything like that, right? I'm glad. The 45s, I like the 45s over the 78s. 78s used to break like crazy compared to the 45s.
Yeah, quite brittle shellac, weren't they, the 78s?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was just going into Avatar mode. I was going to grab a bunch of my own soundtracks, but it's useless with my camera being stupid. But I've got a number of soundtracks myself. Of course, I have 2001. I had to have that, and that was gifted to me. Yeah, 2000. I mean, it's great, right? The Strauss waltzes in it, and then of course I mentioned Enter the Dragon. I have, of course, Zorba the Greek. No, not Zorba the Greek. Dr. Zhivago. I got Dr. Zhivago.
That was a slow movie.
So, I love you, though I care for Bobby.
Well, isn't that one Maurice Jarre as well?
I didn't like
it. It is Maurice Jarre, yeah.
Right, so I'm outnumbered then. You two guys are Maurice Jarre fans.
Well, it just seems to be that I do like his stuff. And then here's an interesting one. This is a little out there. The 7-year itch with Marilyn Monroe.
Jack Lemmon, yeah.
I've got that.
Neil Hefti, maybe? Was that Neil Hefti?
I think it may very well be. But I picked that one up last year, just on a whim kind of thing. I saw it there, and the price was right, so I picked it up.
Right.
RCA used a thing with their color. They used different colors on their 45s. It would indicate what type of music you got.
They had
RCA 45.
They had 6 different colors. RCA did. Yellow was kids.
Yeah.
I forget. There was Western, rock, pop, classical. They had 6 different colors.
Right. I'm still listening to you, but I'm going for a pee.
All right. You got to urinate. Bobby, you got to go pee-pee or poo-poo or anything like that?
Well,
all right. Just checking in on you. Holy smokes, wait for 4D to get back. So what are we at here? 3:18? That's doing good.
You've been on for 3 hours?
Yeah, we'll go 3. We'll do 3.5 hours today. I have Neil Hefti, The Odd Couple. He knew one day he would return to her. I got American Graffiti, of course. It was great. You got to have that. Silent Running. I've got Silent Running with Bruce Stern. You're not going to keep me on an asteroid today, Governor. So
I got a couple of strikes. A Clockwork Orange, the movie?
Yes.
I had the soundtrack for that, and I tried playing some of them on my channel, but I got strikes. You can't play that one.
Yeah, so they nailed you right away on that. Yeah. The Harder They Come is a good soundtrack. And, but, I've got a few. There's more, that I think you got to think, oh, yeah, right, I do have that one. And, you got to think about certain ones that you do have. But Pulp Fiction, I definitely have. And of course, the Beatles. I got all the Beatles soundtrack, as you might imagine. Let's just hope his mic stays on when he goes pee pee.
Rach, you know the Beatles, the very first movie they made? What
Yeah.
was it, A Hard Day's Night? Was that it?
Hard Day's Night is the first big film, Bobby.
64, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
You know, I was at the North American premiere of that movie in Montreal, and I'll tell you, it was scary as shit.
I love this. Is a great story. Now I know the story, but I tell the kids about it. It's funny as hell to me, but it wasn't for you at the time, but it is in hindsight.
Well, I went with my two kid brothers. They were both younger than me. And 64, I was 15 years old and a bit of a tough guy. And when we went in there, it was all young pubescent girls, right? Anywhere from 10 to maybe 18, 17 years old. That was the vast majority. I couldn't see another guy. The place was packed. The back of the aisles were packed. Everything was packed. And, you know, when the curtains, there was a, before the curtains parted, there was, a lot of noise going on. But as soon as the curtains parted like that, the screaming started, right? And, I mean, screaming. These girls are screaming. And then all of a sudden, the film starts going up on the thing, and they're screaming. They're tearing their hair, scratching their face, all standing up screaming. And we're in the middle aisles, me and my two brothers, kid brothers, and they're all standing up around, and I'm looking for an exit. Is what I'm looking. I'm going, this is fucking crazy, and I'm going to myself, well, where's the closest exit? And I see the closest exit, and I'm wondering, I'm going, yeah, I can get out, but I'm wondering if I can get my two brothers out the side door. It calmed down a little later, but it was nuts. And I mean,
yeah, and you weren't exactly a little kid when this happened, Bobby.
No. I was 15 years old when Daniel started.
Wow.
I was already into rock and roll and the blues and dating girls and the whole teenage thing, eh? When you're 15, you're in a big city like Toronto, I wasn't a wallflower, so I was out and about.
It's great though that regardless of that, maybe it was a good thing that it did kind of scare the shit out of you because you remember it, and it was such a big event, Beatlemania, and you're right there on the ground floor for it, North America.
I haven't been scared that often in my life, and that was scary to me. Of course, I was a kid, right? But that was scary.
Some of the cops who were patrolling the aisles when all the Beatlemania was going on likened the sound of all the screaming kids to the sound of jet engines and a plane that was just about to take off.
Well, it was loud. That's the whole point. Well, I don't know what the hell it was. But
it was loud. We get a lot of great comments on this show, and none better than this youngster here. Rob Walker goes, I scream every time Bobby Gass appears. So,
hey, Rob
Walker.
Well, Rachel, if you were going to go for 4 hours, you could probably get Rob up, because if he's up this late at 3 o'clock in the morning, you might get him up.
Okay, well, we'll try. If he comes up, I'll hang out a little longer. But if he doesn't show, well, what are we going to do? We'll do. I got to look at what's the time? 3. Yeah, we can be here for another 10 minutes if he doesn't.
Yeah, well, you know why? It's because you expended such a lot of energy in your opening monologue today. You were firing.
The monologue was good. And it is interesting. I mean, we live in really heightened times. People are really gaslit. There's a lot of sensitivity. People are overreacting. Quite frankly, I think they're overreacting. But to each their own. And at the end of the day, I'm still the same cat. We have fun. I like talking. I love talking the soundtracks. Damn it, I'm going to grab my soundtrack.
Understatement of the year. I love talking.
Yeah, I know, Bobby. Okay, Bobby, what's your favorite movie of all time? Tell the children.
Favorite movie of all time? Lawrence of Arabia. Well, actually, it's not. It's The Treasure of
Sierra Madre.
Yeah, The Treasure of Sierra Madre.
That was
Fred
fantastic.
C. Dobbs. That's the best piece of acting Humphrey Bogart ever did. Fred C. Dobbs. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. I am shocked at how many of these I've got. Holy crap. Okay, this is I'm going to impress y'all. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. This is nuts. All right, here we go. Now I got to carry them all over. Oh, hang on. I'm going. Okay, we're doing records. We got a bunch of records here. Okay, and I got more. Oh my God, there's so many. Okay, now, I mean, and this is for records, for soundtracks. This ain't no thing, right? For you guys.
This is your exercise for the day, Rachel.
It is I'm very elderly. I don't move around, but let's do what we can do. Okay, let's get out of Avatar. Let's do some stuff here. All right, don't want the boobs too big, but okay, here we go.
Dead quiet. You in Europe?
Oh yeah, it's terrific.
Okay, so Neil Young did the music on that. I just love this thing.
And
So
at the time, Rachel, that was such an unusual choice of scoring for a Western.
It was very different. It was very different. You know, if you're going to own a picture disc, make it Enter the Dragon. And of course, the music is Lalo Schifrin, who you were showing. John Saxon, the late John Saxon, late Jim Kelly, the late Bruce Lee, even Anna Karina, this lady up here, Anna Capri. She's gone too. So everybody's all passed away. The stars.
That's about 1972, would you say, roundabout?
1973 was the release, but they probably filmed it in 70, but it was the 73 release. This one Rob gifted me. I think Rob gifted me 50 years of TV's greatest hits. I think he did. Whoever gifted this to me.
What composers are on it?
I wouldn't even know, man. It's just it's a collection of whoever gave me the.
Does it
I
say
usually
on the
have
back?
a note.
It should say on the back.
But it's got
What the titles on the back? Just give us a title. I'll tell you the composer.
Oh my God! Look at this stuff.
Little Rascals, Gunsmoke, Burns, Daniel Byrne, Alfred Hitchcock presents. There you go. Perry Mason. So there's some Henry Mancini there. Peter Gunn. We've got the Twilight Zone. I can't remember Norman. Somebody who did that. Dukes of Hazzard. Pink Panther is Mancini. Star Trek. Alexander Courage. Mission Impossible. Yeah.
Do you know what? You know who got Noble Bagheera? Noble Bagheera gifted me this. That's who gifted it to me. Noble Bagheera, we love you, Bagheera. I haven't seen him in a long time.
The problem with records of TV themes is that there's quite an art to a TV theme, because you've got about 1 minute to get in and out, and that's it. So you've got to make an impact in 1 minute. But to put it on record, it's like it's over and done with so fast. It's like you don't really get into it.
Okay, I got to do this for Bobby. He just loves it when I do it. Cinderella. There you go, Cinderella. Holy smokes, can you imagine? I don't even know how I ended up with this thing. Oh, this is Sound and Fury with Sturgill Simpson. It's a manga. It's based on a manga, anime, really, more than manga, anime. And it's got the most gorgeous vinyl, red vinyl. Check that vinyl out, boys and girls.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that stunning? Come on. Beautiful.
A gimmick. That's all that is, a gimmick.
Yeah, but it's Sound and Fury. It's good. Here's the one. This is Janine, over in Germany. Soul Disco.
Yeah.
Silent Running.
That was a good movie. I like that.
Yeah. I saw Rejoicing Sun, Joan Baez.
That's a great cover as well. It's a beautiful cover.
Isn't that the best artwork?
Yeah, it is.
A very young Bruce Stern, ladies and gentlemen, with Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
I think the year before he shot John Wayne and was infamous for doing that. John Wayne died in a John Wayne movie. He was shot.
True Grit.
The Cowboys.
Oh, the Cowboys.
I had that one.
You had to. This is 1973 or 72. Where were you in 62? But American Graffiti, what a great album, and so many songs are in here.
Yeah,
and it's an unusual. It's the top. It flips open vertically.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's a game.
And probably the greatest soundtrack of all time, Ice Castles, with Marvin Hamlish and Robbie Benson. Bobby Gash, you love Ice Castles. Do you have this?
No, good Lord, no.
This is one Rob gave me. The Reverend Rock and Roller.
I ain't a sissy.
The Reverend, I know, Bobby. The Reverend Rock and Roller put this on the map, made it world famous. Ice Castles. he made an industry out of that thing.
Marvin Hamlish put himself on the map the easy way. When he was commissioned to do the Sting, he put a lot of Scott Joplin rags on the soundtrack and got famous that way. Oh, that's lovely.
Okay, this from Rob. I just love the cover so much.
Beautiful, beautiful.
A comic book fan that it's just a couple. I don't think it's Adam West or anything.
It's spoken. Is it spoken word rather than music?
I believe it's cartoon adventures with Batman and Robin.
Okay.
Okay, from back in the 60s, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Who we got? Okay. Well, let's try it on. Here we go. Hello, Manchester. Okay, speaking of bloody England, War of the Worlds. Jeff Wayne's musical version, War of the Worlds. Got everybody on this thing. It's not bad. It's like a progressive rock album, but it's, Orson Welles and Jeff Wayne did the musical version, and a cast of thousands appear on it. We're doing soundtracks, Rob. Okay, here you go. Tom Cruise fans, Cocktail, original motion picture.
I don't know who composed that.
Oh, God, I don't know. It's got John Mellencamp, I got it because it's extended producer, music supervisor, Carol Childs, but Tutti Frutti, Little Richard's on here, Hippie Shake, Georgia Satellites, Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry, Be Happy, Bobby Neville's on here, Fabulous Thunderbirds. So it's just, more the soundtrack than, or what do you call that? The difference between a soundtrack. Oh, yeah, I have both of these. This Beth, beautiful Beth in the U.S. gifted me that.
I saw that when it came out.
Yeah,
but normally once you take me past the 1970s, I start to lose my way because I'm so old-fashioned.
Okay, how is this old enough for you?
Yes, it is.
Billy Wilder's, Alfred Newman.
Yeah, he used to be the music supervisor at 20th Century Fox.
There you go. Marilyn Monroe. Rob, would you tap Marilyn?
Was that the odd couple? Was that the odd couple that you just showed, Rob, or was I seeing things?
Yeah. No, he's got the but he's going up against Flash.
Right. So that's a mixture of dialogue and music on that. Yeah. I used to have that.
What I like about this, Bobby Gash, you're going to love this. Is she's a welder by day, but an exotic dancer at night.
So
it's all sexy, Bobby.
Oh, that was a stupid movie.
That's all sexy. It's for girls, isn't it, Bobby?
Well, I guess.
I've not seen the TV version of The Odd Couple before.
This is one that made Rob Walker cry when this came out.
Oh, yeah.
Da, 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 da. It's Vangelis.
Yeah, you guys are showing a lot of stupid movies.
What? I can't believe it. Okay, what about this one, Bobby? You love this. Isn't she pretty in pink? What do you think about that, Bobby?
Never seen the movie.
Pretty in pink.
Molly Ridgway,
so what? I'm not into that fluffy.
Okay, here's more Amadeus. This is the main album, and then they did the follow-up. There's the Blu-ray or the DVD of the movie. Holy smokes. Walker, I'm not done here. Look at this. I got this for you. Sunshine Boys.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Look at this, Rob. You love this. This could be scary for you.
My alarm just went off. I got to go take some pills.
But Bobby, look, there's transgender excitement.
I've seen that all kinds of times, man.
Yeah, that's
it. In Toronto, it was all hippies and heads going. A midnight show every year. I think it was Halloween, right?
Let's do the time warp again. And if we can ever get Massey back on the show, this is the one that's going to do it. Bye, bye, birdie. The army's got you now. Fantastic, Anne Margaret. Rob, did you ever have a crush on Anne Margaret? She's Swedish,
Right. If she's Swedish, then yeah. I've got a lot of nice memories about.
Okay. That was big. And then, like I say, Pulp Fiction, right? It's got a lot. It's got a lot going for it. So not bad. We got a few. We got a few.
There you go.
I
That's lovely.
put in the comments. Sorry.
And on that soundtrack that Rachel just showed that we were talking about last week, the audiophile fellow in the chat I noticed named the composer I couldn't think of, which was Kachachurian. So well done him.
Kachachurian.
He was the guy who scored that Lost Lonely section where the long spaceship is traveling through space.
Oh yeah.
There you go, Dr. Zhivago with appropriate romantics.
Maurice Jarre again.
Okay, and here we go. The children love this.
Right.
John Barry. Come on, kids. United Artists. Used to read James Bond by.
Not seen that cover before.
No.
Oh,
and of course I love this. Kill Bill.
You're quite the modern dame, Rachel, with all these. To me, they're modern soundtracks.
Well, yeah, most of them are. But then you got the 70s. FM. Good movie.
Malcolm Arnold. He was a British composer, Malcolm Arnold.
Okay, Rob, hold on. This is what I got is going to beat yours all to pieces. Look what this is, Rob.
Mine are better than yours.
Maybe you're a lover, maybe you're a better life, stand alive. Hi, stand alive. Look at that. And look at the body positioning.
Yeah. I love the spoof of that they did in Air. Was it the Big Bus, not Airplane? It was the Big Bus, and somebody put a coin in the jukebox, and that came on, and he was doing but it's an old guy, a little old guy with a beard doing it all.
Yeah, that's an Airplane.
Yeah.
Okay, it's so great to have you guys up. Walker, are you just astounded that we did so good with Simon?
No.
Last week, 1,900 views checking out our program, loving every minute of it. And I believe it's because we bring a gentler, sweeter, kinder approach to vinyl collecting than some of our friends.
People are curious about what I'm saying.
Yes. Do you think you're bringing it in, or do you think it's 4D?
No, I'm bringing it in because I've not been doing any content. So people who watch my channel, they're going to think, what? They know I'm going to come up and say something.
Yes.
They know I'm not going to sit there like a wallflower.
Damn it.
So I wasn't joking when I said probably about 300 or 400 of those views are from the British police.
Well, what I want to say, Rob, what I want to say to you is I got my thumbnail made. I made it like, I'm trying to act up and stuff. And I should have just put you there being arrested by a Bobby.
Well, don't put
any ideas in their head.
Don't give people any ideas because there's a few people who certainly.
Yeah, we got our crazy people, don't we?
There are a lot of crazy people. I mean, I don't go to bed. You said I'm up. I don't go to bed until about 5 o'clock. So I'm able to listen.
Okay, we got a guest in the back room. They are called Starmers Stasi. Starmers Stasi. I have my questions to this. It's not going to be a person coming up on screen with us. Holy smokes. Hang on, 4D. We'll get you back. Starmer Stasi, please. Please, Starmer Stasi.
So, Rob, is that because are you on a night shift normally? Is that why you've got?
Yeah. So I'm able to comment when I'm on my break at work. So, because if you notice, I might comment for maybe 25 minutes.
Right.
So I'm able to comment then. And then I get home at about 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I'll go to bed about 5 and I'll get up at about 11.
Right.
So that's
Rob, what's your preference? We had the question about submarines earlier in the program. Preference for Japanese or German U-boats? If you had a choice of getting a submarine, would you like Korean or German built?
The thing is, if Donald Trump or the American government is concerned about the direction of future British governments, and because our missiles really, without the assistance of America, we can't fire them. So we've got to be careful and choose our friends wisely, I think.
Yeah. So who is a friend of Britain in 2026?
Canada.
Well, after last week, it's not China, is it?
Okay, what do we got here? S came in simply with the word racist bigot. Interesting. So we're going to remove the guest. Okay.
I'm trying to
We're
think.
gonna remove
Who
the
would
guest.
you say 4D was a friend of the UK?
I've got a bad feeling that it might be a lot of Europe who are trying to reel the UK back fully into the European Union again. So I've got a feeling that might be going on backstage. I'm just of the feeling that I wish that America would invade the UK, actually boots on the ground invade them.
I think that would be pretty popular, actually.
I think so too. I was joking on Rachel's political channel that I'd be one of those. Do you want a cup of tea, love? I'd be giving all the soldiers that look like coffees and stuff.
Do you know who actually? You know who it may be? Because you know who's really mad at you right now, Rob? Of
Me?
the people, yeah, you. You know who's mad? Like, well, okay, well, here's some further. I'm going to tell you. No, not Wax, not Rob. No. What happened is they had a talk on. Rob got into politics on his show earlier today, this morning,
Right.
and people started going. And these kids, I've worked with them so hard. One of them I really work with is Jamie Barnes. But Jamie is really mad at you, Rob, so this comment we got a comment backstage, and it's from the Stormer Stasi. Keep your mouth shut, Walker, or we'll lock you up, racist bigot. Okay,
yeah. I can believe that.
So I'm wondering if that could possibly be our beloved Jamie, because I know he was slamming you and me over on the other show, and I was very disappointed. Because I love Jamie, and I've really taken this young buck, this young talent under my wing, and to have that negative vitriol come from such a lovely soul, it's very disappointing.
The thing, so I was one thing I did that I watched back, that segment, and one of the things that when you're actually talking, and then I was listening to what 4D was saying, and 4D speaks so much sense, but in the last sort of day or two, I watched quite a lot of what would be termed as right-wing people on Instagram, YouTube, people who have got channels and experts, etc., and people who take a lot of interest in what's going on in British politics. And to a man, they were all saying far worse than what I was saying, so I think I'm okay. But there are people who loved, they don't agree with what that's the difference. If someone's got left-wing views, I just think, well, that's your opinion, you're entitled to it.
Exactly.
Whereas if you've got what's termed as a right-wing view, then people want to see you locked up. And it's
because their language, their rhetoric is you're a literal Nazi. And so because you're a Nazi, then they have every moral right to take you out, kill you, do whatever the hell they need to do. Because Bobby Gass is the first one to tell you, Nazis is bad. Great, Bobby. Nazis is bad.
Well, there's a new big story in the UK today, and that's the English countryside is too white.
What?
Yeah.
So what are we gonna? So they're going to move the newcomers.
Person? Who's saying that? A brown person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've been aware of this story for probably 3 or 4 months.
Goddamn immigrants!
I saw a podcast on it, and then for some reason it's been picked up today in the media, and there's been so many people commenting on it. And what they're saying is that people from Bangladesh and Pakistan, they don't feel welcome when they go to the countryside because they're not represented. There's no halal food in the pubs.
Well, they're in England, mate.
Yeah. So, and they just don't feel welcome when they go in the pubs, etc. So
Oh,
it's
God.
become
Rob, I'm going to tell you what the problem with immigration now is. Nowadays, they want the same culture they're leaving instead
Yeah.
of acclimating themselves to what
Yeah.
used to be. In the old days in Canada, when an immigrant come to Canada, we told them where they had to live. You had to live there for 5 years and acclimate yourself to society before you could go any place else that you wanted to go.
Yeah.
That's the way they ought to go back to that instead
And
of. I mean, you come to Toronto, the most cosmopolitan city in the world right now, and the visible minority here in Toronto now is about 65, 70%. And it wasn't like that when I was a kid. I can tell you that. And Toronto's got a lot of big problems because of the immigration problem.
Could you imagine me going into Pakistan and saying that it's too black here?
Yeah, well, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. But another thing that they're complaining about is that there's too many dogs in the countryside. There's too many people taking dogs into the countryside.
Yeah.
So that's another aspect because because Muslims don't like dogs.
Well, they eat them. They eat them for fuck's sakes.
So that's another big. So it's a big news story in the UK today. I'm not sure why it's become such a big story today.
Well,
because like I said, I was listening to a podcast about 3 or 4 months ago about this story, but the media's really picked up on it today.
Yeah, the danger is that the rest of the vinyl community all across the Americas will think that this is just caricature, that it's not really going on. But it
is going on.
Yeah, it actually is. And what the agenda of the mainstream media often is to float out an intention, to signal it first, and then it becomes something that actually happens. So they get us sort of used to it first, and then they actually follow up on it. When I say follow up on it, I mean including legislation. So it actually transforms the behavior of what you can and cannot do in the country.
This is a government. This is going to turn into government policy, and they're already bringing out. They're going to be bringing out leaflets, etc., in different languages, so that people feel more at home in the countryside. But people move away from the cities for a reason, and the towns. I mean, I live in quite a rural area, but as I say, if I'd not moved into this rural area and lived where I used to live, then it wouldn't be a nice place to live. But I've got to pay probably 3 times as much to live here than where I lived before. But
wow, yeah.
I'm fortunate that I'm able to do that, but a lot of people aren't fortunate enough to do that, are they?
I'm the only person on this panel who's a bachelor who doesn't have any children. But if I'm depressed as it stands by the political landscape, God knows how much more depressed I would feel if I also had children to worry about their future.
I mean, my son's in education, and he's as left-wing as you can get. So, but he's 30, so he's got time to mature, and I'm sure at some point he'll come to his senses. But at the moment, he's really left-wing.
Okay, we got a couple of
I was
questions.
really left-wing as well.
We got a couple of questions for you, Rob. One comes from myself. What's going on? Jamie Barnes seems to be in the private chat really going at you. I think it's our beloved Jamie. Jamie, I love Jamie so much. Jamie, be nice to Rob. What happened between you two crazy kids in England?
Nothing.
Did something go down in not near Nottingham? Some problems?
No, nothing.
Okay. Anyway, well, he's very upset.
If someone, so in the UK, you've got the left and the right, and as I mentioned, if you go on Instagram, there's so many accounts on YouTube with people saying things that 10 times worse than what I'm saying. I'm being pretty careful with what I say.
Yeah,
I'm just reporting what's being said in the mainstream media. So, and you can put your own slant.
I think you can do that. I think you're allowed to do that. If it's the BBC or something. Yeah.
So the
Yeah,
media
you know.
are
If
reporting
you're getting all your news from the media, you're not getting the whole picture.
No.
You gotta get out yourself and experience these
Yeah.
other cultures
But-
and see exactly what's going on. Because believe me, the media shoots a lot of shit.
It's possible. I don't know if Spring Hill Jim is mad at Rob, though. I know Jamie vocally this morning on Rob's chat was vocal against Walker. A little bit against me, mostly Walker.
But the thing is, there's millions of people in the UK who have got far worse, far more extreme views than I've got. I'm coming from some, like I say, I've come from a left leaning background, really. But when you see the votes that are coming in and the handouts that are being given, then it makes you question.
So when things got a little rapey, that probably became problematic for you.
The direction of the country in relation to these people who are coming into the country illegally. If you're comfortable with that's great, but you don't have to be comfortable with it. You can question it, and when we get a general election, we'll have an election, and if we vote in reform, then there'll be a lot of changes. If the Greens get in or the Labour Party get in, then we'll continue down the same road. So I'm quite, welcoming of the ballot box. I'm hopeful that the British people will come to the senses. But obviously, I've only got one vote. Jimmy's only got one vote. And we'll see what happens.
We love you, Jamie. Jamie Barnes is incredible. Okay, so that was one of the issues. Second question I have for you. Our beloved Massey and our beloved Harry have departed the program. There's a boycott going on. They just cannot put up with any more nonsense. There's been too much nonsense here.
I'm quite surprised about Norman because he's shown in his two failed live streams. The guy is beyond awkward. Beyond awkward.
Is it not great viewing, or is it good viewing
I've not,
because of that?
To be fair, I've not hardly watched it. I've just like gone flicked through it a little bit.
Yeah.
And he's better as part of a panel where he can just join in. When it's his, you can see how awkward he is. So I'm quite surprised because
I don't consider him awkward at all. He's just being Mazzy, for Christ's sake. He looks like he's enjoying it, right?
Despite his shortfalls, he is relatively, marginally interesting when he's on here.
Yeah, he's good. We love Mazzy.
Marginally interesting.
Okay, here it is. You and your mate Simon are racist thugs. This is a comment coming in. Racist thugs.
I'd like to reply to that. So
that's I think it's my beloved Jamie. Jamie, don't lose your mind over this, son.
So I've got a lot of Indian friends, and I have got Muslim friends as well. There's a lot of really nice Muslims in the UK. I've never been on a demonstration, so I certainly can't be described as a thug. I've never witnessed in person any demonstration or been to any hotels protesting or anything like that. So I'm the least thug person that there is.
Okay, further question. Rich, this is a different question. Rich, a question for Rob. Not looking at NATO standards, what's the better sub for Canada, the German TKMS or the Korean vertical launch KSS-3? This is a submarine question for you. Bobby could answer, but I want to go to you for this.
Honestly, I know a lot about submarines, and you are not allowed to talk about things like that when I'm in the position I'm in. So I'm afraid I'll have to pass that on to somebody else.
Okay, Bobby, which one should Canada go for? Korean built or German?
Oh, German.
I said that too. German technology, German engineering.
Germans make good shit. I mean,
they do.
Same with Japan. In Japan, if they make a mistake, the guy on the assembly line, he's got to commit Harry Carey.
Yeah.
In Germany, if a guy makes a mistake on an assembly line, he goes to the gas chamber.
Okay, speaking of the gas chamber, I don't know what the segue is, but let's try it. Ice Station Zebra. Here we go.
That's what they call. But so Oldham Athletics ground, it's so cold they call it Ice Station Zebra.
Is that why they call it that? Now you're teaching us stuff, Rob.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I'm showing that is because half of the film takes place on a submarine.
Yeah, and of course, what's the other big? There's been about Run Silent, Run Deep is a big famous one.
Robert Mitchum and Kirk Juergens, one of the best sub movies going.
The Hunt for Red October, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
You know what was the best about The Hunt for Red October?
What was Sean Connery?
His Russian accent.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bobby, you look, with your white visage, you look a bit like you would make a good Russian submariner yourself, like Sean Connery.
Well, I'm red. I've got high blood pressure.
No, you look like a Ruski because you're a white guy.
Well, yeah,
you're a good white guy.
I'm Irish.
All right. Well, you're still
Rachel,
you're not black Irish. I'll tell you that much.
My Irish ancestors from both sides of my family come to Canada in the 1700s.
Ooh, Das Boot. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was a really, really good one. Das Boot.
So, Rachel, do you think this? So it's quite late in the UK here now. It must. I don't. Is it 4 o'clock? So who in the UK is mad enough to be still up at this time, do you think?
The views come in when I ended the show, I was shocked. After we had done the full show last Sunday, we were at 1,500 views when we shut down. We were already at 1,500.
Wow, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I knew it was going to go up once it allowed to percolate a little bit. So I'm very grateful to everybody watching the show. I mean, it's the only metric I really measure the success by is hopefully that people are entertained and that we can get a few eyes on. If you build it and it's interesting, people are going to tune in and watch. Why do they watch? Because I hope in my wildest dreams, I would hope it to be entertaining.
Well, you're controversial, Rachel.
Yeah, fuck that. Controversial. I don't know, man. What am I controversial about?
Well, you got guys leaving. That's over a controversy. No, I mean your politics is.
No, that's not me. You know why they're leaving? They're leaving because of the legacy media that's got them so wound up. They come in here, they bring their belief, and then I just sit there. They throw it on me. Rachel, don't you think it's horrible that the guy got shot and he's a victim and it's horrible? ICE killing innocents. And I go, well. Apparently, it wasn't the ICE people that killed him. It was like Border Patrol that they had harangued in to do the job because there weren't enough ICE guys, so it was Border Patrol. The other thing is the guy was like a paid agitator. He's a professional agitator. Is what he does. He was part of the signals thing, as was the woman in the car. He's carrying a gun. You're never supposed to carry a gun to a conflict zone. Not saying the cops. The cops are right.
Didn't they take that gun off the guy and then shot him?
No, I'm not saying the cops are right, but he broke the law just by bringing his gun there. You're not allowed to.
He didn't have the gun when they shot him. That's what.
No, he had the gun on him though.
I thought. Well, what I heard is they took the gun off the guy and then.
One guy, they yelled out. There's a lot of confusion. He's got a gun, and then everybody went nuts. Yeah. So I'm not saying they're right. What I am saying,
too many guns down there in the state.
Okay, but hold on. What I am saying is, if you don't want to get shot by ICE, don't go and engage with them, and particularly don't try and wrestle with them. No. When you've got a gun on you, whether it's in your waistband and a couple of clips, just leave that stuff at home. That'll help you out.
I'm the opposite, man. If some guy, I'm in Canada. If some guy's got a gun, I'm gonna have a gun too.
So when the RCMP pull you over, you want to pull your gun on them.
No.
That's smart, Bobby.
I said some guy. I didn't say the law.
Yeah.
I said some guy. I didn't say the law. That's
no. So what I'm trying to say,
I've been pulled over by
you know why I'm not getting shot?
Toronto.
You know why I'm not getting the fucking shot by the RCMP, Bobby? Because I'm not carrying a gun and going up and mouth and let's have a fight, fucker. I'm
Well,
not
yeah,
doing that. Okay.
come
I
on.
want to live. I want to live. And
No,
I
I'm
will.
always when I deal with cops,
Yeah.
I'm always real nice, and I do everything they say. I'm for the coppers. You know, I think they do a lot of stupid things. I knew and grew up with cops, and there's a lot of bad cops out there. Believe me, and they do a lot of bad things. Now that was back in the old days, in the '60s and '70s. I don't know about now. But once upon a time, cops weren't, they weren't the princes of society. Believe me.
I hope you have 5 minutes for Jesus. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got.
Is Stickermania still in the chat?
Probably not, but nonetheless.
Okay, Bobby Gass mentioned A Hard Day's Night about an hour ago. It took me 2 years to track this down, this magazine down. In the hotel scene, just before Grandpa steals the waiter's clothes and goes off to a casino, you see the Beatles lounging around in the hotel room.
I remember that.
Right, and you see John Lennon reading an article, and it took me 2 years to find out what the magazine was, because I thought it was a news supplement at first, and it's not. It's this magazine. So when you see him, you'll see him turn to this page. So if you go back to the Hard Day's Night scene, you'll see that this page here that he's reading. And
Right.
So my guess is even Stickermania hasn't made that connection and doesn't have this magazine yet. So UK
Who's that
magazine.
Who's that group in the picture?
I think it's Jerry and the Pacemakers, is it?
No, I'm going to say no. It doesn't look like that. It's not Jerry.
That's not Jerry Marsden. No.
Jerry Marsden's not there.
But bear with me, because I think it is.
Very well. Find Marsden somewhere.
This is the next page, and I think you can see Marsden.
Okay, there's Jerry on the right. We got Jerry on the right there.
Yeah.
Right. So when John Lennon is I think when John Lennon is holding up this magazine and he's reading that, he's reading that page there, because it's an analysis of Jerry and the Pacemakers, who used to be their rivals in Liverpool. I think it's an ironic comment that Lennon is making by holding that up.
Could be, yeah.
Ferry cross the Mersey.
So there's one for Stickermania to track down for his collection.
Weren't the Beatles and Jerry and the Pacemakers under the same management?
Yes, they were.
Eventually, yeah, but they were good pals even before Brian Epstein came on the scene. So there's all kinds of tales about them racing each other down the Mersey Tunnel in cars after midnight and stuff like that. They used to get on really well.
Marsden was a good guitar player, and the Fabs learned a few things from him. I think he was the guy that knew the B7 chord that Paul McCartney talks about.
Yeah, he was also a boxer as well, because he was a little guy. I think he felt like he had to fight his way all the way.
That's how I treat Walker. I know if I met him, he'd be very tough with me, and because he's a small, stocky guy. He's a good rugger player. Walker, did you ever get involved in Exciting World of Rugger?
No, I was a footballer.
All right. And you're going to be a center halfback. You're going to be probably a halfback, something like that.
I played every position.
There's no way we're going to make you a striker. I'm telling you
I was
now.
a striker, yeah. I scored 5 goals in one single game.
Whoa.
Oh, well, maybe I should make you a striker.
Yeah.
5 goals in one game.
Yeah, we won 11-2, and
How many times did you roll on the turf faking you were hurt?
No. We didn't used to do that in the 80s.
Oh no! Oh Jesus! When I see that throws me right off.
Yeah, it's a load of crap in it. That.
Tony took from the trunk is with us. He says, "Hey, Rob and Bobby and 40 and all the kids."
In 1972, I played my one and only game for the school team, and they took me off because they put me
what
on.
happened? Now, where did they put you? Where did they put you?
They put me on at right half, and the only position I ever want to play is right wing, and you already know from the VC that I'm not a team player. I just like to go my own way.
Yeah.
So every chance I got, I doubled up on the right wing. So there's a big hole in the defense where I should have been. All I wanted to do was right.
Yeah. So they knew they just put the ball where you aren't.
Yeah, the manager who was the games teacher was screaming his fucking head off from the halfway line because I just wasn't listening to any instructions. I was going, so he pulled me off, and that was the end of my career.
I have fun. I play the PlayStation 5, the FIFA game, and so I run around and play. And I take out the world's greatest team. So I got Pele, and I got it's like a superstar team. So I take all these superstars out. Oh, Ian Rush, little Welshman, had to have him. I love Ian. We put him out. Oh, and then Shearer, Alan Shearer. We got Shearer working on the way. And so what happened? So I got Pele, Shearer, I got Ian Rush, and I am just kicking ass. But what I love to do is Shearer is so good with the long ball. I get him outside the 18, and it's so beautiful to see the long arcing ball and the goalie's flying to stop it right in the top corner. Oh my God. And the announcers are so great because we got a couple of Brit announcers to make it proper. And so they're, and I got a girl. I got a Scouser girl from Liverpool. And I think she's like a lesbian. Bobby, don't be offended, but I believe she's a lesbian. And she said, oh, it's quite a goal. Oh, he's got to be careful. So much composure.
Rachel,
like,
in 1970, when I turned 11 years old, and I saw the World Cup play on television, I was just so mesmerized by Brazil as a whole team, but by Pele in particular. It was like I was just entranced by that guy about the way he would think outside the box and do things. So you'd get seasoned commentators like David Coleman saying he'd never seen anybody do that before. It's been done since. So now when people like David Beckham takes a shot from the halfway line and actually scores, it's been done. But at the time in 1970, Pele was doing stuff on the pitch that nobody had ever seen before. And for me, it was like it's a memory that's there. Like it has the same sense of wonder as when my parents took me to see a couple of James Bond movies in 1968. So those memories are embedded for life, and it's tied in with
I saw him play with the I went to see him twice, one in Seattle, one in Vancouver. And we were up there with our binoculars because we're in the we were teenagers, we can't afford the best seat, so we're up there ready to go. My buddy's got the binoculars. I can see his teeth. I can see his teeth.
I feel the same way about Bobby Orr.
Oh, Bobby Orr, legend, right? Number 4, Boston Bruins. Yeah, legend player. I saw Gretzky. I saw the Edmonton Oilers play 1988. So everybody was there but Paul Coffey. He was the first guy that they traded off of the super team. But, Messier was there, and Yuri Curry was there, and Wayne, of course, was playing. And it was just amazing to see all those talented players out there.
In that?
Grant Fuhrer was in that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the dream team. They were just fantastic.
So did you leave school in 75 then, 4D? Yeah.
I did, yeah. It was one of those big so what moments, Rob. Like there was no real ceremony. I was worried about having to go out and make a living. I thought that's the end of a cushy number being the class clown. And it just felt like such an anticlimax. And plus I came out with no qualifications. So I
left in 1980.
All right,
so
okay.
On our last day in school, we ripped we went round ripping all the girls' skirts off.
Bobby, did you get ever involved in taking clothes off women?
Yeah. And we all got, so about 6 of us got rounded up and we got sent home early.
Yeah.
On your last day,
they weren't complaining, Bobby.
You got sent home on your last day.
Yeah, we did.
What a pointless gesture that was, because you were going on forever anyway.
I know, but yeah.
Okay. So what I'm gathering for this 4D, so you did not finish school the proper. So you've got like the equivalent of what, a grade 4 education? What are we dealing with here, 4D?
Well, of the five levels of classes in my year, we got
Sticker Mania. We got to show your thing. Show your thing for Frank.
Oh, okay. In the 5 levels
Frank, we got a thing to show you.
In the 5 levels of classes in my year, I was second to the bottom class, and within that class, I was at the bottom of the class. So that was my track record, and for most of those years, I was okay because I liked playing the class clown.
Yeah.
But in the last 2 years, as I realized that industry and the factory floor was looming, I started to lose my sense of humor.
Yeah.
And so, but the really strange thing is that after I left school, so like Rachel, I was reading a lot of science fiction.
Yeah.
And I came across Charles Dickens, I got heavily into Charles Dickens. And at some point, around about age 16, when your hormones really kick in and you go one way or the other, well, there's no other way to say it. I became an intellectual, but without any schooling. So I wasn't in college. So it was just some activity in the brain that was very hungry for culture. So I would blow all my wages on books every week, and without a syllabus. So there was nothing to guide me except interest. So I went right across the curriculum. Like I got heavily into Bertrand Russell, got every fucking book I could find on Bertrand Russell. And you know about the stuff about Hunter Thompson and Kurt Vonnegut and Tom Wolfe and all of that. Followed all of that up without anybody guiding me. And it's like even my parents were thinking, who is this guy? Because I'd so transformed from what I was that they I don't think they could recognize it. And I wasn't sure what was going on myself because I was shy. And a big part of me had no confidence in all that time. So what I did was I don't know if you want me to tell this tale, Rachel. It'll take about
Tell the tale, for the love of God.
Okay, so I decided, because I was in a nowhere job and I'd just been demoted because I couldn't hack it as an electrical engineer, so they'd reduce me to a tester instead. I thought, how am I going to get out of this? So I just went for a night course at what was called Salford College of Technology, and in those days the government tried to incentivize adults to take evening classes, so they would subsidize it for you, because in those days they had an eye on the future and what the country might look like, and they wanted it to be more smart people. So all I could think of to do, since English was my pet subject, is take what's called an O level. An O in England stands for ordinary, and so I went to the reception, and there was a woman behind the reception with all the forms there, and she tried to talk me into A level. A stands for advanced, and I was scared of that prospect, but because I so lacked confidence, I was also scared of saying no to an adult. So I just turned 18 years of age, and I didn't feel like an adult. And she's saying, look, you might as well she was an Irish woman, you might as well just skip the O level and just go on to the L level. And I thought you couldn't do that anyway. Aren't you supposed to get the O level first? So
yeah, now for us over here, what's an O level? We hear that expression. What's that mean, England?
Well, it stands for ordinary, but I don't know how you would equate it to, say, an American or a Canadian qualification.
Is it like a high school diploma?
If you got an O level grade 1 or 2, that's pretty good. That was pretty good.
Well, let me put it this way. In those days, if you were going to qualify to go to a university and you wanted a few choices of which university, you would have 3 A levels, which are advanced.
Okay, hold on, guys. I got to kick this guy in his virtual nuts. Just hang on, just a sec. There is no law broken, man. Get real. Tomorrow to be you, you'll cry. Get real. Those are real lives being taken. That's no movie. Listen, dumb fuck. Don't go out there and fuck around with ICE while they're doing their job. You want to live? Don't do it. You know what? I'm marking myself safe on social media from being shot in the ass by ICE because I'm not a fucking retard. Use your head. All right. Sorry, guys. Continue on with great discussion. Thank you, Fred, for your comment.
Okay, so to go to university, in those days you would need 3 advanced levels, and you would usually back that up by, say, 5 or 8 O levels. So just to go in, for me at 18 years old, to go in for 1 O level and nothing else, it's quite a modest ambition. And so that's why this teacher was behind the desk, was trying to talk me into. So in the end, to compromise, because I couldn't say no, I said, okay, I'll do the O level on Tuesday evening, and I'll do the A level English on Thursday evening. And then, because I thought once they kick me out of A level, I've got the O level as a safety net. So that's what I agreed with the Irish woman, just to keep her quiet. And she was quite unimpressed the fact that I wouldn't drop the O level. So I went to my first O level class. It was just a couple of weeks before Joy Division, before they were Joy Division. Warsaw played on the same. Right. They played on the same venue, one floor below where I was taking the course, and I was fucking oblivious to all of that. And that was that was the gig where Martin Hannett first saw them as well. So it's a momentous gig.
Yeah,
so history flew right fucking by me. So I sat at the back in my first evening class, and everybody else was older than me because it was adult education. And then the teacher came in, and it was the fucking Irish woman who she was just recruiting people for her class, who taught me into doing this A level in the first place. Okay, so fast forward to the first assignment we get. The first assignment we get is on Shakespeare, who I'd never read before. So you've got to work out the convoluted Elizabethan language. And also it was a very complicated play called Measure for Measure. It's like, you don't want to start with Measure for Measure if you're reading Shakespeare. There's a few problems with it. So we all did the assignment, handwritten in the old days. We hand the assignment in, and then a couple of weeks later is when the teacher calls out our names to hand us back our assignments on the day. And I didn't get my assignment back. And I've got to try and hold it together here, because sometimes I get quite tearful remembering this.
I get like that when Bobby tells the story.
I'm out of here, guys. See you
What,
later.
Bobby?
Yeah. I'm out.
All right. Well, we sure love you, man. You're a great one. Bobby, freaking gas.
So
Bobby.
So she called my name. So she called my name out, and
okay, that is one of the most emotional things I've ever experienced.
Where's he gone? Oh, is he?
I'm gone. All right, go ahead there.
So she called my name out and asked me to stay behind. And even the way she called my surname out taught me how to pronounce my own name, because my dad pronounced our Irish name differently. So I and when everybody was making for the door at 9 o'clock in the evening, I honestly felt like making a run for it, because I felt sure she was going to bounce me out, that the assignment was so bad that it just confirmed what I suspected all along. But I stuck around, and she was asking me questions while she was wiping the blackboard down with a board duster, which is what teachers used to do in those days. And she asked me about my parents, and she asked me about my job, and she asked me about what school I went to, all of that. And I was so shy, I couldn't even lift my head up to answer. So I was talking to the floor, and all the answers I gave her were very nondescript. You know, my parents were working class, my neighborhood is working class. I didn't have any qualifications, and my job was just one step above a laborer, really. And I all the time I'm thinking, why don't you just fucking tell me, you know, to just stay in the O level? Why are you drawing it out? And she said, she was kind of disappointed, I think, in all the answers, but she knew, she had an inkling, and she said, well, there's no doubt about it. You're a budding intellectual. You've got to go to university. It just blew the top of my head right off. I think somewhere in the back of my mind, I kind of knew it, but I'd never had any confirmation from anybody before then. And I mean, overnight, I turned into somebody completely fucking arrogant based on that one compliment. But at the time, it took me by surprise, and that afterwards, when eventually, and this was a long time in the future, when I did my master's degree, the topic I chose for a dissertation was potential. about how do you cultivate potential, because it's not there. How do you measure something that doesn't exist yet? It's just the possibility of something that might exist in the future. So I based my entire dissertation on that, without even then, without being self-aware in my 30s of realizing that what I was really doing was asking myself, how did she know back in 1977? How did she spot the signs? Because I wasn't giving her any of the signs that she was asking for in any of my answers, but something in her knew that potential was there. So that I can't even remember now why we got
okay, because we also talked about Rob Walker. He was at school, he was a young boy.
Oh yeah.
And he had a teacher come in. Now, this teacher was an African American, and he was so handsome and everything. And Rob was a troubled inner city Mancunian, and he tried to box him. He punched Rob in the tummy and because Rob was going to beat him up. But Rob ended up becoming a good citizen. And at the end of it, he gave a present. And then I was visiting at the time, and then I said, how do you thank someone who has taken you from crayons to perfume? And Rob cried, and I cried, and the teacher laughed.
So do you want me to do the Stickermania thing for him again?
Stickermania, we got something for you, Frank.
Right, but Rachel, will you tell the story this time? Because I've said it already, what this is.
Well, okay, so he's got this beautiful pop magazine, pictorial, and it's got Jerry Marston and the Pacemakers in it, which is beautiful, and it's just really well put together. And there's a picture there, and then we look at the band. I think Jerry's down somewhere else, but anyway.
Okay. Yeah, but bring it to Hard Day's Night, Rachel. That's the whole point.
Okay, well, you bring it to Hard Day's Night. It's like at that time.
Jerry's on the bus, isn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes he is. Okay, so this is for Stickermania then. In A Hard Day's Night, the film, there's a scene where the Beatles are in a hotel room, and it's just before the grandfather steals the waiter's clothes and goes off to play in the casino. So it's just the Beatles lounging around. Paul McCartney's on a piano. John Lennon sat on a sofa, and he's reading a magazine, and the magazine is turned to that page that you're looking at now. And it took me 2 years to track down what this was, because I thought it was a newspaper supplement, because it's kind of got that headline suggests it could be a newspaper supplement. So I was misled by that, but it took me 2 years to find out that he was reading this. So because this is an article about not the Beatles, who were the sensation in the UK at the time. In 1963, that's when Beatlemania really took off. So this is 1964 now. So you would think that he'd be reading about the Beatles, but no, he's reading about a fellow Liverpudlian band, Jerry and the Pacemakers. So there you go. So that's the cover, Mr. Stickermania, if you want to track it down. Number 2, Popstar Pictorial. It's a UK magazine. It'll cost you 2 and 6.
Lovely. Okay. And so, I mean, that's a little bit of trivia right there, kids.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Rob, I'm so glad that you and 4D are here. Do you think that this could now become, once again, the #1 live stream of the community, simply because we got Brit content? Like the eyes on it are off the charts, Rob. And also, there's so many people that are watching, apparently. Like, you've developed so many enemies in the vinyl community, people that dislike you, they don't love you the way I do, the way 4D has come to love you. And you Mancunian lads, I can't believe it. You're sitting there, Ian Curtis is there with Warsaw before they come Joy Division.
Yeah.
Walker, now you're too young for that. Rob, you missed all that.
Only just.
You missed it all. You had no idea what the Hacienda was.
I went to the Hacienda.
You talk a big game, Rob. Stop it. I know the real
I went
story.
to the Hacienda, and it was crap. It was crap.
It was crap. I can't believe it.
I think I went either 3 or 4 times, and it was freezing in there.
Yeah.
It was 1986.
Did you ever see Tony Wilson About Town, lads?
I think I might have seen. I think I might have seen. I think I've seen him, but in 1986.
Yeah.
Right. In 1986, can you imagine how good looking I was then? Okay. So in 1986, I was good looking. So when I went out in 1986, I wanted to trap off because between 1984 and 1988, I was single really. So I'd go out and attract women. So, and there weren't enough attractive women in the hacienda. So
Wow.
I very quickly lost interest with the hacienda.
Wow.
And then 3 or 4 years later, it was in the news, and there was a lot of sort of
Buzz
drugs
about
and
it.
stuff like that. Yeah. So I used to go to a club called the Broadwalk, which was about
the
5
board,
minutes away from the hacienda.
the
And I remember
boardwalk.
I used to go to a lot of gigs in the Broadwalk, so a lot of bands there. Like Oasis, I didn't see Oasis there, but they used to rehearse there on a Monday and a Tuesday evening.
Wow.
So when I used to come out of the Broadwalk, I used to walk past everyone queuing up to get in the hacienda. And when I was with my mates or whatever, and I'd be saying, what the fuck are they going in there for? I never really rated the place. So,
Well, the irony is that even though I'm older, Rob Walker is the fellow who went to the hacienda, and I'm
connecting out,
and I never did go to the hacienda. So all my knowledge really is looking, like with everything, looking backwards. So when I was talking about Lindsay Reed the other day, for whom I will now be looking for a different live stream other than Tokyo O'Brien's, that Lindsay Reed, who was Tony Wilson's first wife.
Yeah.
The reason I was putting it together, I've known Lindsay for 15 years, and she's got 3 books out there, and this is the latest one.
Okay, hang on. Let's make it big so the children can see it.
So it's about her relationship with Tony Wilson. It's not the first time she's written about it. But what's distinctive about this particular book is when we were talking about it, I was encouraging her to do it in a sort of scrapbook form. So she was telling the tale through their letters to each other, which wasn't just in their marriage, it was in their friendship for years and years after their marriage. So when she was showing the letters, I said, instead of typing out the letters, show the letters as photographs of the letters, because it's more interactive. It feels a bit more like we're in touch with that past. So what instead you get is, it's not going to pick up, you won't be able to pick up the writing on this, but can you see the letter there?
Yeah, it's cursive writing. Cursive writing.
It's on the factory records letterhead.
Label, letterhead, yeah.
And you can see Tony's signature at the bottom. So it's not just the text you're reading. By interacting with his handwriting, it's just a more intimate encounter, you see. So that was my contribution to the book, is just to persuade her to do it in a scrapbook form.
It's interesting. Tony Wilson said, we're going to have to put more guards on the door because that Walker is going to be buying fish and trolling chicks tonight. Birds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We used to have right. I'd say it's funny. So we used to go in a nightclub in Oldham when I was 18, and there was about 6 of us, maybe 8, and we used to have a league table of how many women you trap off with. So if you trapped off with someone, you can imagine. So if you trapped off with somebody, you got 2 points, and then if there would be bonus points, right? But then the following week, if you then trapped off with the same girl, you only got 1 point for that.
Oh, so you were rewarded more if you would play the field and get more.
Yeah, so
more girls.
The incentive was to keep, and I think I was 26 points at the end of that season, and I was second in.
You had a point system. It was like a league.
Yeah, it was a league. Yeah.
Bloody hell.
And I think we only got to about. I think that was only in about 20 weeks, something like that. So
Good Lord, Rob.
You're sounding like a real Jack the Lad there, Rob. You weren't a wallflower, were you, in your youth?
yeah, I don't know what went wrong.
Earlier in the show, we had a horrible incident. We were talking about somebody had actually, it was Star Trekker brought the news. Somebody actually, it was some celebrity. It was a Three Dog Night guy that recently passed. He got a venereal contraction, and it was so much sex and trouble that his penis actually split like a wiener in a microwave oven.
God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rob, did you ever have anything like that happen to you? Gosh.
Just to raise the tone, just for a moment,
A little bit.
Because one of the things I forgot to say about Bernard Herrmann was I told the George Martin story and how George Martin got his inspiration for those driving strings for Eleanor Rigby. But if you listen to the soundtrack of Day the Earth Stood Still, the science fiction movie, 1951, when Michael Rennie, the guy from another planet, stops the Earth from moving at 12 noon, where everything stops, the cars stop, the elevator stops, everything stops. At the score at that point, Bernard Herrmann has brass and a vibraphone. But what he does is he records it, and on the soundtrack, he plays it backwards. He plays the tape backwards in 1951, which is like 15 years before the Beatles were messing about. So there's all these kind of little circuitous links between the two. So there you go. Another Beatles anecdote.
What was that comment?
Bobby did the same thing as he go. Okay, I'll do it. My Bobby. Bobby said, Walker, we used to have contests to see how many coils you could pick up at night back in my day.
Well, I feel sorry for it. So it's just like, so that was such a, I mean, that's sort of between being 17 and probably 24, 25. And it's like young men now haven't got the opportunity to do that, have they?
Not the opportunity. There's no
growth. Yeah, so I don't think the nightclub scene is like it used to be. In Oldham, we used to have about 10 nightclubs.
Not even the pub scene is what it used to be.
Got a couple of great questions here, guys. How many points do you get if you get a girl's mom?
Right. This is a funny one because, right?
Yeah.
Well, you've got me another little story here now, and I've just thought. So I was in Oldham. It was about, when was it? I was still, so it was about 80. I was about 23, right?
Right.
In Oldham, and I was waiting to get a taxi home. And in the queue for the taxi was the mum of a girl who lived about 6 doors down, right?
Yeah.
And I ended up in a taxi with her. And we got out of the taxi, and I can remember we went down the back of where she was probably about 40, maybe a little bit more than that. And I was about 20, 22 or something like that. And so we ended up behind her house having a bit of mischief.
So you couldn't get in the house because of your youthfulness? That mom would only allow you outside?
Her husband was in the house, right?
Oh, you bastard. Bastard, Walker.
I'm 22, right?
You're right, bastard.
I've only just thought this. I mean, but her daughter was someone who liked me. So, and the following day, I remember I was going to work. I must have been working on the Saturday because that was a Friday night.
Yeah.
And I was shitting myself when I was walking past, because she only lived 5 or 6 doors down from me.
She's your bloody neighbor.
So I
and here's to you, Mrs. Robinson. Heaven holds a place for those who
quite
pray.
A big guy as well. So if he'd have ever found out about that, and I used to when I used to walk home then. I used to walk up the backs, so I didn't want to walk past the front of the house in case she saw me. And then my relationship with her daughter was a bit odd then, because she was like, if I saw her in the pub, she was like,
you'd be in so much trouble, Rob. You would be in so much trouble.
I know. So on my channel, when I first started my channel, when I was doing contests and stuff, I used to tell these kind of stories on my channel.
Yeah.
I've got so many of them, and but I mean, when you've been around for a while, and some people just, it's entertaining, but then some people think, oh, it's like bullshit. But it's just funny where I forgot all about it.
Stories. Yeah, they're living life stories. Listen, we all have our stories,
Yeah,
Rob.
but
Believe it.
I thought that young people now, they just don't. I just don't think that kind of thing happens. I mean, I know people go online and there's dating apps, and that's got its own issues as well.
It's a different world now.
There was nothing more magical, honestly. And people of my sort of age, when they went out on a, so my weekend started on a Thursday. On a Thursday night, that'd be the start of my weekend. So I go out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And on Sunday, I play football for 2 teams, and I'd go out on Sunday night as well. So, and I wasn't on a big wage at that time. I was only, I can't remember, but I always had money in my pocket to buy clothes and go out and save. So it just shows you these days, you can go out on a night out and you spend 60, 70 quid. So,
isn't it funny? If I'd have had to guess, I would have picked you as the shy type when you were a young lad, Rob. But I can see I was dead wrong there.
I was pretty shy when I was at school.
Right.
But when I left school, when I got about 17, 18, when
you blossomed.
And then you'd get whispers, such a body fancies you. And then somebody else fancies you, and you get a bit more confidence then. So then when I got about 18, I thought, everybody fancied me. They didn't, but enough people did. So
it's a lot of fun. Now, how do you Mancunians handle celebrity? So we talked about Tony Wilson walking about town. You know, maybe there's some English actor walking about in Manchester. Are they left alone generally because of the kind of staid English decorum? Or do you kind of go, I love you, you're in the movie I like?
I used to, in the Polar Bar where I used to drink and do my writing in the Polar Bar, Bez used to go in there from the Happy Mondays quite a bit, but I never bothered him. And it was the same with Tony Wilson. I've seen Tony Wilson in the Vinyl Exchange. I'd seen Tony Wilson in the green room, looking at the same side by side, looking at the same paintings long before I knew Lindsay Reed. But I just didn't want to. I didn't want to put him in that. Although he was used to it, there's a strange situation where you act like you know a person because he's a celebrity, but actually he's a total stranger, and so you don't see it from their point of view. But you're a total stranger to them, and you say, "Tony, how's it going?" And they've never fucking seen you before.
Well, they're they're a celebrity, somebody that you don't know anything about. But you're a nobody that they know nothing about. And so there's that element in it too.
Yeah, so all the times I saw Tony Wilson, I regret it now. And I did write.
Yeah, because he's gone now, right?
Yeah, and the irony is, an American magazine asked me to when he died, asked me to do an obituary feature on him. So I was writing about a guy who I could have met and could have spoken to, and we were ships in the night every time. The many times we passed each other in Manchester, because I didn't want to, partly shyness maybe, but also I didn't want to put him on that corny spot where you're talking to a celebrity, and so I just didn't want any of that. So I never spoke to Tony at all.
What about you, Rob? If you've ever had an occasion to encounter a celebrity, do you go up and talk to them, or you leave them alone?
It's funny what we're talking about. So I've met David Beckham. I've got a good story about David Beckham.
Legend. Yeah.
Yeah. So my mate worked for the England football team. So I've got a few stories about, so it was in 99. So it was before like 9/11. So the security around the England team wasn't like it would be now. So he phoned me up and he said, "Do you want to meet David Beckham?" I'm going to the England hotel, and it was when England weren't playing at Wembley, because Wembley was being developed. So the England team were playing in different grounds around the country. So they were playing at Derby, which is like just more than an hour maybe from here. So he picked me up and we went to the England Hotel because he had to deal with a few of the England players. So when we parked up, Teddy Sheringham was stood and he shouted us because he knew the guy who I was with because he used to be at Man United as well. And he shouted his name, "You wanker." So then we went over talking with Teddy Sheringham. And then he took us. So we went to the front of the hotel and the guys, there was a bit of security. And the guy I was with, he said, "Oh, this is my assistant." So he just let me in. And then we went, David Beckham had just had his Mohican done in 99.
Right. He's got that look.
We knocked on the door and Beckham was having a massage. He had a towel around him. He came to the door and he said hi to my friend. And then my friend introduced me. And then he said, "Do you want a drink?" So he opened his fridge and there was no drinks in there. So in a towel, he walked through the hotel. And there were people doing like Keep Fit, you know, kind of who were in the hotel. And they were all looking because Beckham was pretty big in 99. Oh, yeah. And then he took me to the bar. And at the bar, he said to the people behind the bar, "Get my friend a drink." So they gave me a drink. And they were looking at me as though, which player are you?
Yeah.
So, and then my friend took me to meet a few more of the England players. He took me to meet Gareth Southgate and Nicky Butt and Martin Keown and quite a few of the team. But when you're talking about meeting celebrity, Tony Wilson, I mean, 4Ds will know this. He was known as being a TV news presenter in Manchester. Yeah. So for me, growing up, I was more aware of him as being a reporter for Granada. And if you watch 24-Hour Party People at the start of that film, it does show him. Does it show him on a hang glider or something?
That's right.
Yeah.
So for me, even though obviously he was Mr. Manchester and the guy behind Factory, if you watch that film, you get the whole story. Growing up, he was one of my sort of idols as a news presenter, if you like.
Well, when and same with me from 1973 onwards, I can remember him being on Granada reports, and because he spoke in a posh voice that was far from Salford and or even Cheshire, where he was brought up between those two places. That's why you'd get a lot of people at the time who were, if they saw him on the other side of the street, they really would shout, "Wilson, you're a wanker!" right across the street, because so there's a bit of hostility there because of but then later on, when they saw what Wilson did for groups like Joy Division and they saw his interest in potential, like he could see the potential of a band before it blossomed. I think there was a new respect for the man quite late on.
Well, it was all like, it was a convergence of serendipity that's occurring in Manchester at the time. So you've got, if you watch 24-Hour Happy People, and you know, in fairness, you guys are both living in the area when it's happening, but there's this absolute musical happening at that time. And so Tony Wilson in the film talks about when the Sex Pistols show up, and there's like 10 people there, if that, to watch it. Anybody could see them. It was like, no following, no nothing, but it's being born right at that very moment. It's being born at that time.
When you look at the school background of Joy Division, Wilson, not single-handedly, but certainly he was key to it, really gave them a break by giving them the publicity that he gave them with venues like Factory and programs like What's On Granada Report.
He had that TV show Friday, didn't he?
And he transformed Hooky. I met Hooky when he was selling off some of his memorabilia in this art gallery in Manchester many years ago. And by then Hookie had I think he'd written 2 books by then, one on the hacienda and something else to do with Tony. And we got talking, and what intrigued me, because I'm interested in writing more than anything else, is that Hookie, who came from just as humble a school background as I did, when it came time to write these books, it was Hookie's voice that you hear on so many interviews, and you can tell it wasn't ghost written. Maybe it was edited, but it was his voice. And professional writers take decades looking for their own authorial voice, their unique voice. And this bass player from Joy Division, somehow had it already. So I was asking Hookie, how did you where did you, given that you're from the same school background and low achieving that I was from, where did you get that from? And what he said was, which I then passed on to PhD students for years after in seminars, was, I just kept writing till it sounded like me. I thought, what a fantastic line that is. So God knows how many drafts that he went through until it resonated with his own personal voice. So that's how he summed it up. I just kept writing till it sounded like me. There you go. That's the one. Yeah.
How not to run a club. Good title.
But the story of Peter Hook is when interviewers went to interview Joy Division, the one who would be the least cooperative and the most Dave Haslam was one of the Hacienda DJs. Back when I was on Facebook, we used to tease each other quite a lot.
Yeah.
But of all the people in Joy Division, the one who was the most hostile to reporters, the one who had the least to say, the one who was the most awkward on camera was Hookie. But with a little bit of cultivating, he became the anecdotalist for the whole band. He was the go-to guy that you would now go to get the rundown of all the tales of the venues that they played in and so forth. And that's the kind of catalyst that Tony Wilson was. He was a catalyst to potential.
I love it. And but the fact that you guys are there is one of the great cities of the world. It's one of the great British English cities. You know, Manchester. It's funny, I grew up with a kid coincidentally named Williams, friend of ours, and his people are from Derby. But their association with Derby, they said, we're Liverpool. Like, we're Derby, we're Liverpool. Even though it's 10 miles from you, but they were absolutely Liverpoolian oriented in their thing. So even though they're like 10 miles away, is their accent more Scouser like, or is it more Mancunian? Because they aren't too far afield of y'all.
Yeah, the further west that you go, so like Wigan, to me, that's like more of Liverpool than, even though it's in Greater Manchester, Wigan. There's places like Widnes, Warrington, Lee. Lee's more Manchester, isn't it?
Tony's children joke about the fact that he has 2 accents depending on who he's talking to. So he can go for the sort of Salford accent if he's trying to impress people that he was working class.
I've read that.
Or he can go to Cheshire, the Cheshire like accent for the posher sort of venues. But his parents used to own a jeweller's on Eccles Old Road in Salford, and he spent a lot of time there.
Yeah, because I'm not a Mancunian. I mean, so I'm originally from a place called Chadderton, which is about 6 miles from Manchester. So, but I'm always classed myself as being from Oldham, really. But obviously, when I was in my 20s and teens, Oldham was such a great place with nightclubs. I wouldn't go to Manchester that often in the evening, because unless I was going to a gig or something. I mean, I went out in Manchester quite a lot, but Oldham was the place to go for me because it was so local, and I knew loads of people in Oldham. People used to come from Oldham, from all over the northwest, because the club scene was so good.
Yeah,
it was so good in Oldham. But now, I don't even know if there is a nightclub in Oldham. There used to be, like I said, there used to be about 13. So,
Kimba has a question for both of you, really. Rob or 4D, have you guys read The Last Party? It's about the rise and fall of Britpop.
Yeah, I don't think so. I've got quite a few books in here.
Well,
I like reading about that kind of thing too. Those books are always kind of interesting for me.
while Rob is looking for that, I can read you a little bit of an email that an old postman friend of mine sent me when he looked at one of your shows that I was on. That I said you might find this interesting. His nickname is Finney.
All right.
And of everybody in the post office, of all 50 men, he had the sharpest sense of humor. Finney, he just loved to laugh and saw the world in this funny way. So Finney looked at one of your shows.
Yeah.
And I'll just read you a little bit of what Finney wrote to me after he saw
God
it.
help us, Finney, you bastard. All right, let's see how we do.
Finney said, "What amuses me is when a topic is discussed, some others who have no interest start pulling out random vinyl records one by one and showing them to camera. Will the USA invade Iran? I have no idea. But in the meantime, here is my copy of Public Image."
Yeah.
That's Finney all over.
Yeah. I've got this. So this is was the singer with the Inspiral Carpets. So and he left the band. So well, he was more or less kicked out of the band, really. So this is his story. And then this is
hang on, one more time. Sorry, I'm late to the party.
So that's Tom, who
is that your friend, Rob?
In Spiral Carpets.
Is that
this is a good book as well. C86. So that's a scene in the mid 80s. A lot of really good sort of indie artists, and there was a cassette that came out with the NME, and it's quite a legendary cassette. And a lot of the artists on that cassette were pretty popular and successful after that. Not majorly successful, but it's a little bit of an iconic book that's going through all the people who are on that cassette.
Because aren't you a good friend with somebody from Inspiral Carpets?
Yeah,
right?
Graham. Yeah, I went to school with Graham. Played football with him. I see him around. It was funny because I was in the co-op either last year or the year before, and I saw someone walking, and Graham's got a bit of a limp because he got a football injury when he was 14, and he's still got the limp now. And I saw a guy in the co-op, and I said, "Is that you, Graham?" So we had a chat in the co-op, and he was just about to go to Australia on tour. And then I was in my local charity shop because he lives quite close to me, and he was in there. He bought a couple of records from the charity shop. He had a Teardrop Explodes record and Echo and the Bunnymen record. But yeah, he's a great lad. So yeah.
Do you still talk to him at all, or do you see him occasionally?
Yeah, I see him. I saw him a couple of months ago because they were just about to play a festival. They went. The Inspirals are releasing an album in August, which is the first release for probably well over 10 years.
Yeah.
So they've got back together and they've done quite a decent sized tour, and they're quite successful in Argentina, parts of South America. So and in Australia they were touring. So yeah.
Folks, if you're just joining us, I don't know why you would, but nonetheless, my camera's having a hard time because it's in the autofocus. I got to set it up. Next time I'll do manual and I'll just lock it right where I am, and we should be good to go for the entirety of the program. But, it's off gang of clay. So anyway, this is our friend Cherry. Me, I'm loved. This is where it all started with Cherry. She's so beautiful. She's lovely. She's a real girl with real girl feelings, and me, I'm loved. So, okay. So, Rob, so you're taking a break from the channel now. What precipitated the break? Why are you just tired of the negativity, or you're too busy, or what the hell's going on?
I don't get any negativity really on my channel. I get quite a lot of good views on my channel. I've got 2,750 subscribers, and I've only done like about 220 odd videos. So, and I've been doing it for 7 years. So last year I'd done about 50 videos up to October, which was quite a lot of videos for me. And then from October, I've not done a video, so I've gone like nearly 4 months now. I keep thinking, oh, I'm going to do a video, and then I just, things get in the way. I've just, I had a VC meetup with David Atkinson and a few other people recently.
David's a good guy. I really enjoyed having him on the program.
Yeah, and they were all saying, oh, you need to do a video and stuff like that,
Yeah.
But so it's like, for me, I've come on here now, so that's like my little fix for the week now. So I don't feel like I need to do a video now.
You're feeling the pressure to do it. Well, I'm glad. I mean,
yeah.
Everybody else's loss is my gain. I love having you on, and I always enjoy having a chat with you and what you bring to the thing. Like, it's fantastic. Always enjoy being with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. To his postman. Okay. Ricky Gervais. I don't know what the hell's going on in Romania. Are you into some sort of schnapps? Because it's starting to say, listen, quiet vinyl guy, I have a feeling you may be a little hammered now. Okay. That's just a guess. That's just a guess. Well, okay. How long have we been here today? What's our time frame? 4:55. We're almost 5 hours.
I think he means that Rob reminds him of Ricky Gervais, and because I'm an ex-postman, maybe that's the thinking behind it.
I don't know. I think he's just hammered, guys. I
Ricky
think he's completely pissed.
Ricky Gervais would love to look like me, wouldn't he?
I like Ricky. Isn't he a good guy? I like him. He's funny. Do you like him, Rob? I hope you do.
Yeah, of course. I really like Ricky.
He's come a long way. I think, he's kind of walk around. I loved his ads that he put in the subway. He got in trouble for it. One was like, make sure to wear your stab vest when you get on the subway.
Ricky's someone who's Ricky's pretty skeptical, isn't he, about the direction the UK's.
Like, here's the thing: we don't have much time, but I will tell you one thing. I know my friend David Donnelly always complains about Brexit, and I got to tell you, it was hindered, it was hampered, it was nullified to the fullest extent possible by mainland Europe. That's what happened. Yeah. That's the problem there.
We've never really had a proper Brexit yet. It's kind of it's been softened, and all the civil servants, etc., have done the best to sort of reduce Brexit to a minimum, really.
Yeah, it hindered it and made it work so it didn't work for anybody at the end of the day. It was so anemic and so poorly executed because it didn't bring the wealth into England the way it was designed to do.
Well, the original skepticism and anger about the European community from this started to rise from the 1980s all the way through. It was to do with bureaucracy, the imposition of European bureaucracy that was taking away certain old UK traditions.
If you're in Manchester, what do you guys want Brussels telling you what to do?
Yeah, but that's as far as we got. We didn't think then in terms of a global deep state that's even bigger than the EU. No. Now it's that as well. So now if you buy into the EU, you've got that fucking looming over you, which is bigger than the EU.
Yeah, true.
That kind of global state, and so insofar as I'm political at all, the entire motivation I've got is how to escape the globalist deep state that's getting more and more permeated into everybody's infrastructure. It's like how do I stay outside of that, and what speakers voice that wariness of that deep state? Because it's not enough anymore to be skeptical of the European Union, because the stakes are bigger than that.
Yeah.
There's a new way of invading a country which is so insidious that you don't even know you've been invaded until you are invaded. Until it's too late.
Yeah. I mean, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
I'm going to say there's quite a lot of countries. Well, the majority of the countries in the EU have got massive problems, haven't they, with migration? I noticed that Denmark are putting a lot of things in place now to try to get things under control. But when you look at countries like Sweden, I think that is probably out of control. France, out of control. A lot of the smaller countries to the north, such as Belgium, I think that one's. I mean, I was planning or thinking about going to Belgium to watch a little bit of football, but looking into the state of Brussels, I don't think that's somewhere I want to wander around when I'm not fully aware of where I'd be heading. So countries like Holland as well, there's a lot of issues there. So and of course here in the UK, things are heading in the wrong direction at the moment.
Yeah, and it kind of puts me on the spot anyway sometimes when I'm out and about. About a year ago, when I was in the post office, there was a guy ahead of me, and he had a lovely aura about him. He could barely speak English, but you just had the feeling that he was a nice guy. So he was maybe 25 or 30 years old, and he came in. He was ahead of me. He went to the cashier. This is just a small post office. He took out a wad of cash. I mean, loads of fucking, I don't know, £50 notes, all elastic banded together, and he wanted to deposit them at this local post office. So the lady behind the post office had to take a long time explaining to him, no, you have to go. And she was trying to explain to him in English the directions to go in order to deposit this stuff. Now, and he was very gracious. He was very apologetic. It was almost like he was apologizing for his presence. And it was clear to me, that the chances of him being an illegal immigrant are very high, and God knows what the backstory is with that big fucking wad of cash and where he got it from. But what I'm saying is that it puts you in an awkward spot, because what you've got there is two human beings. There's me and him, and I can see he's trying to find his feet and he's in trouble. So if he would have still been outside when I finished my business and went outside, I would have helped him get to wherever he wanted to go, because it's a human thing to do. So what the government is doing by just opening the borders willy-nilly is they're putting people in a really awkward situation where politically I may not want certain people to be there, but on the other hand, when you're face to face with them and you encounter them, what can you be but human back? So you're put in this awkward dilemma by a government who is abdicating itself of any fucking social responsibility to keep any sense of community on a small island, which is what we are.
If you're trying to deposit cash of that amount in the UK, you've got a problem, because they want to know. Even so, when my daughter bought her apartment, and I gave her a donation, some cash, not cash, but, like a transfer into her account, to help her.
Yes.
The hoops she had to jump through. And I'm her father to prove that this money is. So if you go into a bank, if I went into Santander with about $6,000 of cash and wanted to deposit, it's not as simple as that anymore.
Well, they changed it here too,
and the other way around with withdrawals.
Withdrawals as well.
So the UK and Canada have got a lot of bad things in common at the moment. So Rachel,
it's extending government control over us.
Yeah. So Rachel has a story to tell about going to the bank and just wanting to withdraw anything, where you have to, is it give a reason, Rachel, for it?
It was we were depositing. I was dropping in $1,200, and they go, "Where did you get this money from?"
Yeah,
and I was pissed off. I was not happy.
You wouldn't have had that years ago, would you? They just take it off you.
They would never ask. No. And they say ostensibly it's to stop money laundering, but it's nonsense. It's not the reason. No. If they were worried about money laundering, those running the country would be doing a better job and not having so much money laundering themselves. Anyway, it's been a 5-hour romp. It's been incredible, and it's been a lot of fun. So we continue to see turbulence in the with this little program of mine, with my liberal pals. We'll see how it all settles down, all given time and chance. And when the dust finally settles, maybe 3 or 4 years when Trump, or maybe 8 when Trump's not president anymore. He'd probably go stick around for another one. But anyway, thank you, Rob, and thank you, 40. And thanks, the Wax, for being on earlier. And of course, my beloved Sue. I'm going to be back. Friday is the Patreon. Folks, again, one last time, if you're not a member of my Patreon, please consider joining us. $5 a month. And what? What's going on with Bobby? Bobby, we love you. Thank you, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bobby.
Bobby, we love Bobby. Thank you, Bobby, for being. That's my producer telling me. She's not even watching. She's just doing some. So anyway, there's a Patreon. Consider joining us. It's small. It's fun. Take care, guys. Thanks again. As always, you're fantastic. Bye for now, everybody.